going fucking live. Brett can figure his shit out. So yeah,
I mean,
you got.
I have a room with a bunch of guns on the wall too. If you would need me to relocate that to fit in better.
No. I literally have. Jake's been here. He's been to my place, and it's a pretty small room, and like I ended up with so many fucking guns that I had to have this just to store them.
Okay, we can see you.
Someone else called me.
We can hear you.
Oh, that's okay. I figured.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I gotta get a webcam.
Yeah, it's not that hard. They're like $30.
30,
Mike, I have something to show you.
30 American.
And Brett's gonna appreciate this too.
What a blurry fucking picture you're fucking ceiling in your bedroom. Get fucked, you fucking prick. You didn't tell me you ordered that fucking thing.
Nope. And the reason why I didn't tell you was because you ordered yours like 2 weeks after I ordered mine.
Get fucked. But I'm getting mine. I know. It's already in the. That looks fucking awesome, dude. That looks fucking awesome. Yep. Mine's the
exact the feather.
Yeah. Fucking A, man. That looks great.
Yeah. Goober Grabber does a damn good job.
Yeah, man. Like, when Trey recommended him, I'm like, anybody who Trey recommends is top tier. So, but no, that's fucking awesome looking, dude. That's fucking great.
Yeah, I like it. I'm really happy with it. It's such good quality.
Yeah,
is that like a Civil War thing?
Yeah, it's a Hardy hat.
Like, what's that?
It's a second Wisconsin
that's the style of hat.
Yeah,
it's like a top hat.
Then you'd wear that in the field or at parade.
Yeah. That's the thing with the second Wisconsin. They were such fucking weirdos that they wore
their parade hats.
Their parade hats in combat.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
So that would be the exact hat that they would wear in battle.
And anytime a Confederate unit saw these hats across the field for them, they knew they were going up against the 2nd or the 7th Wisconsin Volunteer. And their response was always those goddamn black hats.
Yep.
Because...
Yeah. Yep.
And my wife even says that it looks really good on me. She said it suits me.
Even with the flounder head that you have, it looks good. Yeah, I'll admit that.
I like it. I'm really pleased with it.
Yeah, it's fucking that. I got one exactly in that configuration coming too.
Yep.
Should be here in whatever. I was like, I told them like I will never rush you because I know that work takes time. But like, man, I didn't know you ordered one of those, you fuckhead.
Yeah, I ordered mine beginning in November is when I paid. 1st of November is when I paid for it.
Okay, I was about you're right, about 2 weeks before.
Yep.
Yep.
And
that looks fucking stellar, dude.
When I ordered mine, he was saying 20 weeks.
Yeah.
And I got it yesterday.
Yeah, so it's a little bit sooner, but like
quite a bit.
Still good.
Sooner.
I'm like, again, I'm not being impatient about that, but I mean, so Pat, so Jake and I have been like, oh, by the way, Pat, this is Kyle. Kyle's 4th ID in 2009 in Afghanistan when we were in Iraq, and then this is Brett. He was he's currently still in the military, but like he's what did you say the other night? We were joking. You're the hell?
Oh, I forward emails for freedom.
Yes, that's he forwards emails
it's true. For freedom. Yeah, logistics officer. So
yeah. But we're all fucking nerds. That's the thing. And so I don't know, like Pat and I used to be like really close, and we kind of just things happen in life, and like it's not like we're like there's no animosity. It was just like we just kind of went away, and
people
then I was
drift
just like,
apart.
Hey. Yeah, and I was just like, hey, what are you doing, man? And so, but I was with Pat in Iraq, and so was Jake, and yeah, we had that. So, but one of the things is I got into reenacting, Pat, and like I do like World War One. I do one, Bravo 128.
Sure.
I found an original collar disc actually from that unit, and then I have the whole thing, and I was doing like representing our unit that we were actually in, and so we were like, Jake and I were like, well, should we get Civil War impressions for the 2nd Wisconsin?
I think so.
And
that's what we're
it's
working
like,
on.
yeah, we're working on that now. So we're completely geeked out of like,
Yeah, I need to finish off my World War One impression because you gave me the tunic and you gave me the hat and you gave me the collar discs.
Yeah,
and the dog tags.
Yeah, so we're working on that shit. Have you ever done reenacting, Pat, or like seen it?
Me?
No. Other than on YouTube or whatever, I haven't seen it in live action or anything. But where I live, I guess it'd be the South Side doing their reenactment down here. So you guys are reenacting the Wisconsin side, the Wisconsin part of the Civil War?
I think I'm the only one here who's done World War One. Brett, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I haven't. I want to. It's been one of those things, but I
World
don't
War
want
One
to do
is
Doughboy.
yeah.
I want to do either German or British. I can't make up my mind.
Well, German, I also have resources like to be fucking autistically accurate. But Doughboy, like I had a lot of really good mentors in the hobby that said, okay, this is what the somebody in the 128th in Bravo company would have been, or B company would have been wearing at this point, this and that, and like so my my impression is specifically to that unit. And Civil War, I have no idea, and that's why I like we were talking about the other night, like we do need the Lorentz between Antietam and Gettysburg. That's what you need, son. And so we're going to work on that. We've got resources, but like World War One is actually pretty interesting because like our unit, so the 32nd, the unit that Pat and Bravo and I were in, were on the Mexican border in 1916. And so they purchased a shitload of 1903 rifles because they were using the Krag before.
Yeah.
And then so they purchased a bunch of these new rifles, new equipment, all that shit. They went on the Mexican border, went to Columbus, Texas, and then chased Pancho Villa around, blah blah blah. But they held these new rifles, and then all of a sudden they get back. They're back in February of 17, right?
Daniel, what
April
are you
of
doing?
17. Guess what? We're activating the 2nd and 7th Wisconsin National Guard regiments, and you're going to become federalized now. And so that's when we got the numbers like that, Pat and Jake and I wore the 128th Regiment. There was the 125th through the 128th. And so they go, okay, you guys are now active duty again. But because we have all the active duty equipment, that's why you're being mobilized.
When did they fold in the 127th out of Michigan? Was that at the same time?
That was the 126th and the 125th.
Was it the 126th? I thought the one. Oh, that's right. 127th is eastern Wisconsin, Fox Valley.
Yes.
You lost Pat.
Green Bay, that whole Milwaukee area. Yeah. And so,
is it harder to do American in World War One because you're only there for like the last year of the war? So are they saying,
it's
"Oh no,
not
we're
harder.
doing
It's just So the thing is like. So for the most of the American expeditionary forces were under French command, to be honest. Like they were under French command, so they carried. I mean, the French were glad to see us, right? But so if you're doing American, like you have to have whatever unit. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself. So a lot of our unit, okay, the 32nd Division, right? Had a shitload of French equipment on top of the American equipment because the American equipment sucked in World War One. It was fucking bare minimum, no room for storage, no nothing. So we carried a shitload.
And we were assigned to the French sector.
Yes,
the French,
we were in the French sector.
front.
There was the 30th Division, and the God. I always fuck this up.
Oh, I
The
gotta get
30th
my
division
casserole, or what is it? Hot dish?
hot.
Or
We have a
goulash.
hot dish up here.
Yeah, no, my
Goulash.
lutefisk is done. I'll be right back.
Your lutefisk is done, yeah. But no, that fucking hat's awesome, dude. I'm fucking God.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kyle. Like, I'm
Do
just
you
kind
want
of
me
like.
to get? Do you want me to get Nugget on?
Sure, yeah.
How often do you guys do the reenactments?
Oh, I don't do them anymore because the fucking when Brett gets back because he was a reenactor. It's so toxic. There's a lot of hey Brett. When he gets his fucking headphones in, hurry up.
Waiting on you.
So Brett, Pat just asked how
Yeah.
often we do reenactments. We had this conversation last Friday, I believe, about how
might do
toxic the
one a
culture's
year
gotten.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do, and I'm very selective. I have not joined a unit. I'm not like paying. The only reason I would like join a unit now would be for like insurance benefits, but it's really like Civil War is like the snake eating its tail. It
Yep.
really is
The
kind of
Ouroboros.
sad.
Yep.
Now there's the good and the bad, and it depends on who you associate with, the events you go to. So I am excited. Next month I am doing Bentonville. I got a Hardy hat myself for Bentonville. It's nice. It's a dirty Billy because he's just up the road from me, and they had one on the rack that's my size. But they're saying I gotta bang it up and get it all dirty for this event. And I don't want to because it's so nice. But I'm excited for that. But there's really, and this is what we talked about last time, I think, Mike, if memory
Yep.
serves, about how it's you got one group of guys who are playing Civil War dress up, saying we do Civil War dress up better than these other guys
Yep.
doing Civil
Yep.
War dress up.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, you're all playing Civil War dress up. And I think
Correct.
the hobby kind of just needs to take a step back and put itself back in context and perspective, that it's one side arguing over the other side saying we can't be authentic unless we do XYZ. It's like, hard stop. You're never actually going to be authentic until you start loading mini balls and blasting people's legs off and sawing them off with saws in the surgeon's tent. Then you can be authentic.
That sounds
Like,
fun.
until
Let's do it.
yeah. Well, I would be happy to be the ammunition provider for the actual authentic Civil War reenacting. Yeah. Yeah, no, sign me up. Yeah. I'll do it for free. You want 50,000 mini balls?
Yeah. We can make some
Actually, I
cash.
do in 54 caliber for my black powder.
Oh, the only 54 I make is the Lorenz.
Well,
I make the
that's what we need.
compression. I make the compression. Well, the Austrian, like the real Lorenz,
Yeah.
not this funky mini ball American thing.
No, when we get our Lorenzes, we're going to be getting ammo from you. So just be aware of that.
You will really like the Potaville's expanding bullet, which the Austrians went to in 1863. It is. I'm going to have a video on it here shortly. Once I get out to the range, the ammo is already made. I've already shot it at 100 yards. I want to shoot it out at 300. It's the best. Well, at least I'm going to argue the Lorenz with that Potaville's expanding bullet. It's the best rifle musket, the best rifle musket cartridge. It's easy to load. It's super accurate. It like solved all the problems everyone had with rifle muskets. It took a long time. It was 1863 before they trotted it out, very near the end of the service life of a muzzleloader anywhere in the world. But it's the best. It's the best.
Does it have any advantages over a metallic cartridge?
No.
Oh, that's actually fucking cool.
Yeah,
Yep.
Metallic cartridge is better all the way around. It's cost, logistically from a military's perspective. They're sitting here in 1863, and the Austrians considered going to a breech loader, and they're like, it's just we have to replace all these guns, and it's so expensive, and everyone is afraid if we adopt a rifle today, is it going to be obsolete in 5 years? And the answer was yes. Look at the 19th century from 1865 until 1895. Look at the leap in firearms technology that happened. Like every 10
Yeah,
years, you go from
just
cutting edge obsolete to your gun is crap. So
just look at the trapdoor Springfields.
yeah, well, how long did we keep those? Till like the mid 1890s?
I actually
We're
had an
still,
opportunity to buy one in 2012, but I didn't have the money at the time, and it was just barely out of my
yeah,
price
they've
range.
I've
like
got
everything
I've got a
American,
trap
they've all gone
I've got a
insane.
trapdoor that was converted from a Civil War musket and a cadet.
That's the one I was looking at. It was a conversion from a musket.
It's a pity
How
I
much
can't
how much
touch
do you have
any
to
of
spend?
these.
Huh?
How much do you have to spend?
Nothing for firearms right now.
Dang.
Well, one of these behind me that I'm not allowed to touch is a
No touching.
Reming-
No touching. No touching.
is
No touching.
a Remington Lee Navy, which
Oh.
is 1873. I forget. Someone will yell at me in the comments and say I'm stupid. What I deserve
Fuck.
because I forgot it. I think it's 1871, 1873, somewhere in there, but it's 4570 detachable box magazine. It's a
I mean,
Remington Lee Navy.
if you don't want to wait, I can yell at you and call you stupid right here.
Yeah. Well, that'll work. That'll actually save someone from having to do it in the comments. So I'm sure they would appreciate that.
Brett, you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about.
But it is so the Lee in Remington Lee Navy is the same Lee in Lee Enfield. It's James
Here
Paris
he
Lee.
is.
They fucked up my haircut, man. It's bad. It's fucking bad.
It's a Barracks cut, buddy.
I swear to fucking God, I don't know what it was. Some fucking.
Jake, have you met Nuggets?
I don't think so.
What's
What's with your hairline, dude?
I don't know. I told you to give me like a decent fade and like an inch off the top. It was a lot worse.
No, I mean like right here. Like
I don't know what the fuck this is. Pardon my French. Sorry. I don't know what this is.
You're French? You're swearing in English, motherfucker.
You could just shave it all off and go cue ball for a couple of weeks.
I could. That would just drive off more women than I already have with this shitty ass haircut. I'm wearing a hat for the next 2 weeks. It's bad.
Why are you wearing a fucking hat? But like, all right, so
in a few years, you're not going to care, and you're just going to go number 2 all over. And
my
get-
wife
Oh,
will let me
shit.
shave my head. She says I
Yeah,
look like an asshole.
So Nuggets, this is my buddy. I think you. I swear to Christ, you've met Bravo. I think you've talked to him on Discord.
Maybe.
He's
I
a
think
prick.
so. Yeah.
And then obviously Kyle, the douchebag. And then this is my buddy Pat, down below here. I was in Iraq with him. And then this is Brett, and
Howdy.
he's a absolute nerd, but in the best possible way. So
That's good.
yeah.
That's solid. That's solid. I'm just here chilling in my paid for hotel. I got drill weekend this weekend, so and next weekend as well.
On Super Bowl Sunday weekend?
Yeah, no, it fucking sucks. It's bad.
Oh
yeah.
man, who is your? I guess he's not a football fan.
Yeah.
Your commander is.
It doesn't suck if you don't care about the football.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I don't even know who's going to the Super Bowl this year.
Not me either, man.
It's not Detroit.
Yeah, dude, my buddy from like who still lives in Michigan was like, "Bro, they're gonna make it all the way." I'm like, "No, they're gonna choke at the last minute, dude. It's Detroit. They're gonna choke at the last fucking minute."
My
And it's like I just
dad's
watched it
from
happen. I'm like, I'm
Detroit.
not even mad. Not even mad.
Yeah, my dad's from Detroit, and I've been a Lions fan for the long haul. And I knew, like, you know what's going to happen. It's like they are going to. They lull you into a false sense that they might actually do something, and then they spectacularly blow it.
Well, the reason why is because they pronounce their city name wrong. It's not Detroit, it's Detroit.
Oh my God.
What if like a third of
pedantic
American
fuck
cities
you
are
are.
some sort of mispronounced French thing?
Yes.
Or Indian thing? Like
half of Wisconsin?
Man, yeah. Well, no, that's funny. Like we did this, I think, on a live stream a couple months ago. Like we just went and like looked up a bunch of like Wisconsin cities or towns, and like, how do you pronounce this? They're like, and I'm like, it's Manitowoc. and they're like, whatever. But also, here's the thing: is Pat is from Minnesota, right?
Yep.
He has a similar experience, I guess, with the Vikings. Even though I'm not into football, but like he has a similar experience with the Vikings. That's his
I just like I like to point out to Vikings fans that it has been since 1976 since their team lost the Super Bowl last.
Yeah. Well, I think they were in 2 Super Bowls back then.
At least they got to
Four.
the Super Bowl.
They made it to they've lost 4 Super Bowls. They've been to 4 Super Bowls and they lost all 4 of them.
I never give up much hope for them. It's even if they're having a good year, it's like they're not. They're gonna choke.
And the most recent one was 1976.
Jesus Christ!
Well, they almost went with that year with Favre.
Yeah,
Detroit last year was so freaking bad. Like even the guys down south here were like, we want Detroit to go like all the way. We want to see this actually happen, and like everybody just like, bah, fucking you suck. Yeah, like I think the reason I don't like football is because I'm from Michigan. You know what I mean? Our college teams are okay, but it's like Detroit will freaking break your heart.
Well, it's funny because like we're from Wisconsin and like Green Bay, they've won a few Super Bowls and shit.
Yeah.
They're good. Whenever I go somewhere else in the U.S., they're like, "Are you a cheesehead?" I'm like, "I love cheese." They're like, "No, like are you a Packers fan?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "How can you not be a Packers fan? You're from Wisconsin." I was like, "I don't give a fuck."
I used
football.
to be.
What do you mean you used to be?
I used to be a diehard Packers fan.
And what changed?
The NFL didn't crack down on people kneeling during the national anthem.
Okay.
And then we just stopped watching football that year, and we're like, you know, we have a lot more time when we're not worried about a fucking football game every week.
Sure. But so,
And-
Pat,
So we just never went back.
As a Minnesotan, were you a Vikings fan growing up?
No, I mean we were. I mean, like you said, they haven't won since the '70s. That's before I was even born. So there was never, you know, there was never a time where it's like, well, I suppose in the '90s when you had Randy Moss, there was like that in Culpepper. You had like this couple year that you thought maybe they would do something with that season, but you know, it's been nothing.
So
but
you were never a diehard football fan either.
No.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest turnoffs I had to football in general was when I actually went to 2 games at Lambeau. And during the first quarter, at one point, we were sitting there. We were on the south end zone, right next to the tunnel. And first of all, we couldn't see fuck all on the field because, you know, I watched the whole game on the jumbotron because of where we were at. And second, it was like, okay, they just had a couple of plays. Why is everybody on the field just standing around for like a full minute and a half? Like they're not in a huddle, they're not on the line, they're just standing around in a gaggle for a minute and a half. And then it dawned on me, that's a fucking commercial break.
Yeah, because the commercial's like 5 minutes. Like, what are they doing in that time? The game?
Yeah, they literally just stand there on the field doing nothing during the commercial breaks, and it's like, okay, so if I have to sit here, I can't see what's actually going on the field because I'm at the end zone and I'm looking at their backs the entire time, and for half of the game they're 200 yards away from me. Why don't I just sit at home where I can actually see what's going on?
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
And then I can get up and I can use the bathroom, and I can get drunk, and you know, after the third quarter, and snacks don't cost 3 arms and 2 legs.
Well, that's the thing is like, so back like the one sports team in general that I actually will still go and see, like voluntarily, is the Minnesota Twins, the baseball team. They suck. They haven't won a World Series since '91. Doesn't matter. When I go to those games, it's an experience. I know I'm going to pay $8 for a fucking hot dog, but however, it's going to be a good hot dog. It's going to be
I actually agree with you because baseball in person is completely different than football
is.
in person. Baseball on TV fucking sucks.
Yep.
Like a
Football-
triple A baseball game, like your local city's team or whatever, where snacks are cheap and it's just like, local shit. That's a great time. I don't know.
Baseball is so fucking fun when you're there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because they're always doing stuff on the field.
right. But here's the thing: I think that football has gotten so fucking the
Commercial?
betting shit. Yeah, it's commercial. It's all betting. It's all like, oh, we're gonna try to make money off of who does what, blah blah blah, everything. Baseball, it's fun to play. I used to play baseball, like in school and shit. Baseball's fucking fun to play. It's fun to watch in person, right? It's slow, it's methodical, it's not too serious. But
There aren't too many moving pieces on the field that you can't keep track of what's going on.
there you go. And it's like, it is what it is, and that's why it's America's pastime. It still is. They tried to make football America's pastime. No.
I'd rather go to a baseball game in person any day. I've been to like 3 or 4 Brewers games at Miller Park.
Oh fuck
It's
yeah.
It is a lot more fun to go to a baseball game in person.
Dude,
because you can get up and you can walk around the stadium and you don't feel like you missed anything.
Exactly. And it's not like so serious where it's like, oh god, there's so many people fucking. It's like we're having fun here. It's
and then in between, okay, so you got the top and bottom half of each inning. In between, when they're switching side, when the teams are switching sides from infield to outfield,
yeah,
they've got stuff going on the field.
Yes,
yeah. Like down here, we have the El Paso Chihuahuas. Go to Chihuahua Stadium, and there's a lot. I was more entertained by like you said, the stuff between the 6th inning or the end. They had I think the last time I went, they had a Star Wars reenactment where they had fireworks and they had people cosplaying out on the field with lightsabers and stuff, and it was pretty entertaining for a baseball game, and it's cheap, compared to going to NFL game. Yeah.
It's like, I think
and on
like
top
last
of that,
time I went to sorry, Jake.
And on top of that, in between, when they're doing the stuff on the field, there's a lot more opportunities for the teams to bring fans down onto the field for things.
Yes. Yes.
You can be sitting in the stands, and somebody from the team organization will come up to you and say, "Hey, do you want to be involved in this on the field after this inning?" Why? Because you bought a ticket and you're there.
And the tickets are like back last game I went to, I think I paid $12 for the ticket to sit in general.
Yeah,
right.
It's not expensive.
But then that's the thing, it offsets like the $8 hot dog and the $4 Coke, right?
Or the baseball helmet full of Cheetos.
Yeah. Yes.
My wife and I, when I was driving motor coach, one of the routes that one of the trips I was assigned was for a local bar, because a couple of times a year they put on a group thing where they sold tickets for the baseball game. They rented a motor coach from the company I worked for, and drove down, and they went in and they watched the game and had a good time. They got back on the coach and they drove home. Well, I was lucky enough to get that trip the first time it came up that summer. And I told the bar owner, I told the organizer of the trip, "Hey, if you request me on the next one, I can buy tickets," because they had an extra ticket so I was able to go into the game.
Oh.
Because one of the people that bought a ticket didn't show up, and the tickets were already paid for. So, they gave me that ticket. I went to the game. I had a blast. I had an absolute blast.
Baseball games are, and also, okay, I will say this too. Baseball's great and it's awesome. I went to my wife got tickets to a Minnesota Wild game, hockey, right? And my buddy and I went there because she was like, I'm gonna be busy that night, so here's the tickets. And so my buddy and I went to a Minnesota Wild game, a hockey game. that was so fucking fun too. It's like, holy shit, these guys are literally beating the ever-loving fuck out of each other on the ice, and they're so talented. I mean, my God, to skate that way and like just fucking turn on a dime, absolutely awesome. So I guess the only two sports, because I've been to football games, and I'm like, okay.
It's not impressive.
Did any of you guys go to a sporting event while you were in basic?
No.
No.
I got to go to a rodeo.
You got to go to a rodeo?
Rodeo?
They took the entire
Oh.
Trey Dock at Fort Sill to a rodeo.
No.
Like we
No
took up
shit.
like a third of the stands, and they like between events they had the drill sergeants come down and race each other on mini bikes around the freaking like where the bulls were. I shit you not, dude. Tiny little mini bikes. And they had their full crap on with the big hats, and then they're like, racing each other, dude. It's a really good time. I don't know how much it would freaking cost, or like probably the rodeo just was like military day or whatever. But yeah, it was wild because everybody's in their uniform and shit. We're all like they marched us all in there, and we showed up in like a million buses.
All we did in basic was like they had this USO show that came through, and they were like, we're it's mandatory that you have to go to this because of trade doc and whatever. And it was just basically like this kind of carnival. I mean, like we had to like pay money to get tokens and shit, like to pay for shit at the car, whatever. And then they had like some like people who were singing and like doing music there while we were playing games and shit like that. It was like 2 hours, but like we went there and it was nice to hear music. Very nice to hear music. Like, because we were like, we hadn't had music for fucking.
That's what church on Sunday is for, dude.
Well, no, I went to church every fucking Sunday in basic. Every Sunday.
Yep, so did I.
I would go to Protestant church and then Catholic mass after to get double church, so I didn't have to go back to the beach.
Shit, I didn't even think about that. I should have fucking done that.
I just got
a
Catholic
mass
church. That's all I got.
conversion event in my basic. Like everyone converted to the Jewish service.
Yeah, I was just gonna fucking say that. Yes.
And the drill sergeants finally found out why. It's because they were serving coffee and donuts at the Jewish service.
Yep.
I heard rumors about that. I heard rumors about that.
That's noted. That's good. I wish they'd done that shit fucking Paris Island.
Well, it started like two guys out of the company went to the Jewish service.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then like the next Sunday, it's like 3 guys. And then the next Sunday, it's 11. And then the next Sunday, it's 42. And the drill sergeants are like, we know you all ain't having a religious conversion experience here.
Dude, that's no shit. Yeah, exactly. Like that, dude, that
they
was
must
the
do it
same
on purpose.
thing.
It must be just the Jewish service. Because you went to Benning, right?
Yeah, I went to Benning, yeah.
It would have been the same, so it's probably, we went close enough, it might have been the same stinking chaplains putting it on.
Yeah, it probably was.
A Soldier's Chapel just down the hill from 254.
Yeah, that's the one that I went to, yep. And because I was Catholic, of course, at the time, and I would go to Catholic Mass, not just to get out of training, but like because I was a practicing Catholic, right? And it was actually very relaxed there. And then these guys would come back and they have yarmulkes on their fucking head. And I'm like, you're not Jewish. He's like, yeah, but they have donuts there. They have pastries.
How easily they come to our side.
Oh, God.
Even the drill sergeants called them out. They're like, are you Jewish? Yes, drill sergeant. Now I am. And they're like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. You're
Let me
going
see your dog tags.
Yeah, exactly. Because mine had Roman Catholic on it, and like I was contemplating like kind of like scamming the system a little bit and going like to both, but they were at the same time on Sunday, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go to my Catholic mass, get my communion, and all that shit, and they're like.
See, I got screwed because I put Festivus on for my dog tag religion song.
Yeah, you were one of those douchebags.
That's why atheists are boring, dude. That's why atheists are boring.
Well, I do remember they did have a concert, and I think Leonard Skinner was playing when I went through basic, but they literally marched us in, and we stood there, listened for like 5 minutes, and then they marched us back. It's like, okay, we checked that off the box. Like they didn't want to waste time or even let us stay there or release us. They just stood us in formation, then marched us back to the barracks.
Damn.
Well, you went through in like 06, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was it was funny because like by the time we got there in 08, they had, like, it was mandated. And there was God, I forgot about this. So there was one concert that like it got rained out because there was a hurricane, right? Ended up being, but like it was Bowling for Soup, right? So 1985, that song and all that shit. And we're sitting there, and I wanted to go, and we're in formation, and then the drill sergeant's sitting there because they're like, hey, we don't know if it's gonna happen, and they're like, who the fuck here knows any fucking song by this fucking band? And I raised my hand and I went, oh shit, no. He goes, sing it. And so I started singing 1985, and then I fucked up on the chorus. And I got like a couple words right. He was like, so you don't actually fucking know the band. Why the fuck would you volunteer to go to it? You're just trying to get out of training. And I'm like, oh, you know. And then they were like, yeah, it's rained out. Like, get the fuck back to the barracks. Okay, so everybody that went there is gonna get fucked, you know. And guy, it was funny as shit. Like, I forgot about that. But Bowling for Soup, it's like this like benign like 2000s band that we all love, but like it's like, oh man, that was funny. Sing it. Oh
we
my
had
god.
Toby Keith played for ours.
At
And it
Benning?
was at Benning, and it was this big deal. The drill sergeants were pissed off. They're like, you have to go. It's like an order. They want maximum attendance. They
There you
want
go.
soldiers to go, probably because they paid, I don't know, $1 million to Toby Keith. And this was early enough, like mid GWOT, that we were still kind of pumped up, you know, like
Yeah.
America, you know, he's the Taliban song, all this stuff. Yes, man, we were young once.
Yeah. But
That was
Monkey
cool though. It
leaders
was
are
a
so
break.
young.
and Nuggets is like the new like current generation. He's sitting
Yeah.
listening to us
I'll be
old
you one
crusty
day. I'll be all
fucks.
y'all one day.
Yeah,
Growing out
Yeah.
of shit.
Those old
Oh,
crusty fucking bastards just
you'll be bitter and cynical like the rest of us in about 8 years.
Yeah.
8 years.
That motivation is yet to be seeped from my soul just yet.
Yeah, I have seen.
man.
I've been in company command over the last 15 years. I spent 10 years in company command. I have seen the bright-eyed, energetic young privates show up to the unit, and 6 years later, I've seen those E4s leave the army like crushing out an unfiltered Lucky Strike in the motor pool. They are just burnt out and done. And I watched it again and again and again.
And it's always leadership that's the problem.
yeah, man.
Now I finally understand getting good knee pads. Got to get good knee pads. I got
No,
that.
I never
got
had a
that.
good set of knee pads, so I got fucked.
No, they never issued us decent knee pads. The only good knee
Oh.
pads I had to buy myself, and I never used them.
The basic
That's
training
my
ones were the
fucking
worst. They
yeah.
would cut your circulation off, and they forced us to wear them. And my like when we go to the range, they forced us. I hated those.
That's
things.
interesting because they it was the opposite for us at Bennett. Like for OSIT, like they were like, all right, clowns, get your fucking calluses on your knees fucking developed. Don't use the fucking knee pads. If we see you using knee pads, you're gonna get fucked up. That's so it was kind of weird, like how it's down to the company, right?
Right. Yep.
And like what the different training is. Yeah, interesting.
The best issued knee pads that I ever had were the ones that were issued with the Alice gear, the Pasget Alice gear.
Like the old school shit.
Yeah, back when we were still wearing BDUs, they had the strap that wrapped around above the knee and below the knee, but
not around the knee. Yeah,
yeah, they were. How do I describe it? They were padded all the way around where the straps were. Like they had really thick pad on the front that went on the front of the leg, and then the part where the actual hard kneecap was didn't have anything on the back.
I think more about how we didn't have tents the first few years that we did training.
Well, no, yeah, that's the thing is
This is
I've
the knee
tried-
pads
I've-
we got issued RFI before my deployment.
Before you guys went?
Yeah, they just have this little quick cinch sort of strap. It doesn't cut you off like nearly as much, and they're really light. We never use the fucking things, but they're actually but compared to the like normal shit they gave us that wrapped all the way around, these things are legit.
And they were like rigid. The ones that they issued were like rigid and like
this has got like a hard rubber shell with this like foam pad on the inside. So it'll protect your knee, and you won't notice it so much. I use it a couple times, but
Well, and it was funny because like remember on the ACUs like they would they issued like those foam inserts for the elbows.
I know a couple people did use those.
I used them on my fucking rucksack straps. I would use 100-mile-an-hour tape, and I would just give extra padding on the fucking straps themselves because it was so fucking ridiculous. I've seen these things. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those blow.
Those were the best ones that they ever issued me.
Yeah, because the ones we got after that were even worse. Like it was like fucking
the ones
it was like they never stayed on your fucking knee.
No.
And like what do you use them for? Like
they were ankle pads.
Yeah, we would just slide those down to our ankles because we're wearing them.
That's what we did too. Yeah.
You have to wear them. Okay.
Well, here's the thing: is that's probably why none of us really got far in the military, is because we were not issued good sets of knee pads. If they would have issued us better knee pads, we would have gone farther, and we would still be in, and we'd be the leadership now that's fucking up and making decisions the wrong way.
I didn't get knee pads. I wish I got fucking knee pads. I got about
You're a fucking Marine. It doesn't count.
You're right.
So,
you're right. I guess it doesn't. Yeah.
You don't need knee pads.
I'm just fat. Mm-hmm.
You're born with them.
Do you remember the first set of ACUs that had the little Velcro opening, and you had the foam pads for the knees?
Yeah.
Did you actually use those?
Oh yeah, these are the ones we were issued. How about you, Brett? These fucking things. These sucked so hard. We just threw them in the bottom of our fucking toes.
Actually, no. That's is that the right one, or is this it? Hold on. Let me open up this tab.
Hurry up. No, it was the first one. It was the first one.
Was it the first one?
No, we had those.
Yeah, it was because I remember the texture on the fucking and I'm like, okay, and I tried to wear them once. Pat, you remember those fucking things, right?
They're awful.
What started the military?
They would shape up the backside of your knee.
What started the military in using knee pads in the first place? Because it seems like a humongous waste of money. Like, how many people actually injured their knees? Because none of us fucking use the damn things.
They suck so bad. It's like, dude,
it's like the medicine's worse. The cure's worse than the freaking problem.
Right. And it's just like, and then they're like, well, why do you guys all have bad knees and hips and all that shit? It's like the equipment you fucking contracted with whoever the hell made money off of that sucks. It wasn't good. Like it just that's the answer. And like, well, we did the best we. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't even fucking try.
Fucking Dick Cheney took fucking $18 billion in fucking handouts.
I never got my helmet to fit right. I never had, a good fitting helmet. The shit that you'd have to put on, like the extra.
Dude, Pat, I still have ballistic. My fucking.
And it would shove over your eyes when you try to get in the prone. I would like sit there. I would use my scope to have to push up the brim of my helmet because it'd be covering my whole face where I can't see.
Dude, Pat, I still have my fucking ACH, the one that I had over there.
You kept it?
Yes, because I acquired another one at AT in 2011.
So this is the pair of knee pads
that talking about.
Yeah.
That fucking thing, and it's like, okay, so it's sad
because the new Molly vest or whatever had that ring that went around your shoulders in the back too.
Dude, the IOTV.
Yeah, it had the horse collar.
We were talking about that with Kyle the other night, and I don't know who else was on, but like the IOTV was such a fucking colossal piece of shit.
It wasn't bad if you had to. It wasn't bad if you had to put it on and leave it on all day.
Right, but with Pat and I, like we were in the same place, and we would have to fucking put it on, take it off, 3-4 times a day minimum.
Right.
And it's like, that's why I said my cummerbund wore out, and it was like wearing a fucking more uncomfortable IBA, which fathom me that, but like it was awful because it was like digging into your fucking shoulders, and you had that big collar on, and then you had the ass flap that you couldn't sit down in, and then the nut flap and all that.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like we had to.
I like the older version better. I thought that was way more.
That's what I'm saying. The IBA.
I just wore a plate carrier.
I still have my old one.
You still have your what? Which one?
I have the plates and the carrier, the original.
The
carrier.
IBA or the IOTV?
It's the camo one, so it's before AC.
Is it the one that closes like a vest, or the one?
Yeah, or it's
like
yeah,
that's an IBA.
Velcro.
Yep, that's the IBA.
Yeah, I wore a plate carrier with the cummerbunds removed, with just the little snap straps on the side.
So they didn't allow that where we were at, and we could have definitely. We actually should have had that. Like Pat and I's job, like we should have had that. And they were like, no, you got to wear the whole fucking thing besides the DAPs. They didn't make us wear the DAPs, you know? And I'm like,
we had to.
I know you did because you were in gun trucks.
And the DAPs fucking sucked because they weren't designed to work with that vest. And they made us wear them anyway.
They're awful. Like, and it was like, why the fuck can we not just wear a plate carrier with some magazine pouches and an IFAC? Why can't we do that? Like, why can't we have an old Alice style LC1 gear system.
or LC2 gear?
Hey, I got a quick question for y'all working in gun trucks real quick. How was your like layout for those in the turret and shit? Did you guys get that fucking like band you like lean on or whatever the fuck, or like how that should work?
There was a sling seat. There was a sling seat that went from one side of the turret ring to the other.
Yeah, Jake was a gunner most of that deployment, even though he wasn't trained on it, which is fucking funny.
It's funny because we were trained on it. Me and you, Birch, right?
Me and you were the best shots in the fucking brigade. Me and you,
right? But they had their favorite. They had their favorites that they wanted in certain positions. But I think me and you scored like the highest on the range down here in Bliss.
Yep, we did. You and I, and then they just said, "Hey, turn in your fucking cruisers." When we got to Iraq or Kuwait. I
was the only one from Minnesota, so I was already on the shit list. Like, we want to keep it to our guys. We don't want this Minnesota guy to.
That whole. It's funny because, like, honestly, dude, like,
yeah, but Pat, you were the best shots in the
brigade, and
Pat, you were 32nd though, weren't you?
What?
Pat was 32nd though.
Pat was in my fucking platoon.
I know, but Pat wasn't one of the 34th guys that came with us. Pat was in the 32nd.
He was from a town that's just across the border, so he joined the Wisconsin Guard. So yeah, he was not a Minnesota guy.
I was living in Wisconsin at the time. I was living in New Richmond when I joined the military. I was just originally born and raised in Minnesota. So I didn't. When I joined the unit, like a lot of the people in that unit were from that, New Richmond area, and they all knew each other from growing up. I didn't know anybody when I joined, so I didn't.
I feel your pain there, Pat, because I was in the same boat. When I joined, I was in Charlie Company down in Arcadia.
Yeah, I was 26 when I joined, and I didn't know anybody in the unit, so I was like this old guy.
Jesus Christ, you were ancient back then.
Yeah. So when I joined at 26 with a bunch of 18-year-olds, they're like, well, I don't know who this old guy is coming in,
No, it was Pat
did they issue you a walker at basic?
I was even
dog tags and shit because he fell down.
I wasn't even the oldest. Well, that was the time when we were really trying to feed the meat grinder, because there was a few that were even older than me by at least 10, 15 years. I think we had a 40-year-old
I had a 42-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 42-year-old.
Yep, 42.
You did too, Kyle?
We had a 42-year-old E4 medic.
What?
Yeah. He looked like he was 80.
Jesus.
He was weird. He could run like a sumbitch too.
That's insane. Like, yeah, it's because I remember
Pat. I remember I was walking in formation at we were walking the chow hall in basic, and we're walking along, and there's this old ass dude, a private in basic, and he's got like salt and pepper hair and a mustache, And my drill sergeant stops the whole platoon. He's like, hey, recruit, like, what's your name? He just tells him his name. He's like, how old are you? And he's like 40 something. He's like, what are you doing here? He's like, I need money to support my family or whatever. He's like, right. He was like, the drill sergeant was very nice to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Carry on, man. Like, and we just kept marching on. It's like, damn, that's
man,
crazy.
that fucking sucks, man. Because like I remember, like when I was in the unit, when I got to the unit, I was looking at guys like Pat, and he was like 20. I think you were 28 when we deployed, right?
29. Yeah, 1980. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he was 28 when we deployed, and I was like, this guy's an old dude, man. And now I'm like, we were just very young. Because like most of our unit was like below 25.
Oh yeah.
You know,
There was
very
only-
young people.
Yeah.
I
There's
think
only
I
a
was-
handful.
I think I was 23 or 24.
Yeah, on the second deployment.
Yeah, on the second
Yeah.
deployment.
Because like
I
it
was- I turned 20 years old less than 2 weeks after being boots on ground the first deployment.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you were
I was
also one of the
19.
old guys, you know.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember Keith Kleinschmidt?
Yeah.
He was
I know.
he was on the first deployment.
Uh-huh.
He's the one he was my roommate at my house that I had, and he's the one that talked me into joining the infantry with them so you could get the bonus, the sign-on bonus. But my first drill in New Richmond was the same drill he didn't re-up and he got out. So I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm not even from this unit or this area. You wrote me in, and then my very first drill after boot camp, you like, no, I had enough of this. I'm out. And I'm like,
right.
Well, now I don't know anybody, and I don't have any friends.
Oh my God, yeah. I didn't even think about it because, like, obviously, I'm not going to ask you about that while we're there because I'm fucking dying too. Like, it was fucking, I'm 18, you know. And but I know, like, I remember you and I started connecting pretty hard. Like, we were on Earth together,
Right.
and then that was a fucking colossal goat fuck. That was a shit show. And then I remember when we were at Stryker, you and I started like talking about guns, like surplus guns, and fucking started buying shit, in the tent on the shitty Jackal fucking internet. Literally called Jackal Wireless.
You had to get little prepaid cards or something to
Well, no, you had to pay like I think it was like $80 a month, and that was the best internet we could get.
Yeah. It was
and
limited.
You and I were sitting in the tent, and like the stipulation when because we were about to leave, of course, it was like do an hour of PT a day, and then you can fucking pretty much have whatever time to yourself. And you and I sat in the tent, and we started talking about guns. And then you had that projector. I remember with the projector, and like because we're in a GP medium, and you fucking you would be like, all right, you want to do movie night? And we're like, yep. And you'd put like I remember I watched Hot Rod with you the first time. Like you threw it on the cot, and we were just sitting there laying there watching it, and it was so relaxing. And then all of a sudden you hear boom,
oh yeah,
boom, and I'm like, fuck. Like, can we just get out of here, please? And just fucking, it was just
no.
I think towards the end, I think everyone would run to the shelter, and I would just stay in my bunk. I was like, whatever.
Well, I ran. I'm like, I'm not gonna get killed 10 days from fucking leaving or whatever. Like, I'm not gonna. And so and remember on New Year's Eve, like me and Zielsdorf went down to the PX on Stryker, and we like looked and analyzed it. We bought 2 cases of St. Pauli's NA, right? And we're like, we're gonna celebrate New Year's Eve 2009. You remember this shit? So we get back to the tent, and then they had the rebar like on the fucking T-walls, and then we just started popping bottles open, and Duke was there, and all the first platoon guys were there in the tent, and we're just like, all right, we're having fun, and we got tunes going on, and all of a sudden you just hear the C-RAM go off. You hear the burp, burp, burp. And we're like, oh.
My buddy got to shoot one of those recently. Fucking
What?
sick as shit.
What?
My buddy, when he just got back from Syria, he sent me a video. He helped build the platform they put that shit on.
Yeah.
And he sent me a fucking video of that shit. And I was like, I didn't even know you could fucking shoot those. I thought they were all just fucking
Oh.
AI, whatever the fuck.
No,
How's it
it's
done
real.
that?
They don't always
Yeah.
hit what they're shooting at, but like they're real. And so all of a sudden, Pat and I were sitting around. We're in this little area with T-walls and shit, and then we just hear the alarm go off, and we're like, no, please, no, please, no. And then we hear a fucking boom, 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 just everywhere around. And we're like, oh, fuck. We throw down our little NA beers and we go into the tent and we're like, hey, we're getting attacked. Get your shit on. And then we all went to the bunker. And I remember we were in the bunker. This is that striker. And we start smoking cigarettes in the bunker. I just went, here we go. And then these like people that had just gotten there were like, what are you doing? We're like, we're riding this out. And
Well,
like,
I'm smoking a cigarette. He's over there masturbating.
there you go.
Was that the time when there was
a
there was like a female lieutenant that was like sobbing in the?
I was just gonna say that. Yes, that's the same time.
I walked in there and I was confused. Like, yeah, to me, it's like, I don't know. This has been happening since at least the last few months.
We fucking got here.
Yeah,
and so I remember somebody handed you a cigarette, and then we were just all sitting in there smoking. And this female was like melting down, and she had just gotten there, and we're just like, she goes, and she literally said, "I didn't sign up for this," and we went, "Remember that?"
Neither do we, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And she goes, "I didn't sign up for this," and then we were like, "Oh yeah, you did. Why are you here then?" And we're just sitting there smoking cigarettes in the bunker.
Remember the one riot that we were on the catwalk and I had the go bag and I think I fired like 40 some rounds of shotgun and like 12 rounds of the 40 millimeter, and that was the one where I blew the guy's balls off. And
you split his dick open. That was you. Yeah.
I can tell that story. It's a pretty funny story. But I remember the next day we had this kind of sit down Q&A with the briefing or whatever with the general or whoever the hell was in charge there.
It was Grawl.
Yeah, and he's like, I just have one question for everybody. Who had fun last night at the riot? And I go to put my
you and Helmy
and I can't remember if it was who was it next to me, First Sergeant. I don't remember his name, but he like grabbed my arm like, do not.
You and Helmy both were like that. And they were like, that was an excessive use of force. What the fuck is? That's not okay.
The donkey ball grenade I threw that blew the guy's balls off was like the worst throw of my life. What it was is I pulled the pin and there was a group of they were burning mattresses or whatever they were doing in a group.
And they were throwing fucking Molotovs at us.
I'm left-handed. I'm not a very good throw, so I threw it, and it was going to land on one of the buildings, and I was like, oh fuck, But it spun into such a way that it project like it has like a stream that comes out the end of it that propels it at the right before it blows up, and it shot like a 90-degree angle, and it went right down to this guy's groin, and it just blasted, and the guy just fell down into the fetal position and laid there for the rest of the riot.
There was a lot of blood with that one.
I didn't see any of that. After it was over, that
they had to remember they said the cleanup crew, and they were like, oof. And that's why they bitched at us, because they were like, you guys are using too much fucking force.
Right.
And the riot stopped, didn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Like, that was what our point was.
The one where they wanted us to fuck shit up, and we went in there and started like booting. Somebody was booting Quran. I think
it was. That one was kind of fucked. But
in Pat's report after that riot where he blew up the guy's balls, all he wrote was, "I was aiming for his head."
Well, he was throwing rocks and bricks at us, so whatever. Flaming stuff.
But like that's just. I was just talking to Jonesy about this earlier. Like, kind of these stories, these exact stories, is like, man, we went up on the catwalks and we would fucking end shit. And then the MPs were like, you guys are way too aggressive. They're like, we're fucking infantry. What the fuck do you expect? Like,
sorry, we're not MP pussies.
No.
I think we were so ramped up for when that happened, because in the in between we would be the
Yeah.
guys that would go in there and have to reach our arms into the shitters and stuff, with cameras.
Yeah.
And
fucking.
and
Yeah, that was.
and then you're watching them play, soccer and watch Jumbotron movies while it's 100 and freaking whatever degrees, and we're in
40 fucking. Yeah, it was
in our
fucking
full battle gear.
Yeah, it was fucking insane, but it was. I mean, now that I'm looking back on it, who's old Greg?
Hey, Greg. What's up?
I'm old
Come on, Greg.
Greg.
Fucking massive voice crack. Jesus Christ.
I got
have
the
not seen your
mangina.
downstairs Mix up.
This is Greg. This is Greg from Red Platoon.
Right on.
What's up,
I
Greg?
got a mangina. That's old Greg's vagina.
Is this?
Tap 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 tap.
Yeah, I'm typing to you, you fucking clown.
Testing, testing.
You there, Greg? Greg.
I think
Oh
no.
my god.
I think his sound is. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Tell him to go into settings.
Okay, Marines are not allowed to have cats anywhere near them if that's how they act.
This isn't a Marine. This guy's Army museum or combat arms.
Joseph,
That's terrible.
Fucking love cats.
can you turn off Bluetooth?
I do too, but you don't see me go and squee over it.
Did you? Was that a
Fucking, I
Bluetooth
miss my
headset?
cat, man. I
Turn
miss
off
my cat a
Bluetooth.
while. Okay.
Oh, he's on a laptop.
Great.
Got me?
Yeah, I hear
Yep.
you now.
Yep.
Sound check. We're good.
Yay. What are we
Might
doing?
check your phone.
This is just.
This is just hanging out. Like we're streaming live, so don't drop the N-bomb or handle firearms. That's it, because we're on YouTube. That's all the requirements are. That's it.
Mike, check your phone.
Oh, there's Jonesy.
Hey,
Jonesy!
Hello.
What are you talking about? Old motherfucker's got a gun store behind.
But we're not handling them.
Go.
What? A gun
You-
store?
you
This
can-
isn't.
you
These
can-
aren't for sale. No
Well,
fucking way.
They are for the right price.
No, they're not. These are. I like these guns. My little gun pile of like maybe is over there. So old Greg, I don't think we met, and glad to have you on.
I know you. I've known you over a decade. Same with Blake.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Greg's the man. I've been
How
in
do you know
combat
me for
with
over a
Greg.
decade.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean, how? It's been over
My
10
YouTube shit?
What?
What the fuck
Hey.
are you talking about here?
You thinking of a different guy, Greg?
You and Kyle have known each other over a
That's
decade.
my nose.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah,
talking about us.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. So I will.
There's
this
a little
when I'm
confusion
talking.
there.
Yeah, no. So yeah, that's how I was confused. I'm like, how the hell did you know me for over a decade? But like, okay, we're good. We're good. We're good.
It's good to see you, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
He just don't fucking rebuttal or anything.
Yeah.
What you drinking there, Greg?
You know what I'm drinking. Some Baja Blast.
Gut
I used
rot.
to I used to go out Fort Carson. Not used to do it too. There was a Taco
we would
Bell.
go together. We would
Yeah.
go to the drive-thru just to get a Baja Blast
Yeah, dude. And they love
That's
my
what-
southern accent.
before
Great.
they sold it in bottles. We were like, we
Jonesy's
get that Baja
working on his-
Blast.
Jonesy's working on his Wilford Brimley impression.
Yeah.
It's not bad, actually. Yeah. Hi, I'm Chris Jones. And I got diabetes. We're gonna
Hey, how's it going?
be medical today. Yeah.
Everclear and Hawaiian Punch.
Damn, but
Interesting choice. I respect it.
I'm drinking.
respect
I'm
it.
drinking Tito's and Nos.
oh yeah.
I'm drinking
I mean,
Mexican Sprite.
Responsible man, responsible young man. I'm drinking, unfortunately, jack shit. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
is
Greg
good.
Nuggets is a current Marine, like
Couch
nobody,
company.
and but he's not a cunt about it, so it doesn't matter.
Well, he's a
Bravo
Marine,
on
so
the
he's a
top,
I
gunfight.
thought it
He's,
had to be. I thought it had to be.
I'll just introduce old Greg to everyone. So Bravo is a clown face. Was with me on my deployment. in
Flounderhead,
Iraq.
get it right.
Flounderhead.
Not clown
Kyle's
face.
a douchebag. Nuggets, the Marine, and then the Adventures of Patrick and Chip. That's Pat, my buddy I was also with in Iraq. And then Brett has got some military experience as well. And but he's also a fucking firearms nerd. And then Jonesy is a clown who is not here to defend himself, but even if he was, I'd still give him shit.
He smells funny too.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
Okay.
It's all right.
See if this. Yeah, that's
Dude, you know what's funny is fucking. I got Greg here, so he can be my witness here. Dude, you're the motherfucker that stinks.
No, you smell like onions. What are you talking
Dude,
about?
we were fucking called the Dirty Birds
No, that's because we were living in such a tiny freaking space that we didn't have enough room in our room to put our stuff.
shit.
Like
You
it's kind
shit on the fucking floor like a goddamn Afghan and steal.
What?
What you do?
You're the one who
Oh.
hung out with the Afghans, though, Greg.
They got food.
Thank you. I've been saying this when I was in
Yeah, he
Iraq.
was
I hung out
saying
with
that,
the
man.
fucking Iraqi soldiers because they had better food. I never got sick from it.
I actually got hepatitis A from eating Iraqi food.
Which Iraqi food though?
When we were at the prison, and the Iraqi guards gave me some Iraqi food from whatever they were getting their food from.
I ate there almost every fucking day past the month.
And I barely made it to the hospital there, and I was pissing brown, and I thought I was gonna die. They said my liver was failing, and they had to give me a bunch of antibiotics, and I guess I had hepatitis A.
Well, I remember you got sick and you said that, but like you got it from the Iraqi food?
You're talking about a whole ass virus from like a carrot or some shit. Like what the fuck?
Well,
like,
hepatitis A is like somebody had poopy hands and cooked your food, so I'm not surprised.
well,
I never got sick from that shit. though.
I mean,
They liked you, Mike, because you actually went to their chow hall.
no, Blake.
They were trying to poison Pat.
Probably, maybe. I don't know.
Blake and Kyle both. Blake and Kyle both. You remember?
Yes, sir.
You remember what was it? Pirtle King, when they were all getting sick from fucking Man Love fucking Mondays because they were doing it on the food inside the fucking freezers of the cooks.
God
Yeah.
almighty.
You remember that?
I never heard
did.
of that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember they had like an outbreak of was it gonorrhea or something? They were fucking each other, and yeah, that's what they do. It's man love out there, buddy.
Yeah, but they were.
It was the East Asian ones that got it the worst.
They were doing that shit on the food, and that's why everybody was getting sick, like U.S. soldiers and bullshit. And I remember that, and they were like, "Oh yeah, like the food," and I was like, "MREs."
Oh God.
You remember eating the expired MREs? You remember that? Like the cheese is separated from.
Yeah. I just ate the crackers out of them, dude. That's probably went down to I lost like 40 pounds.
Dude, Pat and Bravo and I had to do that shit too. They had like MREs, like it was 2009, and they were like from 2003 or some shit, and they were just fucking destroyed. They were disgusting.
Remember?
Yeah, they had been in theater the entire time that the theater had existed.
Yes.
Remember that time we were going up the field, and remember Private Wood?
Willie.
All right. Yeah.
And
He remembers Private Wood.
I took the MRE and cut open the bottom of the bag and replaced everything in his MRE with like 5 egg omelets. And super glued it. So when we got to the field, he opened up whatever he thought it was, and it was 4 egg omelets inside of it.
You were a fucking dickhead, and I respect it.
Brilliant.
God,
Dude, Pat, you were a
Yeah,
fucking.
we're
you're such
giving
a
Nuggets
dick.
ideas.
yeah.
It's
no,
like if you're in
absolutely.
if you're in the fucking field, you don't want Pat around you because he's gonna fuck with you hardcore.
Well, I mean, I was also the one that was kind of ahead of his time, where I had a projector and a sheet to do movie night when we were just living in.
Yeah, you had it in your fucking assault pack. Like you carried it with you, like it was like really important. Like,
And
oh
back
my
then, I
God.
mean, that was kind of a people
I
didn't
know.
have. It was
Yeah.
like 2007, 2008.
yeah.
I had a little mini projector.
We would all just crowd around the laptop, like everyone.
Yeah.
Screens like this big.
So ask Blake or Kyle. I am borderline feral. I don't care if I opened that bitch and there was nothing but crackers or expired ass shit. I'm eating. Like,
I actually didn't mind the crackers in an MRE.
Those are my favorite part.
Yeah, the cracker's pretty good.
yeah,
That's because you guys are all crackers. I mean, just saying, not being racist, just putting it out there.
Dude,
You
for
know?
like about a month
Just-
in Copkeating, I lived on MRE
I was
crackers
walking
and
my car
Skittles.
and someone goes, "Fucking cracker!" And I was like, "Whoa, what the
Just
fuck?"
because I glow in the dark, Mike.
what color was that Crayola Nuggets? What?
I don't know. Some fucking.
It was
some guy
purple. Just leave me alone.
We should get like we should get a bunch of 96 packs of Crayolas, Mike, and just replace take all of them out and replace them all with purple and send them to Nuggets when he's on drill.
Dude, we don't want to ingratiate that fucker with that great of a gift.
Wait.
Like, I mean, come
Wait.
on.
That you should have said that in basic. Oh, I'll tell you a funny story. It's about Nuggets. So I was writing letters back and forth with this douchebag in basic training, and
I'm
this
sorry.
dumbass put the wrong letter in the wrong envelope. I like open it up like I want to hear some machine gun stories. Like I asked him, and it's like, "Dear Stacy" or whatever. I'm just like, and I just slip it back in, and like that was not for my consumption.
I can't imagine the shit she found fucking to
Yeah,
you, dude.
yeah,
That'd be
the
funny as
letters
fuck.
she got, dude. So yeah, dude, I was kicking ass on the machine gun.
Oh man, no
Well,
fucking
epic
no,
fuck up,
quick
Nugget.
mail
Epic
story.
fuck up.
Fucking last day of boot, like hours before I'm gonna fucking go on the parade deck. Fucking, I hear one of the drone instructors goes, "Scarlet," because my last name's Johansson, so it's like naturally Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, what the fuck now? And he's like, well, open it. And he gives me a fucking packet. And it's a bunch of these cute little, like, cutesy cat stickers that, like, a family friend that was in the Air Force sent me. And the fucking DI looks at me, and he looks at the fucking cat stickers. And I look at him, and the cat sticker's like, I don't know what to do, fucking Sergeant. And he goes,
You're done.
carry on. I was like, all righty, cool. That was it, I guess. Didn't get fucked up too bad for it.
I think I've told this on stream before, but like my grandma I was really close to my grandmother, and we would correspond, whatever, because my grandfather, her husband, was in World War II, so they always wrote letters, so it was kind of cool that we could write letters. Anyway, she bought a shitload of Forever stamps that had purple hearts on them, right? This is 2008. And so every time I got a fucking letter from my grandmother, the drill sergeant would be like, Birch, who is Francis Woolity? I said, it's my grandma, drill sergeant. Is she hot? I don't think so, drill sergeant.
I mean,
And he goes, why the fuck is she sending Purple Heart stamps on your fucking mail? And I'm like, I don't know, drill sergeant. He goes, threw it right in front of me. Be like 25 before you can even fucking touch that letter. Bam, knock him out. Pom, pom, pom. Okay. And I wrote a letter to my grandma, and I said, hey, please don't put Purple Heart stamps on there because I get smoked for it, right? The next letter I got back was Purple Heart stamp. I don't know why they would do that to you.
Because it's funny.
Well, no, she intentionally was sending them after I said, hey, they're fucking me up. She's like, well, you got stronger, right? When I got back, like from basic, she's like, you got stronger, right? And I was like, yeah, but I was already dead. Like,
So I was at basic.
Go ahead, Greg.
East.
Greg wanted to say something really quick.
yeah, you want to tell us you're not the favorite grandson without saying you're not the favorite grandson? There it is. Congratulations. And heads up, Kyle, you were a pen pal?
What?
You were
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, man, he really must like Nugget, man. That's
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
like,
All right,
don't do that.
like, there's not a lot of people. his age, you could even tolerate to talk to, right?
So
You
I
know
guess
what I'm
Nambla might apply here, but
Oh,
I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to go out of
I've
the way.
never met
Hey, no,
No,
but sure, no, I'm
he's
not
a
beating up, I'm
he's
not
a
beating
good
up.
kid.
It's consensual.
It's consensual. Okay, that changes everything. All right, that changes
I always
everything.
answer my fan mail, okay?
First of all, I sent letters to him. He didn't send them to me. Oh,
Jesus,
my God.
Whatever, dude.
fucking faggot, like both of you guys. Like, good God.
Having a pen pal.
Fuck you, Greg.
That's pretty nice. I like
Fucking
that.
ass, dude.
Ugh, Kyle,
I ain't scared of your shrimpy ass, dude. What are you gonna do?
motherfucker.
Are you
Dude,
sure?
y'all could play a game of basketball. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, act like
Contact basketball?
Yeah.
Kyle, wait a second. Kyle, you just accused him of being shrimpy. Are you shrimpy?
He's a little microscopic fuck, dude. What are you, like 90 pounds?
Me?
No, Greg. How much you weigh?
motherfucker. You act
Greg
like
was a saw gunner, bro. He carried that saw.
That doesn't answer the question. It doesn't fucking matter. They give the saw or the 240 to the smallest guy. So, and like, I'm just curious. Like,
motherfucker, you act like I'm any different from a decade ago. I've still got hair.
I know you haven't changed.
Yeah.
I'm not vulnerable.
Still weigh the same, motherfucker.
Yeah, okay. So what do you weigh?
yeah, it's not good.
150.
Oof.
Liar.
Ooh.
Liar.
Oh, dude.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
At Cock Keating, did you weigh 150?
I weighed 150 at Cop Keating, dude. And
That's
you
what I was about to say. I was like, dude, I was like 170,
No
bro.
way, Kyle. No way you were 150, motherfucker.
Dude, we were starving to death.
Yeah.
Motherfucker,
We were
showered
starving, bro.
Dude, Cope is weighted at 145 when he got back to Cop Keating.
White
Yeah.
shit skin.
No, you were like 95 pounds at Cop Keating. Don't even lie.
Bro, I weighed 210 pounds when we got to Keating. And then when I went home on leave, I weighed like 171. It's fucking crazy.
I dropped like 30 pounds there.
They wouldn't feed us sometimes. It was,
Keating famine? What?
yeah.
The water,
No, the
there's
Army,
no water. so
hey,
you can't-
Jonesy, I'm going to stop you there, buddy. The Army always fucking feeds you, even if you're out in the field. Just,
I don't know. I didn't
Army
really see.
always 3 meals a day.
And
3
then
meals a day.
help a
No.
field.
They might not be good meals.
We still haven't heard Greg's height or weight.
Yeah. Actually, I'm curious, Greg. What is that?
You're
I'm
150
I'm
pounds.
just for posterity.
You're
I know
like
I just met
You're
you.
like 130, right, Greg?
What?
You're like 130, aren't you?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, 153 and like 5'9".
You're 5'9".
Yeah.
He's
Wait
skinny.
a minute, Jonesy, does this jive with like your memory of Greg? I'm just
No. Everybody's memory of Greg is him like in the corner sharpening knives or
Yeah.
running fast as fuck while chain smoking Marlboro Red.
Yeah, you have unique genetics that allow all this to happen. So you can just have blood that's straight Everclear and smoke 20,000 Marlboro Red cigarettes a day. It's amazing. Like, I'm proud of you, but like, what? Like, you're really
I'm proud of you.
I don't. That doesn't seem like.
He's not going to get lung cancer because the cancer.
I'll tell you this. Greg gave me a badass knife in Afghanistan, and I was super proud of it. I'll take it ahead. What was it made out of, Greg? I can't remember.
Was that the stag grip one?
Yeah, I think it was a stag, but it was huge, and so it's like a week from leaving, man. And Greg comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, man, can I get that knife back?"
Oh.
I was like, "Bro, you gave it to me," and he was like, "Well, I mean, it's badass, and I made it." I was like, "Well, damn, bro." I said, "All right," so I gave it back, because it made me feel bad. So there you go. Whatever happened to that knife? Did you give it to someone else?
No. Ready for that?
Oh God, this is gonna be great.
Here we
No.
go. I know what he's gonna say. I know exactly what he's gonna say.
I do too.
He lost it in a haji.
I gave that knife to Loco. Loco gave it to his dad. His dad is currently on his deathbed.
Are you
I
gonna
get
get
it.
it back from him when he dies?
I don't know. Heads up, if that knife does come back to me, I will mail it to Blake Jones if he sends me this possum hat.
Oh, it's in my car, man. I'm gonna
Oh my god! Holy fuck! That's the most redneck fucking shit I've heard in a while. I'll give you that knife back, but I want that possum.
dude. I
car,
seen a
bro.
possum where I work. I was pulling security. I go by the safety security manager's office, and I look over to my left, and there's a possum hat. And I was like, brother, I know a guy that would fight somebody for that hat. And he was like, really? I said, yeah. He was in my platoon in Afghanistan. So he's a hard ass. He's probably one of the biggest badasses I've ever met in my life. He can carry a saw up and down a mountain and not be out of breath, fucking smoking Marlboro Reds. I don't know how you did it, but you did. And he was like, well, here you go. So I'm going to mail that to you, buddy.
You said that 2 weeks ago.
Well, I did say it 2 weeks ago.
You did.
At least it wasn't 2 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, but you're waiting for a knife, right? Like,
Well, I mean, that's been 15, 16 years, Greg. You don't see me over here. I mean, what was that, the first time in a decade I mentioned it? And maybe, it's like, damn, I was like, man, I really like that knife. I got like combat hero pics with me in that knife.
Really?
No, I don't. I was lying. But, I really like that knife.
What an asshole thing to say.
But,
oh, man.
Greg's a good dude, though, man. Real good dude.
Blake, 100%. Blake.
Yeah.
Knife comes back to me.
Oh, I don't give a shit, Greg.
No. If that knife comes back to me, if Loco's dad kicks, I'll send it to you.
Dude, I still have a piece of mahogany I was going to send you and never did.
Pinky swear, if that fucking knife comes back to me after Loco's dad kicks, I'll send it to you. I will.
Oh, man, it's okay, dude. I don't care. I knew it was a Loco's dad had, and that's cool, man.
Shut up, man.
They can hold on to it, but I'm just glad I get to talk to you, and you're the prize, Greg, not the fucking knife, man.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
going to you. But I want a fucking possum hat.
Oh, it's in my car, bro. It's every day I look at it, I'm like, damn, I need to send that to Greg. And I just go on to work.
Put it on.
Oh, you want to see it? Let me go.
Go get it and put it on.
Oh, yeah.
It's not.
If you
wait a
have it
minute.
in your fucking car, Jonesy, why the fuck would you not?
It's not an actual possum, though. I think maybe.
Wow, man.
See, there you go. Okay, I killed it right there. See,
I'm wearing a cool hat. Brett's wearing a cool hat. You might as well join the Cool Kids Club.
Well, it just has a possum on it. I'll go get it. I'll show it. We'll see.
I mean, are we on hats? Like, what's the deal?
I got a cool sweater. I don't have a cool hat. I just got a fucked up haircut and put on my eyes.
A blaze orange Mossio cat, Kyle. Really?
Yeah.
That's not cool. That's like.
You didn't specify a cool hat.
Yeah. Now Brett's even cooler.
I'm gonna let my dog out.
Super cool.
Not only does he have the hat, but he also has a dachshund who's perching.
He identifies as a parrot.
Well, that makes sense for a dachshund.
This is his spot. I don't know why.
I grew up with dachshunds. Dachshunds don't make any sense to anybody, even themselves.
Yeah.
Every single dachshund I've met has been a completely different character.
Oh, Willie's a good boy. Although you got to keep an eye on him. The other day I came home and he had left a smelly pile on the floor for me, and he had also invaded Belgium. Bad dog. Bad dog.
Well, he's of German descent. That's natural.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, no, he only speaks German.
Yeah,
Of course, that hat suits you, Greg.
Invading Belgium is just what Germans do on a Saturday night for fun.
That's pretty much what you do on a slow weekend.
Yeah. So, you can't really blame him for that.
Look off to the side, Greg.
Leaving a smelly mess on the floor, that's incidental toward, that happens after the invasion of Belgium.
Yeah, he is Wilhelm after the emperor. Willie, what are you doing?
Odo.
Everybody's taking
over here again.
Actually, wait, what the fuck even is this beanie? You see this shit? Yeah, no, it's nothing.
So, Greg, what was the best surplus purchase you ever made?
Ooh.
Greg was the surplus guy when we were all in. He was like the guru.
I picked up 3 World War II 100% virgin wool trench coats in Colorado, or Manitou Springs, Colorado, at $30 a pop.
Nice. Oh my god, you got 2 cats.
Yeah.
What happened to your Ford Ranger, Greg?
The Danger Ranger?
Yeah, buddy.
Odo, come here.
Dude, Kugler would borrow. He would.
Come here, Odo.
He would.
Come here, bud. Oh, kitty.
So Kugler, right after work, would like run to his room, change, and then come to my place. Heads up, Blake. I cooked you steaks at my place before.
Yeah, we watched Jaws. It was awesome.
That was a good day. Anyway, Kugler would
like
run,
old days.
and I was like, "Yeah, man, I got no plans." And he would take the Danger Ranger to go hook up in Asian massage parlors. Fucking.
I was hoping you would say that.
Yeah.
Kugler is a strange man.
But he's a solid man.
Have any of you guys been to Afghanistan?
Nope. Just Iraqistan.
Okay, never mind.
Just Iraq.
Never mind.
Just Iraqistan.
I had soldiers in Kabul, but I couldn't go. They wouldn't let me go.
I had an instructor in Kabul, and that was about it, really.
Ooh, look at you! I am an instructor who's in Kabul.
Okay.
I'm the cool kid.
He's respectful. He's a respectful man. Okay, he's a respectful man.
I'm gonna be a little. I'm gonna be a little narcissist or whatever the fuck here right now.
Do it, Greg.
No balls.
You're the man, Greg.
I know Blake went to Afghanistan. I know Kyle was in Afghanistan. I was in Afghanistan. Anybody in Korea, Bosnia, Germany, anything?
Kuwait.
I was wondering because those at Bagram there was those massage trailers where they said if you go in there and you say blueberry muffin, they'll jerk you off.
You told me that, and I tried it, and it didn't work.
This is crazy. Well, dude, I was telling that story at college one day, and before I even finished the story, this guy was like, "Blueberry muffin?" I was like, "Yeah."
Deep down, he was trying to say it to you, thinking,
Maybe.
but no,
If he was infantry, maybe we could do that.
motherfucker, you're infantry.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Not gay if you're in a foxhole.
No, okay. Anyway,
Dude, first day at Benning, in my basic, they made us strip naked, and they said nut to butt.
yeah.
And we got in a shower. It was fucking, yeah.
So, oh man, he just showed up with a hat.
So Brett, you've got a kepi on, or a kepi of sorts.
Mm-hmm. No, so here it is. What I'm asking is that like, I know 3 of us have been to Afghanistan at least once.
Yeah.
What?
I went to Iraq twice.
Okay.
I went to Iraq once.
These guys are all about the same age as us. Greg.
I'm
Yeah,
39.
Pat also was in Iraq with me
Yeah.
in 09.
Okay. So am I really the most traumatized motherfucker here? Like,
No, not at all. Not at all.
I can't say that I'm traumatized because I've never been diagnosed.
you know, I'm working on myself lately. But so Afghanistan 3 times, Korea, if it counts, I don't know, 3 years,
You were in
whatever.
Afghanistan 3 times?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
You liked it so much the first 2 times you decided to go back for a third trip?
You know,
he had his score to
the food alone was worth the trip.
You know, I can't argue that point. You know, some of that Middle Eastern food was really fucking good.
I'll admit, like,
What are you
I'm a
doing?
sucker for
Fucking dog.
So,
Falafel is really fucking good.
oh, absolutely. And you're getting like 3 of them for a US dollar. Look out.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, you're not going hungry with a US Army salary.
Yeah, no. So there it is though. Like, the first one was with Blake and Kyle, and that was interesting. Second run was
I don't think anybody mentioned it so far. Greg is actually still in the Army. How many years from retirement are you, Greg?
That's why he's clean shaven.
You know,
How far are you from retirement? Real quick.
retirement 20 years, retirement like actual date.
Yeah, whenever you're going to retire. What's your ETA, man?
25 months.
Hell yeah, dude.
You're almost there, man. You got it.
How the
Fucking
fuck
A.
did you survive the last 4 years?
I will agree with you there, but I hit my 20-year mark next month.
So you're
I got
staying
5 more
longer?
years to grind out.
Makes me wish I would have stayed in because I would have hit 20 years 3 years ago.
I was 17. I joined in 05.
I'd hit my 20 in 2 years if I was still in.
Anyway, Afghanistan 3 times. The first time was with Blake and Kyle, Kunar. Then I went to Pektika. Then I went to Helmand. And I'll be honest, even Helmand looked like a fucking cakewalk compared to Kunar and Keating.
Wait,
Yeah, dude, we like that.
What?
When did you get in? 05?
05.
What unit were you with when you got out of basic?
What do you mean? Like
What was your first unit after basic?
Like out the shoe?
Yeah.
172nd Armor Battalion, Camp Casey, Korea. 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't have known him then. Because I thought you were 4 ID.
No, I was 2 ID Korea.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to Fort Carson and I was 2 ID when before they reflagged the 4. I wore the Indian head patch when I first got there.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
The reason why I ask is a really good friend of mine was 122 4 ID out of Hood and Carson in 2005.
But they left Korea, went to Iraq, and then went to Hood, still 2 ID. But then they reflagged and went to Carson, if I remember right.
Yeah, in 2006, after 122 got back, they moved from Hood to Carson to move 4 ID to be the advanced party for moving 4 ID back to Carson.
Yes.
And my buddy Andy was part of that advanced party.
Yeah.
Okay. So heads up, that was the Romache time frame. Blake, Kyle.
Yeah.
Because Romache was a Korea carryover, and Loco joined them when they got to Hood. Part 2 ID, 4 ID. Yeah.
But yeah, Andy was a 19 kilo in 122 infantry in Iraq in 05 and 06.
So I'll talk shit like the next. Let's just. I feel like time, whatever the fuck. That's like, no, man. Like, your job is your job. Like, we all got our own slice of the pie. You know, like, yeah, I'm a scout and I got my fucking job, and oh fuck you, motherfucker, you stay here on the fob, but you slinging food, you working on the vehicle, you doing this.
We've talked about this before a lot about like, hey, just fucking what you did is what you did.
Nick going to
Yeah.
bed?
That's like the basic
Hey, Nicodemus.
level of it. Is like if
Love you,
I
buddy.
find somebody who's like bloviating and they
Thanks,
were
buddy.
like they never
Love
left
you.
the States, they
I
never
know,
they
Nick.
never fucking actually
Here.
deployed, and they're talking like they deployed
Nick
to a
wants a
combat
hug.
zone.
There.
I go, I can fucking smell that from a mile away, and do not fucking do that in front of me. Okay? However, if they go, yeah, I deployed as a 42
Thank you,
Alpha,
Nick.
I made sure people got paid and all that shit, and I made sure people's paperwork were good, and I whatever. I'm like, you fucking showed up, man. Like, or girl, like you showed up. I fucking respect it. I don't care. And I was a fucking 11
platoon.
Bravo, and
Red
so was
platoon.
Pat.
Red platoon.
So, like, you know, and so was Bravo, and Kyle was a, you know, he's a scout, but he's like fucking, or no, he was a fucking fister. He wasn't a scout. But the thing that I have a problem with is like,
You don't get my hat.
people
You don't
who
get my
are
hat.
so insecure. Hey, Jake, can you mute your shit for a sec? The problem that I have with people is when they fucking say shit that they didn't fucking do, right?
Ooh.
We know lots of people like that.
Yeah. Well, so I wouldn't do that on the stream because I know, because I've talked to you guys and like you and Jonesy individually, but like I wouldn't do that yet. So
Yeah, we don't have to get into that shit, but yeah, we
yes,
know what you're
but
talking
you know
about.
what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying. And it's like, you know, Pat and I were together directly, we're working together in Iraq. We don't bloviate shit. It's just like we say what happened to us, what we experienced together. It fucking sucked. We did it. We survived. We're here. That's good. Now, when somebody says, oh, I did this and I did that, I'm like, no, you fucking didn't. Guaranteed. Answer this question. You know, it's like there's a series of questions that it's very easy to.
You can tell. You can tell right off the bat. I mean, I had a neighbor that is just a bullshit artist, and when I first met him, he was like telling me he was in the service and talking about stuff that didn't make sense. And he asked him like, "Well, what's your MOS?" And they didn't even know what that meant. It's like, okay,
that's the easiest one. What was your MOS?
I got somebody we can call out without fear on the stream. Hey, Jonesy, you want to tell a Patton story? And I can like tell his backstory. Remember Patton? No.
I don't
Greg
think I
would
do.
remember him. Patton? No, not Patton. What's it? Dude? Gallant. Sorry, Gallant.
Oh yeah, dude, that motherfucker's weird,
Yeah.
bro.
I don't know why I thought Patton. That was something totally different.
So no, we are not talking about Gallant because
Yeah, we are.
hooked up with a 15-year-old in Denver.
All right, let's just cut it. Let's just cut it at that. Let's just let's not talk about
Damn,
that.
Greg, you ruined it.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry about that. My 1.5-year-old had to go to bed.
no, it's fine. It's fine. But like,
No, you're good, Greg.
I was just reading. I was reading what was about to happen, and I was just trying to.
Yeah, my dachshund has innocent ears.
Oh, bro. Yeah.
Dachshunds
I
are
was just
not
gonna-
innocent.
I was just gonna
Dachshunds
tell a
are
cringe
incapable of
story,
being
you know.
innocent.
No, Kyle, I get it, but like, it's. I don't think that's one for the stream. If that makes sense.
Oh, I wasn't going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, we'll just leave it at that because we
Sorry.
can talk about it off stream. No problem. Fucking.
No.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's
Great.
Well, I mean, it's true, you know what I mean? And it's just like, hey, man, you remember so and so did like, God, I could sit here and just name like just crazy motherfuckers.
I get the visceral reaction. It's just that, like, you know, they can use this shit legally, and I'm like, I don't want that because if they're that big of a piece of shit, and I believe it, I believe from the reaction alone, I just don't want them to have anything.
Yeah.
Anything,
No.
you know. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, we could talk about a different guy who's got life in prison, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, who's that?
Which one? Oh yeah.
Which one?
Black Raptor.
The Black Raptor.
Yeah.
People used to pee on my door.
Because that
Oh,
was
that
like,
dude?
yeah,
You
Yeah,
told me
dude.
about him, Jonesy.
yeah.
Like,
You can look him up.
what a
Like,
fucking weirdo.
yeah, dude. And the only interaction I had with him, I rode with him in a Humvee to like back from some range, and it's like, ooh, like, and then he like, yeah, I don't know.
No. You want to have some fun?
Sure.
Let's talk about butters.
Oh no,
No, we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that.
no. I don't think we can talk about anybody.
Hey,
Honestly.
Greg, we can talk about this shit off stream, but we're live right now on YouTube. That's the only reason I'm saying this.
Okay, okay. I apologize.
No, you don't. You're fine. Don't worry about it. It's like I'm just saying we'll talk about it eventually. because-
I live under a rock. So
Best place to live.
Yeah, you're good, Greg.
and
You're good. You're good.
my social interaction is nil.
It's pretty much the same with most people on
That's-
this stream.
That's healthy.
I will got you. I hear you. And filter myself. Got it.
Roger, I'm just trying to like just make sure
Nope.
everybody the stream can continue because this is a fucking awesome. This is a shit show and I fucking love it.
Well, I get
Well,
yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'll just but I will stand up and say like, hey, this for either legal reasons or TOS reasons on YouTube, like blah blah blah. You're fine. I'm not fucking mad in the least. Trust me. Like
No,
Jonesy knows me, Kyle knows me, all these guys know me. I'm not mad in the least. I'm just fucking.
No, he's actually pissed off and he wants to rip your throat out with his.
Oh
canines.
fuck off, you fucking piece of
Oh,
shit.
Greg, I've said dumbass shit on here, bro. Like, just yeah, you're good, man.
I don't know who you guys are referring
That
to.
was dumbass shit, but I'm just saying, like,
I just, Pat. Like,
I have no idea.
Pat's first live stream, like I think ever, right?
I don't have any social media, anything, and so that I don't really I've never been on a live stream or anything.
Like Pat and
I don't know
were
who you're talking about.
Pat and I were in like the worst experience of our fucking lives together, and we haven't talked in a while. And then it's like, oh, let's just go into fucking live stream tonight.
This computer I bought at a government auction like 10. It's like 10 years old. I don't know. I just kind of I didn't even know if I had a
It
webcam.
works. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine, Pat. Like, you're fine. Like, but no, we're all good. But no, it's
Thank you for grounding me and reminding me.
no, we're all good, man.
You're so
Are you
well
guys talking about
adjusted, so
somebody that
well
was in-
adjusted, Greg.
Are you guys talking about somebody that was in our unit, or who? I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, me neither.
You and I. What do you mean? What are you talking about, Pat?
I don't know who Butters is or who you're
No, no.
referring to.
Well, that's okay. So that's
That's
what I was wondering too. He was talking about Butters because we had a Butters as well.
I'm
Okay.
pointing at Blaine.
Right. That's what I was thinking. I thought we had somebody that we nicknamed that in our.
Yes.
I think every unit. I think every unit in the early 2000s had a Butters.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck being Kyle in the early 2000s too.
Dude.
Man.
In fact, Greg's still in. He probably has a Butters in his unit right now. And I'm gonna say the same with Brett. Brett probably has a Butters too.
I'm in a battalion. So
Yeah, no.
we're cultured.
Dude, it always is there. And
Nuggets is Butters.
I was Butters. There's more buttery Butters than my fucking last unit.
No!
You call him
you're
James.
pretty buttery though, buddy.
You look like a Butters.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can't be the allegations. It's 10 months in, so yeah. There's
Can you say
nowhere-
"oh
not
hamburgers"
great.
for us?
What?
Oh my god.
Brett?
Can you say "oh hamburgers" for us?
Okay. So, pause. Blake and Kyle both know what I've been through in the last 6 months, and the fact that they're saying that Nuggets is the Butters, and that laugh that they just heard, they already know it's genuine. That is the first time I've laughed like that in a year.
And that's why we do these.
It's very
oh my God.
cathartic, man. I'm glad you're on here. It's like we just hang out because it's kind of fun because even though we have usually it's less military personnel than this, like it's 50-50 usually of like civilians or whatever, and we just all shoot the shit and give each other shit. It's very cathartic because this is how it was being in, you know, like it's like we just sling shit, talk about whatever the fuck random topic, and then whatever, and then we're all friends at the end of the day. That's how it works.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Dude,
And
yeah.
Go ahead, Jonesy.
Oh no, I was just saying, dude. I'm glad you're on here, man. It's good to see you.
Too.
Hang out, bro.
Awesome hat.
Yeah, dude. That's what I was saying, man. Look, huh.
That's so disappointing. I thought it was gonna be like
Well,
an
I told you, it wasn't,
I thought it was going to be made out of a possum,
exactly.
not just
And I was like, I think that's what they
Just
said.
ruined expectations. What the fuck?
That's so fucking.
Jonesy.
So, Nugget, let me ask you something, man. Are you the guy that gave the angry cops a picture of me?
I didn't deliberately give. I don't know how the fuck it ended up. I don't know how the fuck.
Let me tell you
Nuggets, Nuggets is responsible for turning Jonesy into a worldwide meme.
I'm the
This
narc.
motherfucker
Claymore?
right here.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Claymore
dude.
one. I showed him some pictures from my deployment. He screen grabbed
It's
it. threw it on
hilarious.
some
I put it in a
stupid
fucking
video,
meme.
and
It's still in my
actually
shitty ass
went viral.
Chromebook somewhere, dude.
But here's the thing, penis wrinkle. So you were the one that leaked it to angry cops,
He put
and
it
then
on
he made the
YouTube.
fucking meme.
I just leaked it on the internet. I didn't mean to leak it to him. I don't know how the fuck he found it. He was on a sole meme template. I don't know how the fuck he got out there. It's
That's not,
fucking
that's
weird.
fucking, I understand. I fucking get it. All right, that's fucking fine. That's
Nah,
great.
Motherfucker,
That's so funny, though.
Jonesy, I have an assignment for you.
you throw
Sometime
out
this
there on
year,
the-
sometime in the calendar year 2025, you have to go possum hunting, kill a possum, and then have it taxidermied into a hat.
Bro, I just gotta go to the flea market, man. I ain't gonna do all that.
I don't care how you get it, but you have to end up with an actual possum hat, not just a hat with a possum on it.
The possums in
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can do that, I think. And I would want to do that. And
Yeah,
then Greg
actually,
would want to.
Jonesy, I agree with Jake on this one. You have to fucking do that. Like this is not an option. It's a requirement. For us
Yes,
to stay friends. For us to
you-
stay friends, you have to do that.
you misled
Preferably
us
just
on the
go get a
content
road-
of the.
get a road killed one.
Yeah, that was
That
was my bad. 100%.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck where it comes from, Kyle. You're correct. Like it can be roadkill, whatever. But
Yes.
like it needs to be an actual like like the fucking raccoon hat. Like
Yes,
Daniel Boone
it needs to be a possum felt hat or a possum felt
It has
hat.
to be. Or
Blake.
you're fucked.
Blake,
Yes, sir.
Kyle,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go grab a member of this party who is absolutely accepted, and we know his name.
We do. Go ahead.
All right, you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, go grab him, dude. I think I know who you're talking about.
Is
The
that?
fuck? I have no. I got no fucking idea what's going on.
Dude,
Not
let me tell you
either.
something.
I'm the same boat as you, Mike.
Greg's the man.
Yeah,
He's
but
that guy I was telling you that Romache took in when the IED exploded on the one road we had, and they were like, well, for the clip to go through again, you're gonna have to, get in the fucking crater and use a metal detector. And Greg was like one of those guys that was in there. It's
fucking idiot.
yeah, it's like one of my favorite stories of all time.
Fucking idiot. Then.
Fuck, man. I had a death sentence just like all of us, and that carried on deployments. Like,
Greg, is that a Woodland M65 field jacket behind you? On the back of the chair?
it is. I was issued this jacket, and the
I
fact
love it.
the fact that it's an M65 is amazing, and I still wear it like a homeless motherfucker.
Greg, where the fuck have you been? We're all
Under
the
a
same
rock.
kind of fucking nerds, man. Like, we love gear. We love it.
That's why I invited him on the stream. I'm just like, wait a second.
Where is it?
Why is
Where is it?
Greg-
Dude, when I first got
yeah.
when I first got to the platoon, dude, Greg took me to like every fucking gun store in
Be right
Colorado.
back.
Yeah,
It was
because he's a fucking
awesome.
nerd, and I respect the hell out of
It
him.
was awesome. We got along. I mean, like we instantly got along.
How the hell have we never met?
He what do you call yourself? You're the northern hillbilly, Greg? Is that what you used to?
No. You called me a confused Yankee.
Oh yeah, that's what I called you. Yeah, I was like, man, you're confused, bro.
Where are you from? I might have been like pissing or letting the dog out and beating the shit out of him. Like,
I'm about
originally.
to show this entity
Don't it's not the firearm. Don't do that, please.
No, it's not.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Blake and Kyle will instantly know his name.
I already know his name.
This is how I know it was an M65.
Mm.
Oh, hold on. You just introduced some shit that.
Dude, that guy's been around like, damn.
I've got a SpongeBob that was at the Battle of Kamdesh.
You have that as a historic item, like the fucking like
Your cat's
I don't know, like items of famous places and shit at war or some shit.
I would love to donate that to like the Army Museum or something. This motherfucking SpongeBob.
The Medal of Honor Museum of National History. Just the SpongeBob sitting in a glass case.
Pete the possum.
Yeah.
Pete
Yeah.
the Possum.
Also, you're really good at dodging questions. Where are you from originally?
Me?
Yeah.
Born or raised? Like,
Yes.
Either one.
take your pick.
You're
I'm
just one or
asking
the
a
other.
fucking question. I don't think it's that disrespectful to ask you that question.
No, it's not. And I'm not offended by it. But at the same time, please understand that I have never lived.
You don't have to explain yourself to me. I get that you're nomad. I get that. Just where were you? Where was your childhood mostly taking place?
I was born in Rockford, Illinois.
Okay, cool.
I joined the Army in Minnesota. The longest I've ever spent in one place in my entire life was New York in the Army.
Oh,
Okay. At Fort Drum.
I have never lived more than 5 years in one place in my entire life.
really? Damn.
Single
No,
parent, poor.
Yep.
Guess you could say gypsy, whatever you want to call it.
No, that answered my question, and I appreciate that. It's like that's. I live about 5 hours north from Rockford, so.
I was born in Rockford, Winnebago Hospital.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. 5 hours north. Jeez. Toma?
Mike's closer to the Twin Cities.
Oh, yeah. I live.
Claire.
Jake lives a lot closer to where Rockford is, but like I live about 5 hours north in northwestern Wisconsin.
I live straight up I-39, basically.
I was born in Rockford. Blake and Kyle already know. I grew up single parent upbringing, poor as shit. Like, and I joined the Army to crawl out of the culture I grew up in. Truth be told, and has it changed my life? Absolutely. Positives, negatives. It has absolutely changed my life.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the better.
And it's absolutely, like, we get it. We're all, for whatever reason tonight, besides Nugget, like we're all combat vets, It's kind of weird. Like,
Yeah,
usually
Nuggets,
it's like 50-50. Yeah, Nuggets, you fucking piece of shit, fucking.
Yeah, thanks, Nugget. I'm a fucking
You
mean
fucking
prick.
butters.
You want to be cool.
You fucking butters.
But no, it's like
Funny.
this is, I think, the first stream I've done where it's literally, except for Nuggets, all combat veterans from GWOT.
Well, if you listen to Orion in your Discord,
Oh, there you go,
then he's Nuggets as much of a vet as we are.
Oh my God, fucking that kid, fucking.
Oh, thank you for your service, Nugget.
I don't think I've interacted with Orion. Who's he again?
You don't want
The actual war hero and vet.
dude.
Ooh.
It's okay. I'm gonna talk shit about him because fuck him. I don't care if he leaves my Discord and my Patreon. This fucking
By
kid,
the way, time out. I'm going to plug your Patreon and Discord for you real quick. To anybody who's watching in the audience, Mike does have, whichever way he is on your screen, Mike does have a Patreon, and for $5 a month on his Patreon, you can get access to his Discord.
And his nudes.
No, that's the $10 a month. That's what I pay
You
for.
would
God
pay to
damn
not
it,
see
I'm
my
gonna
fucking
shoot you.
nudes, by the way.
That's
They're
just
Nuggets.
good.
It's not good. It's
$10 a month gets you the link to his OnlyFans.
It's a
It's
fans
not
league.
OnlyFans, it's Fansly now. I think they got rid of OnlyFans and like.
All right,
18
here,
plus
penis
guys on
wrinkle.
there.
Shut the fuck up. So there's this guy on our fucking.
I'm a size queen. Like, how big are we talking? What am I
Greg,
paying?
we'll
Oh,
talk about it.
ooh.
We'll talk about it off fucking air.
What about Rick? What about Rick?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
He'll
fucking matter.
DM his
No,
he'll
it does.
DM his phone number to you. You'll be okay.
It doesn't matter. So we do have this guy on our server, and his username is Orion. Okay, and he is.
He's a nasty girl medic.
FLA driver medic, not even a fucking
So-
line medic. So, okay, but
Medics are cool, but
no. Hey, Greg, just let me finish, man. You gotta let me finish. I'm trying to like contain the rage to
Sorry.
get through this. So he has multiple times been like, "Oh, I just got the basic," but he did split up, and he goes through basic and he goes, "Oh, I just went through split up. I went to basic training and all this shit. Blah, blah. That was so fucking hardcore." And I'm like, "All right, okay." And then last year he goes to AIT. He goes to Fort Sam, right? And trains with 68 whiskey, which I respect the hell out of medics. I really do. But he gets back and goes, "Well, I've also like been a volunteer firefighter." For this long, and we're like, okay, who gives a fuck? And then
Watching Kyle interacting with him today was fucking hilarious,
dude. So we'll
Oh,
get to
man,
that. We'll get to
yeah.
that. So I've lit him up a few times because he's talking shit, and it's like, yeah, I'm a fucking combat vet from fucking Iraq, like in 09. I'm not gonna fucking mince words. Like, if you're being a douchebag, I'm gonna fucking say, shut the fuck up. Do your fucking job. I respect the fact that you're in the military and you're a combat medic. I get that, but like, don't try to fucking get things from it that you didn't earn, right? Okay, blah blah blah. So we fast forward to about, I don't know, what was that, a week and a half ago? I don't know what the hell it was. Wasn't that long ago. He posts some shit in the Discord server about what the hell? It was like somebody doing training on a range, right? On a private range that they paid money for. And he goes, "Why does a regular civilian need to have this sort of training or pay for this sort of training?" And I fucking lost it. I was like, what the fuck do you mean a regular civilian? What are you doing here? Like, you're fucking National Guard. I'm not gonna say any more details, but like, you're fucking National Guard, as I was too. I was a nasty girl. So was Jake, and so was Pat. Okay,
In a
we have
reserve.
combat experience though. But like, I'm like, you are calling somebody a regular civilian and bitching about them getting actual combat training to use a firearm safely and effectively at a range? What the fuck? And so Jake and I, it was one of those days where it was just like we fucking just popped
it was
off.
a dog pile.
It was like, because like Jake's a combat vet, I'm a combat vet, so is Pat, so is Kyle, so is fucking Brett, so is Jonesy, so are you. And it's like, if you call somebody a regular civilian as a nobody, like, what the fuck? Anyway, so I got pissed off, and
First of all, you're not combat arms. Second of all, you're National Guard. Third of all, you literally just got MOSQ'd within the last
Yes.
12 months.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
no grounds to call anybody a regular civilian
yes,
because
and that was the point.
because you are barely more than that.
Right. And so Jake and I just fucking destroyed him. And it's like, he shut up. Today, okay, he starts fucking around, right? Again. And I don't know what the hell it was, but Kyle got involved. And it was like, I don't remember it was one of those things where I'm like,
I was just
dude.
I was just looking for a reason. I'll look it up right now.
No, it wasn't a reason. It was like, dude, that was like, I'm usually very nice on my Discord server. Like, I'm very, like, kind of fucking, just hold on, Kyle. I'm very nice and very respectful, and because I don't want to drive people away.
Yeah.
But today, it was fucking ridiculous. And Kyle stepped in And I told this kid on the Discord server, I said, you don't want to fuck with this guy. Like, you're not going to win. It's not going to end well. He kept going. He wouldn't stop.
Yeah, it was bad.
And I'm like, dude, you got to shut the fuck up. And I literally posted that. Kyle, what did you think about that clip, though? Was that not used properly?
The clip
The clip that I posted to him?
with Steve
You didn't
Carell.
see it? No, it was Philip Seymour Hoffman. In
Yes.
yes. So I
Right.
literally said that to him because he would not stop with you, and I'm like, he's talking shit to you.
Dude, that I've literally. I mean, I've gotten into arguments with people on YouTube comments like about videos about cop cheating. Like I'll get in there and like just troll into the comments and like start arguments and then drop on them that like I was actually there, and then they're like, I don't believe you, and then they click my channel and they're like, okay. It's one guy said, he's like, I was bitching with him like back and forth for like a month, and he's like, okay, I watched some of your videos, I saw your memorial bracelet, I know what that means. So what did you do? And after I finally got him to admit what I say, your mom.
That's your fucking end game.
I did 2 tours in your mom.
I was just like, your mom, dude.
Fucking
And that was
hey,
the
like
end of that. It was
it's
glorious.
just yeah, Brett. I don't know if we told you like these guys they were at the Battle of Copkeating in Afghanistan in 09. And Brett was a logistics officer, and you were. When was your first deployment?
2013.
13. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit later, but like yeah, you were still there.
21, and 23.
Yep.
Jesus
So Brett's
Christ,
been-
you're making me feel old.
Well, he joined in 2010, so it's like
Still make me feel old.
Wait a minute. I'm older than you?
37.
yeah, Brett,
37?
what?
I'm gonna log
Yeah.
off and get some food. My phone's running out of battery, so it was
Yeah,
nice
you're all right,
talking,
buddy.
Ryan.
Stay strong,
Hey.
Marine.
Bye, Butters.
Later,
How
Marine.
fucking
See ya,
weekend-
Nugget.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
So,
Bye, Butters.
See, buddy.
Food, but he man.
Yeah, he's Butters. He's not Butters on the stream. He officially is Butters.
He's a good kid, man. He's still
Oh, yeah.
like enthusiastic. Like, I don't know.
Oh,
I remember,
Yeah.
in fact,
He's not
I
a
remember
fucking
this,
asshole
so-
like this guy we were talking about earlier, right? Like it's like, dude, I was 19. I wasn't that, especially like combat vets, right? I was never that fucking mouthy.
Oh, you would you would get your ass kicked if you did that kind of stuff.
I know. Hey, Jake. No, I fucking wasn't. But after we deployed, I was not that mouthy. You know this.
After we deployed,
Yes.
that first few months after you finished AIT, you were kind of mouthy.
Yeah, I had 3 months to do that.
Yeah.
And then I got pimp slapped though. Let's be
You're
honest.
out of
Yeah,
focus,
probably by Hendo.
Yeah, I'm out of focus.
I've got the worst lighting ever. I think. Hold on. I think.
But yeah, like God damn it! Like what the fuck?
I would
It's fine, Mike.
30 seconds. I would like to ask 2 questions for
Yes,
everybody.
sir. Well, Kyle's not here right now.
Yeah, okay. I don't get.
He's back.
Okay.
Yeah, he. I already know Kyle's answer. Let me
What's
ask 2
That's
questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
It's Justin Gregory story time. Hold on. He's got to light up.
Yeah, cool story. 1. The very first question: are any of us the same person from the day we joined to the day we graduated? Marines, Air Force, fucking Army, Navy. I don't give a fuck. Are we the same person?
No.
Nope.
Mentality, anything?
Pat, what do you think?
I don't think so.
No. And then next question. I already know Blake. I know Kyle. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck it. The moment we went overseas, I don't care. Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, the bitch, oh, fucking scorpions, whatever, Bosnia, take your pick. I don't fucking care. The moment we came back, are we the same person again?
We weren't
God.
we weren't the same person the moment we stepped foot in those shitholes.
So there, we grow, we learn, we experience. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
we start to focus on whatever the fuck we focus, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, we have traveled, we have been, we have done.
Yes.
Whatever the fuck we've done, wherever the fuck we've traveled, we have matured, we have learned, we have experienced.
Yes.
Right?
Correct. Yep.
Yes.
So there. I guess my question is that we like to slam shit on other jobs, MOSs. Fuck the Coast Guard. Ha ha ha. They're not a real.
I never say fuck the Coast Guard, but yeah, teach their own.
Yeah.
Augie would disagree.
Yep.
Either way, what I'm getting at is that, like, we still did something.
Here's the thing, Greg, is like Kyle has kind of, and Jonesy have helped me out with this the past few months, because like I know Pat and I, like, we talked and we're like, well, we didn't do shit over in Iraq in 09, and we were like, we just minimized it for years, right? And it's just
Right.
like, yeah, well, you didn't, yeah, whatever, it didn't matter or whatever.
Slice of pie.
It is, yeah. And so, what the fuck are you laughing at, Jonesy? You fucking clown! What are you doing?
Nothing, man. Fucking.
What are you
I'll tell
fucking
you,
laughing at?
let's-
What are you fucking laughing at?
I was just thinking about what Knight texted me. I was like, "You fucking douche." But
Knight is a douche. He's a fucking Kyle's a douchebag in the best possible way, but he's still a douchebag. So,
Continue,
no,
please.
Greg. Okay, so what I was gonna say is like, Pat and I and Bravo minimized what we actually did in Iraq, and Bravo was there twice. Pat and I were there once, and I think that we all had the fucking balls to sign up knowingly going to war, right? We all had the fucking balls. Like, it's big balls, man. Like, it really is. And we all signed that dotted line to go to we knew we were going to go to Iraq or Afghanistan, wherever you landed. Who cares? Like,
Cue the AC/DC.
oh, fuck you, fucking Jake, you fucking retard. But like,
Jonesy got the joke.
I know, yeah. I know he got the fucking joke. Fucking, you're a fucking faggot. But like, fuck both of you. But like, we all had the fucking balls to sign on that dotted fucking line.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 0.5% of the population did that. When we did, and I'm realizing that now. It took me this long to realize that.
Nah. Okay, you're slow. Got it.
Oh.
I mean, you're not
Oh,
wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but like, yes.
context.
I guess what I'm getting at,
Yeah.
Please keep in mind that I'm an altered state of mindset, and
Oh, we're drinking Everclear and Hawaiian Punch. No,
Yep.
would never
It,
guess.
it was the Hawaiian Punch that did it.
yep.
It was the Hawaiian Punch that did it.
My brother-in-law calls that bathroom juice.
No, we called it something else in Wisconsin, but like, we'll go with it.
$20. I'm shit faced for the next 3 days.
Yep.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
I will not discredit what you did. I will not discredit your experiences. But what I'm getting at, though, is that
You're gonna burn your hand, buddy. You got to get rid of that cigarette. You got to get a new one.
motherfucker.
He's got plenty of space.
No, he doesn't.
No, he's a professional
trust
smoker.
me.
Mike, you are in the presence of a smoking god.
Okay.
He just needs to get a roach
He'll
clip.
smoke. He'll smoke that rolly down until there's like a molecule of tobacco left in it.
Greg's always got SIGs, man. He really does.
He'll run a 1330 2-mile. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, no. What I guess what I'm getting at is that, despite our differences and our experiences and everything, is what I'm getting at is that we were used.
Yeah, that's a very consistent theme we've been talking about and working through lately. Yep.
No. But I guess, how far are we willing to accept our level of use? I guess. Here we are, all of us, like different experiences, and even though that Blake and Kyle and I shared a similar experience, but here we are, different experiences. We were used. We were young.
Yes.
Full of cum. Whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I
know what you mean. Yeah.
I'm trying to filter myself. Oh my goodness.
You're right, buddy. You're right.
No. But at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like,
Dude, you're good, Greg. What?
Blake, you and Blake and Kyle know me more than most.
Greg's the man, bro. He when he came into my room one time, him and Kugler wasn't never mind. But he came in my room and I just bought these brand new sheets from the PX, and he disassembled a Draco on my bed, and he put grease all over it, and I couldn't get the fucking stains out to save my life. I just remember that, and I was like, dude, this guy's badass. He just brought Draco in my room.
I literally watched Blake Jones take that Draco and mow down a fucking stop sign. Anyway.
Oh. Hey.
Whoa. Hey. No.
Hey.
Whoa. Nothing happened. That's just you. That's just you having a couple drinks and
The statute of limitations.
I've never done that a day in my life, man.
The statute of limitations is expired.
There was a place out in Colorado Springs where you could drive off into like the state park area far enough where you could just blast caps, and there was like this like open area. It's like basically it was like an unofficial open range, and there was just shell casings everywhere. We would just go out there and just like goose. What?
Rampart Range.
Is that? Oh, okay, yeah.
It was a 24-hour range that you could just go out there.
Your video's off, Greg.
What?
Your video's off.
Oh my.
Hey, dude, Greg is friends with Dragon Man, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude,
Friends?
that's what. Yeah.
Chris, why would you fucking say that? Like, don't do that.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, like, I like Dragon. You know, we've had that
I
conversation.
know you, Kyle, and Greg. Like, yeah, I know.
We make fun of Dragon Man here all the time.
He's a showman, not a historian. Like, give a break.
Exactly.
He's got a lot of cool stuff.
No.
Right.
So, you ready?
He does a lot of stuff for the troops, man, too. You know, so.
Does he absolutely?
Yeah.
Does. But
Yeah.
He got his start in motorcycles. He's a machinist.
Yeah.
You know, so you roll up there on a Harley, an old Harley, and he's willing to give you the full tour.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
What if you roll up on a Triumph?
So, oh, don't get me started. Motorcycles.
No, yeah, we don't need to. We'll be here
Yeah.
for
Blake,
7.
I
yeah.
already.
Hey, I get a phone call from Greg. hey man, I can't lift this Harley up onto these egg crates so I can work on it. Can you come over here and help me? I'm like, it's gonna cost you Taco Bell, dude. Okay. I get my chalupas and I'm like, you had it in a storage unit. He had this strip like a 50s Harley he was rebuilding. What is
Yes,
his main
yeah.
project?
Anyway, gentlemen, I gotta bounce because I gotta get up at 3:00 in the morning.
Thank you for your service.
With your little faggy
Sure,
fucking
sure.
hat. Thank you for your service. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're just jealous of the hat, Mike.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna get mine in a couple weeks. I'll fucking wear it on a stream, fucking or
Yeah,
more.
Thank you for your service. What are you, a punk ass bitch? What is it? Like 7?
No, well, they all said it wrong anyway because around here the line is "Thank you for your cervix."
Hey, Greg, you see the fucking cord in this fucking hat? You see the fucking cord in this fucking hat?
Go hang yourself with that fucking cord, motherfucker.
Oh. What a fucking that's fucking hilarious. Okay, fair enough. You win.
Sorry,
Have a good night, guys.
See you, buddy.
All right, later, Jake.
I keep forgetting that we're live. I'm so sorry.
You're fine, dude. You're fine. Yeah, hey. Take a breath. Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Greg, I think like 2 years ago I was drunk or something, and I just went off about Afghanistan. You know, like so you'll have moments. Don't worry, you're all right. Like,
Dude, that was actually kind of like I think it's funny because like I'm a vet as well. Like, but people were like, "Oh my god, that was kind of dark," and I'm like, "Was it?" And I listened back, and I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah, it kind of was." But, no, I'm leaving it up because it's like, hey man, that's what we had to fucking go through.
So, Mike,
Yeah.
I can't help but feel that you would have survived in Red Platoon, but you would.
That's what fucking Jonesy and fucking Kyle have said, and I get that. And like, Pat also would have survived because Pat is a fucking amazing marksman. He's better than me, and I'm really good, right?
Yeah, cool story, but
also Pat.
I did the marathon. I came in third place in that.
No,
wait,
Death March.
Greg's infantry, man.
Pat would have survived. Yeah, Pat was 11 Bravo as well. It's like he was in my unit. Like,
dude, we were damn near half 11 Bravos by the time that shit was over with.
No, here's the only thing: is Brett. He's an ordnance or a logistics officer. So I mean, it's a kind of a toss-up. It's like a coin toss of like, boop, would you have survived that?
No.
Like,
he survived 3 fucking deployments, so it's like, I mean, he survived somehow.
Red Platoon SOP. Like I tell people, we had this like mood, like the other platoons really like didn't get along, didn't like click with each other, but we had like this mood regulator. Like if you were too happy and like cheerful, or if you were like too poopy and grumpy that you're like bringing people down, you got like dragged off your bunk while you were trying to whack off or sleep or something, and then just like pinned to the ground and just punch you in the ass and thighs. Until you were like even again, so we were all on the same level. You know.
Well, here's the thing: is Pat would have punched back.
Oh yeah, you might, but there was like 6, 7.
Taken it. Yeah, exactly.
7 guys holding you down. Like some people tried to fight back, but like, what are you gonna do? Hit people in the face? It's
right, and that's the difference. Is like I mean, I think
we had like rules. There was like no hitting in the face, no like.
Yeah.
Like be careful, like because some people got like hit in the head with the Mark 19 or like smashed and like their ankles busted up and like against the bunks and shit. So you had to.
But here's the thing: is Pat is as quiet as he is.
Yeah.
Fucking ultimate badass, and he was the quiet badass of our unit. So he
I was more than MacGyver.
What? Yeah, you were. You're like, I remember one time like we were doing a search, okay, in one of those like huts, and you just sat there and we're looking at the wall, and we're like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, like what is he doing? And we're like, oh, you want to join the fucking whatever. And you're looking at the wall and you go, all right, something isn't right here. So, and then you just fucking started scraping, and then you got this fucking box out with all those machetes and like the 550 cord and the shit like that, and you were just like, yeah, this was these are serious things. Like they could have killed a lot of our guys with this. And you got an AM for that, reluctantly. And then I was telling Jonesy earlier that you got an AM for that because you found that because you were like thinking outside the box like MacGyver, right?
Right.
And then Sergeant, not the rank, the guy, you know what I'm talking about.
The steroid guy. Yeah.
Yep. Just okay, exactly. So he took anabolic steroids and fucking lost like 80 pounds or some shit and got good on
He
his
was the
PT test.
number one soldier in our unit because of the steroids. So.
And he got a fucking AAM for taking steroids illegally. And you got an AM for actually saving lives. And it's like, at that point, I was like, what the fuck? And then that whole night, we were talking about that, the whole CIB thing, like with the attack that happened, that was really fucking rough. But like, so he gets an AM for doing illegal shit. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? They don't mean, those awards don't mean a fucking thing.
PT was like they didn't care about anything else in our unit other than PT. And if you whatever the highest, who scored the highest was the number one soldier. It didn't matter if their conduct or really anything much else.
Or could they do their job? No, they couldn't. That guy that I was just saying couldn't shoot the fucking house if he was standing in it as a fucking infantryman, right?
Right.
And it's like, what the fuck?
But it looked good on paper for they're doing.
Yep, exactly. And but
they
my point was,
they only care about you insofar as you make them look good.
Right.
Well,
I was talking to Birch yesterday about like when we got back from Iraq and they were doing the demo from Fort Bliss, and I thought it was kind of ridiculous that I remember them saying you can go home and see your family tomorrow, or if you do admit that you have some sort of issue that you want to resolve, you sign this thing and you'll have to stay for a couple more weeks, but you might not see your family until that's all done. So it's like you're already separated from your family for almost a year. And now, like, are you going to admit that you have any sort of issue, or are you just going to sign that I'm good, I just want to go home? Right. And so I think a lot of people that did have some issues didn't admit to it or didn't. Well,
and it's also like I was talking to Jonesy earlier about this today of like, the awards don't mean shit. They really don't, because they're just a piece of metal. But it's the idea of it. It's like, I did what I did, and I was punished for it, and just neglected from having, like, so Greg, so Pat and I, we no, I'm just saying this. It's like whatever, just really quick, and so Pat and I earned our CIB, right? Because our first sergeant and our commander and our XO didn't want us to have that, we didn't get it. And they fucked us.
Just described the good old one.
So what happened was we got indirect fire all the time, and then there was one night that happened that was very fucking close. And Pat, unfortunately, was sitting on the shitter. The porta shitter, and it was like 10 feet away from him. It was like 25 yards away from me, and this 107 what
it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but like Pat, he survived. And so I was sitting there and I had like one of those Matrix moments where it's like time warp, and it's like it came in, it fucking hit right in front of me, and we were almost fucking killed. But none of us died, so that's good.
Ricochet.
Really good. Yeah, it ricocheted, and then we got hit with a bunch of other mortars and shit like after that.
Right.
Because it was like, I was telling Jonesy on the phone earlier, I was like, what it was like? It was like, you'd hear boom, and then you hear boom, 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 and then you'd hear the whistling of the fucking mortars, because they would just launch like 30 of them at a time. And so we were doing that, and then Pat was in the porta shitter, and I was like 25, 30 yards away from that going, what the fuck just happened? And then so the criteria for the CIB in Iraq at that point was you receive enemy fire, okay, and you create a perimeter because of IEDs and shit like that, right? So they kind of changed the standards for that. We created a fucking perimeter. Pat didn't wipe his ass and just fucking flew out of the fort and shit. Rightfully so. I mean, that's fucking terrifying, but like, it was loud as shit. And then, so we did that, and then we all
It blew a
paperwork.
hole. It blew a hole through the chain link fence where the prisoners were.
Yep. And then I was telling Jonesy about that earlier. Is like, after you got back to the earth, the earth shack, we were all sitting there like, what the fuck, you know, after the other mortars and the other rockets like hit and they were done. Because I mean, the good thing about that was like, it was only like 30 seconds to a minute of just intense shit because of that balloon that they had with the camera on it. So they knew how to do that shit. And it was like, oh my God, okay, boom, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then we, yeah, Jonesy, I was telling you this earlier. Like, so Methune, my squad leader, you know him, he said on the radio, the Pogues were calling and they're like, there is a 12-foot hole in compound 2 and the detainees are coming out of that. They're going to the fucking main gate. Right? And so Methune goes, lock and fucking load, right? So our M4s were sitting there. Nothing's happening. And then Grawl comes up with all of his entourage that were, you know, a half a mile away sleeping in their fucking, you know, safe, whatever. And we're like, I'm just kind of like laughing at this point, like laughing hysterically, like, holy fuck. And they come and they go, are you serious? You have a lethal armed? And we're like, yeah, absolutely. Like, we were told on the radio, these guys are trying to escape. This is a U.S. or coalition fob. That's a prison. They're not coming out of this fucking thing alive if they try to get through us. And so then they bitched at Methune, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, we get yelled at for loading fucking lethal because Abu Ghraib had happened and we had Pentagon brass there. As you know, Pat, you experienced that.
Right.
And they were so fucking pissed that our squad leader had ordered us to load lethal in that situation. And they were nowhere fucking near it. Nowhere near it.
Me and Jonesy and Greg, we would spend hours with our weapons off save, like literal hours.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is,
I remember that. Yeah. Remember the time when they had me and you as Overwatch, as they brought in like 3 busloads of detainees, and the MPs. There was maybe like 5 or 6 of them, and they were bringing them off the bus and unshackling them, and making them kneel down or whatever. Yeah. And it was getting to be the point where like usually they would take out 15, 20 at a time, and then they would process.
Oh, but it was like 100, and
it was like 100, and it was literally me and Birch by ourselves with just less than lethal, like 3 rounds in our shotguns, standing there, and I'm looking at him like, there's 200 guys here. They could just literally get up and murder us. And I was looking at the MPs like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we're the only ones armed, and we had like 8 rounds between the both of us, and there was like 200 guys.
Exactly. And then I was telling Jonesy earlier about that. I don't know if it was you. I don't know who I was with, but like, we would go in. Remember how we would do the searches on Earth, right? And we would like go in and do mount and like fucking clear the buildings and shit like that and whatever. And most of the time there was nobody there. But remember that time? I think it was Compound 3, where the fucking Pogues didn't clear out an entire fucking building.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And so were you with me on that, or was that somebody else?
I wasn't on that one, but I do remember that happening because you guys were like in the Sally Port or whatever.
Well, that was a different time, but like we went in. I don't remember who the fuck I was with, honestly, but like we went into this building expecting nothing as usual. We go in and there's like 30 fucking dudes, and we've got again like 6 rounds of less lethal between us, and we're like. We get in there, we go, oh, fuck, get the fuck down, edge of this. We're screaming. And then the other guys were like, they came from the other buildings, like they cleared those, and then they like fucking came in, they're like, why are you screaming? Oh, shit. And we're sitting there going, get the fuck down, And then they were just like, it's no big deal. I'm like, dude, those fucking guys could have easily jumped us.
Were you part of that group? They called us up one night, and we had to move a dangerous prisoner from like the solitary confinement to his own pen. They had him in there with like one other guy, and he was biting and burning him with cigarettes. And so then
I don't think I was there for that one.
They had three. We had to like go in and tackle the guy down, and there was three of us on each side, and I was the head guy where I would have to hold his head, and he was trying to like bite me, and so I had to put my thumbs down in his like neck collar or whatever to hold him. We had to move him out of there, and the guy was like completely batshit crazy, like just screaming and
right. Yeah, I wasn't there for that one. But like, I mean, it's the things is like it should have been such a fucking easy, cushy deployment. It really should have been.
Well, after Abu Ghraib, it was like the mentality was a tired soldier is a safe soldier, and that's why they had us working like 12-hour shifts.
At least 12. Yeah, it's like
right. Well, that
we ended up working like 18 to 20.
Well, right, because we worked overnights. Then they would have the briefings during the day, so you get off at whatever dawn or noon.
Yeah,
and then 2 in the afternoon when the lieutenants were up, they wanted to do their briefing. So you'd sleep like an hour, have to get up, get ready, get dressed, and get your weapon, and go to this stupid 2-hour sexual harassment briefing.
Yep.
And go all the way back, and it was like right in the middle of our sleep schedule every like couple times a week on top of the 13-hour that you'd be working overnight.
Yeah, it's like, it's insane. And it was just, it was fucking weird. Because like, you know, but no, I mean, it's all good. We're all still alive. We're still breathing. That's good. So, but yeah.
It looks like we lost a few on the stream.
Internet connection, or I'm just going to text him really quick.
I'm surprised my battery's held out this long.
Well, it's
normally I disappear by this point. You
usually lose it at about the 3-hour mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, we're just kind of reminiscing and shit about.
No, I had some real rough times over there too. In fact, I distinctly remember one day, and I know it was a Friday, and I went to the chow hall, and they had run out of surf and turf. And I will always remember that day. It's been seared into my psyche. Because the guys ahead of me, like 10 guys in front of me in the line, got the steak and lobster. And then they said, it's all gone. And then me and the rest of the guys, like, you know, it takes time to process that. And I don't pretend to be a hero. I don't expect people to, you know, understand what I went through that day on the fob in the chow hall line in Kuwait.
Okay, you're making a joke. Yeah, okay. All right. I was like, okay. I was like,
on that day, I would always sneak down to the chow hall twice and get surf and turf, and then stock it in my fridge so I had surf and turf 2 days in a row.
I want to know how much money we spent sending all the lobster tail. Now, I appreciated it. Don't get me wrong.
I've never seen a lobster tail that small since then.
That's true. Those were like baby like lobster. and of course, that's army chow, so it was tasteless.
I didn't care. I was like, I get to eat steak and lobster. I was happy about that.
No.
Well, no, I was telling I think Brett and somebody else, maybe, I don't know if it was in private or in a live stream, like our chow, remember, Pat? Like, it would come from Stryker, and it'd be like 8 hours old in Mermites.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just fucking disgusting. And it was like, we always got sick. I always got sick from that shit. Like, I always got diarrhea, fucking just.
We always got the worst barracks too. They would always have. We had the barracks that weren't remodeled yet. There was just bare wood walls on the inside, and.
Well, no, we got good barracks. You and I.
Are you talking? I'm talking about McCoy when we would, like, have.
Oh yeah. Well, infantry, they don't give a fuck about infantry. They're like, well, you guys should sleep in tents, and fucking, they don't care about us.
The old World War II barracks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did they still have
from the ceiling?
did they still have like the old wood burning stove in the very middle?
No, they had just taken those out.
So did they still have the brick where it used to be in the middle of the
Yes.
room?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was back when FireGuard was actually FireGuard.
Well,
you
yeah,
had
and
to
it's like
keep
I didn't realize like how stupid I was for being infantry until I started realizing like the other living conditions of the other MOSs, and I'm like,
I had no idea. Like I said, I got convinced by Keith
Yeah.
to join, and I had a really high MOS score to where when
oh yeah, most of us did in our unit.
I could have done anything, and when I got out, I took a year or so. I took a year off, and I came back for 2 more years in Wisconsin, and then when I got out the second time, I took a year off, and then I ended up in the Minnesota reserves as a combat medic, and then about a year into that, I was working at the post office as a mechanic at the time on my off time, and a job had opened up next to the post office in West St. Paul for a Blackhawk mechanic, and I applied for that, and I got approved for it. But the Minnesota unit, because I just joined a year earlier, they were really slow to release me in paperwork because they were trying to keep their numbers high, and it took them like 6 months to release me, and by then the job had closed, and I couldn't take the Blackhawk mechanic job. So after that, I was done. I was like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah.
And then I just worked at the post office, and eventually got to be a manager over the mechanics department, and transferred down to Fort Bliss down here. I did that for about 5 years, and like I said, when I was down here, about half, because I'm right off Fort Bliss, 90% of my staff was vets. And they were telling me all these stories about how good their units were, and I was like they were mechanics or just basic whatever, and they got back and they got this, and this, and I was like, I didn't even know that was an option. You could get that kind of help or whatever. It's like, no, just go down to the VA. And when I got back, I went to the VA for sleep problems that I was having, and they was like, they didn't. Like they did a really poor job, like trying to treat me or anything. They kind of just blew me off. And when I came down here to Fort Bliss, it was a whole different story. They brought me in, they gave me sleep studies. They gave me, all kinds of therapy and different medications that they tried. And it was just night and day difference. And I thought, man, we really kind of got screwed with how they treated the Wisconsin National Guard up there. But I guess it's a little different in each unit.
It's really weird because like I've said this on streams before, is like our unit was extremely effective. We were really good at our jobs. Like besides the few fucking dum-dums, but like whatever. We were really good at our job. And then we got fucked.
Well, I mean, it kind of takes the wind out of your sail when, what was it, like 6 months after we left, that they turned it over to the Iraqis, and they just let out the prisoners. And it's like, well, what was the whole point?
why were we there for a fucking year?
Why did we transfer all those prisoners? Why did we spend all the money? Why did we guard them, and then like 6 months later you just release them into the public, all of them? So it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it was just kind of, it was a tough pill to swallow for sure. And but then the Afghanistan vets had to go through that in 2021. And it's like, it's like, it sucks, but I think that, I don't know, I just kind of pretty much stopped talking to anybody I was with for like about a decade or over a decade, right? Because it's like, let's just avoid it, right? Let's just fucking avoid it. Don't have to think about it. If you talk to them, you're gonna bring up memories. But now it's like 15 years, and it's kind of like making more sense to talk to people and go, hey, are you okay? And they go, no, I'm not. And I go, oh, me either. Like there's issues from, being on deployment. And it's like, the thing that I've noticed too, Pat and Brett, is like, I've been talking to a lot of Vietnam vets, and when they got back, they got just completely just shunned and shit on, and then they're like, go live your life. We got you're a fucking hero for 3 days or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, but a lot of that was just surface level lip service. It was like
Exactly.
this veneer of patriotism.
I always kind of
Oh,
felt insulted when somebody's
yeah.
like, "Thank you for your service." Like, I know you don't. You're just saying that because you heard in the media that you're supposed to say that.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
the it's the socially acceptable thing you do.
Like,
Yes.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It always kind of just depend on who it's coming from, I guess.
Right, but it's like also I used to get pissed off about that, but like now I'm just like, well, that person's uncomfortable. They don't know.
I don't mind it when I go to the VA and they say that, you know, like if I'm dealing with
Right.
vets and they're being respectful like that. But I don't know, some people you could just feel like, you know, you don't really get.
They mean well. They
Yeah.
mean well, and I think there is a genuine gratitude. So it's just, you know, thank you for your support. Is my
Yeah.
answer. I think they mean well.
Yeah, and exactly. It's like it's
It could be worse, you know. They could be spitting on
Oh.
us like they were the Nam
Right,
vet.
right.
So believe
Right.
me, I'll take the thank you for your service.
yeah, exactly. It's like, but
Yeah.
like, you know, if you think about it too, like it's sort of the same end result for GWOT vets is, yeah, you get to thank you for your service and like you're a hero for 3 days. And then it's
Yeah.
just like the same thing with the Vietnam vets is like, all right, well, go blend in with life.
I do
Right.
appreciate though that I was able to get, you know, help and support from the VA when I needed it.
Yep.
And I know, like, I have a couple uncles that are Vietnam vets, and to this day they still haven't, you know, received any sort of therapy or anything. So, I mean, I appreciate what they've been able to do and the effort that they've tried. Although it's been kind of spotty the last 2 years where I would need to change a medication or something, and I call and you know, I think it was after COVID and like people are working from home, so it's like I'm trying to call to get a doctor appointment, and I'm hearing baby crying in the background, and somebody's obviously at home and has no idea what my situation is or what's going on. And I'm trying to get a medicine. It's like now I just do outpatient. I don't even deal with the VA anymore. I just use my private health insurance and go to my private doctor just because it's just such a. There's a lot of soldiers where I'm at, you know, Fort Bliss. So it's kind of like they have down here in Fort Bliss, they got this ginormous, they got two ginormous hospitals. And I was trying to get a dental appointment because I thought, well, I know I get a dental benefit, should take advantage of that. So I couldn't find it on the website. I went on the VA app and couldn't figure it out. I had to shoot a message and eventually I got an appointment to go in, and it was like 6 months. Like, okay, so I go in. They literally have one clinic with one doctor for all of El Paso. And so I go in after 6 months, and they take the x-rays, and they're like, okay, we'll schedule your cleaning 6 months from now. So I had to wait 6 months just to go in to get x-rays. They didn't even clean or do nothing. And then I had to wait 6 more months just to get the cleaning. And I was like, well, screw this.
Damn.
I'm just going to go to my own private dental or whatever.
I mean, yeah, make that. Yep. I don't know. It is what it is. And like, so Brendan Gill just said, I'm enjoying the stories. Tells you how crappy things could be in the military and not the crap Hollywood portrays. Yeah. We were all in. Brett's still in. And it's like, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Like, unless you have literally nothing left, like you have no other options, I'd recommend not joining the military. That's my opinion. Not a fact.
I would say the one of the biggest things they can't portray is the doldrums. You know, a movie is 2 hours long. You know, not like sitting there for 10 hours.
Oh, just sitting. But here's the thing, Pat, is like that's where the best conversations happen, in my opinion. Like,
right,
you're sitting there and you're just like, you're so fucking bored, and everybody's just so exhausted. You're sitting there.
Well, like the MRE story I told earlier, where I put 3 egg omelets.
Yeah.
And
Super glued it shut. Yeah.
That was just out of boredom.
Also, it's still a dick move.
I shared my MRE with him when he opened it up, but you know,
still a dick move.
That was just out of boredom. Like, I just wanted to see the reaction on his face when he when he pulled that out of the box.
Yeah,
I still remember.
that's a fucking dick move, man. Like I didn't know. I mean, I told some stories about what I did in basic to some people the other night, and not great either. So it's like when you're that tired and you're that like worn out, it's yeah, you're more prone to do dumb shit like that. But also the conversations you have are like you cannot say them on this stream. Like it's so
Yeah,
real.
you can't reproduce the smoke pit here.
No, exactly.
Yeah, YouTube would have you like that.
Oh man, the shit.
Like it would last about 9 seconds of like a live stream of the smoke pit.
The smoke pit is that's the best part. But like as an infantry company, when you're just sitting around,
I miss it, man. I miss the smoke pit.
I do miss that. When you're just sitting around and you're like trying to hide, and you're all just sitting there ripping heaters, and you're just like got all your shit on. There's like fucking 150 pounds of shit on your body, and you're just sitting there in a circle out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and all of a sudden somebody goes, "So who would you rather fuck?" You know, that's how it starts. You know, and it's like, oh boy, here we go.
You know, I would always romanticize that kind of stuff. Where like when I got out for the year, there's two different times where I got out for a year, then because I was like, oh my god, I'm done. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
Then I start missing that stuff. Like, God, I remember like after drill going to the bar and hanging out with all the guys and and you know, like that. I'm thinking of that story where we were going down to Toma or maybe toward.
Oh, you and I.
We were being busted to the Florida or something. I don't know. And we stopped at that hotel where there was a wedding going on. And I ended up going in and stealing the wedding cake and bringing it back to the hotel room. And this bridesmaid come running down the hallway and drop kicked me in the back.
Yeah, it was in Wausau.
I stole all their balloons out of the. I was like slowly like going in there and taking the balloons and bringing it back to the hotel. I was like, just drunk and dancing with all the.
Yeah, we would go to a bar as a fucking line infantry company that had just gotten back from Iraq, and we would be drinking like when people get beers, they get glasses of beer. We would get pitchers for each of us.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're like, I'm not shitting you. Like I'm not making this up. And
no glasses. We would say no mugs.
No, no glass. We're just doing the pitchers. So we would just sit there and fucking. Well, one pitcher's down. Need my chaser, basically, and then we get a shot or two in between those. And then we would drink the bar dry by about 6 p.m. And they would have to run into town and grab more liquor. This happened multiple times. No, it did. It did happen multiple times, dude. You were probably
maybe. I guess I didn't. I was too drunk. I didn't really pay attention.
I was just gonna say you're probably too shit. Dude, when we were at our fucking our first dining out, the one back with just us and not the new guys, we drank that bar dry by 5 p.m. and they had to run into town to grab more booze. And then when we were up in Rice Lake, I don't know if you had been. No, you were still there. We were up in Rice Lake. It was I think 2011. And we drank the bar dry, and like they're just like, we have no liquor. And then somebody, I don't know who the fuck it was just like, what the fuck? Like screaming. And then we're all like, let's just go to I know a bar, fucking, we went to a dive. Yeah, you were there. You were there for that one. We went to a dive bar that was completely out of control, the live band. And we went there and we're like, we all show up in our Class A's, the pickle greens. And we were already fucking hammered, and we go there, and this is in Rice Lake in 2011. And so,
I don't remember ever getting drunk on my dress uniform.
No, you.
Oh God. Yep. No. It's
yep. There you go. Oh, you got fucking. You were destroyed. Yeah. We were all fucking.
That was the one where they had was it the Christmas party? What was that?
The first one that it was just us. We had just been back for like 4 months, right? And so it was just us who had deployed. And then we had a Christmas party later on that year, and then the next one. And we were all in our Class A's and shit like that. And we got wrecked. And then they ran out of booze at the fucking bar. So we had to like grab at that time it was an Uber. We had to grab a taxi, like find transportation. Drove into town and proceeded to get just absolutely fucking destroyed more. all in uniform. Like people were losing ribbons and shit. Like it was out of control. It was fucking. It was amazing, and
Well,
that's what I remember. Yeah,
the one where I stole the wedding cake and ended up in
Yeah.
I remember waking up the next day thinking like, oh man, I'm gonna get fucking so much trouble. But then I opened the door and there was like the whole hallway was destroyed, and I'm like, what the fuck happened after I passed out? And it was like that. What's his name? Like ran down the hallway and like punched the ceiling, and then he jumped out the second story, like plate glass window in the stairway. He was so drunk. He ran.
it was who the fuck was that? That was yeah, it was fucking
The blonde
I
guy,
remember
the tall blonde guy. He
fucking,
got drunk and he ran through a plate glass window in the stairway.
Yep, punched it because he couldn't get.
And so I woke up with like wedding cake everywhere, balloons everywhere, and I'm like, oh my god! Like I'm sure that wedding party complained about me. And
Nope, you were not the main focus. You stole.
And
the
I get
cake.
out, and I'm like, oh shit! Like a complete disaster happened after I passed out. So I think I'm in the clear.
No, that was fucking nuts. Like, because like we woke up and they were bitching about. I heard at the front counter. I'm sitting there in my Class A's, like just barely alive, and I've got it's disheveled, and then I hear, well, somebody stole our wedding cake, and I'm like, I saw it, but no, I
don't know why I
see it.
did that. I was just drunk and I thought it'd be funny.
See, that's your perspective of these things. My perspective is it's 2 a.m. and the first sergeant is calling me. Say, sir, we got a call from the hotel. Someone stole the wedding cake. Someone got pushed out a window. They fell from the second story. Like, that's what I have. So I'm just like horrified to hear these stories because I had to live the other side of it and deal with the aftermath.
Oh no, exactly. Like it's like being in a line infantry company or any kind of like combat unit, especially if you've been to a combat zone. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the shit you pull, and yeah, Pat may or may not have stolen a wedding cake from
Yeah,
fucking
my soldiers were tame compared to
Well,
that.
it started off tame enough. We were like, I don't remember if we were mobbing or demobbing or where we were going to. That was when we were going to Florida for training or whatever.
No, this was demob that you stole the cake.
Right. And there was a wedding party going on, and like I put on my civilians that I had with, and I snuck down into the wedding party, and I was like dancing with the bridesmaids and drinking their beer. And I don't think that many of our soldiers were doing that. I just saw this wedding going on, and I just snuck over there.
We all stayed away, and we're like, "Where's Pat?" He probably just passed out.
So I was over there getting drunk at this wedding party that I had no idea who anybody was, and I was dancing with everybody. And then I got so drunk, I thought, oh, the guys I was bunking with in our bedroom. I thought I'm gonna bring a whole bouquet of balloons to the room because I thought it'd be funny, like they're half sleeping and drunk and probably bullshitting in the hotel room. So I come in with this big bundle of balloons, and then they're all like, "What the fuck? Where did you get that?" And so then I'm like, I gotta go do something. So I went down there, and there was this big sheet wedding cake, and I grabbed it, and I ran out of the wedding party. I ran down the hallway, and this bridesmaid came and come like a flying monkey and drop kicked me in the back.
Yeah, yes.
I fell down onto the cake, and I got up and I ran around the corner to our room, and I quick shut the door, and then we were eating cake all night and sobering up. And I woke up the next day and I thought, oh man,
sobering up. You were getting worse, man. Like you were grabbing
I
handfuls
woke up the next day and I thought, oh fuck, I'm gonna be in so much goddamn trouble. And that's like I said, when I went outside, there was the suspended ceiling tiles,
glass.
Suspended ceiling tiles, like somebody had busted them, and they were like ceiling tiles, like all over the floor. And there was like a police tape over a plate glass window that was shattered open, where somebody got drunk and ran through the plate glass window, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what happened after I fucked up the place?
Well, like I mean, because I remember like that's
Sergeant Hins and his buddy. God, what was that guy's name?
I don't remember, but I remember walking back from the actual hotel bar after you had pulled your shenanigans, and I saw you running with the cake. I saw you running. I'm just like, I didn't see anything. Okay, fine. I remember I walked up to our floor to try to find my room, which I couldn't, and that plate glass window was completely fucked, and there was blood on it and shit. And I'm like, oh no, oh fuck. So I was like, I'm just gonna turn in, like for the night. I don't want anything to do with this, like plausible deniability. And so I did.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead, Kyle.
Jonesy, tell the blood in the stairwell story, or have you already told that story in the show?
I think I've told it a couple of years ago, maybe. I don't know. I'm a broken record sometimes.
We like our
No,
state.
so am I, dude. Yeah.
It was Joe Schmo.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes, it was. Yes, it was Schmo. Yes,
Yeah, Joe Schmo.
he got fucking pissed at something and punched the fucking window repeatedly until it
Yeah.
broke. There was blood fucking everywhere. Oh my
damn.
God, yeah. Like it was out of control. And then what do you
That
do
guy
when
gave
you
me a
walk
ride.
by that?
Well, I better not tell this story.
No, let's just, we'll do it off the record. But like, yes, that guy is fucking nuts. And another cool guy in our unit. But like, Jonesy, are you able to tell that story without getting in trouble, or?
Oh yeah, I think it's got blood in it, but I mean it's pretty.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm over at our.
I'm gonna rock a piss, but I'm gonna listen.
Okay, yeah, you're good. So we were over at Seals and we were getting smashed. I think it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. I was driving home. I got on post, like, got through clean, parked, and there's 2 sections of the parking lot. I park in the back section, and it's empty on weekends. It's fucking empty there. And so I'm walking, and I see like a puddle in the next parking lot. And I was like, damn. I said, someone's leaking oil or something. I pull out my flashlight, and I'm looking at it, and I was like, man, that looks like blood. And it was blood. And I followed it all the way to my barracks where it started. And it went up the stairs, and you could see where he stopped. And he bled out a little bit, and his handprints are all over the wall. Like you could see his shoe prints, and like so I followed all the way to the 3rd floor, and I walked down there, and or maybe it was the 2nd floor. I can't remember now, but I walked down there, and there's blood on the door handle, and I'm like banging on this door because I'm like, dude, I'm gonna save someone's fucking life, And this guy down the hallway was like, he just busts out of the door. He's like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, oh man, there's like blood everywhere, dude. I said, there's blood in the stairs and all the way up to this dude. And I said, the blood comes here. And he's like, who is that? What number is that? And he walked down a little bit. And I was like, I think I said it was like 214 or 17 or something like that. And he was like, oh man, that guy does that shit all the time. Don't worry about that guy. And I was like, what? And I was like, you sure, man? I was like, I'm about to call the cops. And he was like, he does it all the time. He's always in some shit. And I was like, there's a lot of blood, bro. So I was like, all right. And I just walked off. And then the next morning I was coming down, and they're like mopping the blood up. It was crazy, man.
Those barracks were the Wild West.
Dude, it was like the ghetto.
Yeah, dude. If you were a cheap ass, you would just go from party to party to party, like in different people's rooms, and just like, can I get a beer, dude? Hang out for a few minutes and just walk around.
Yeah, this is so typical for fucking combat arms units. Like, just like, even
the amount of times I had pistols pulled on me in the barracks, where you're not supposed to have guns. Like, it's like, oh, he's got a gun. Hey.
And Brett's a great officer, so he never has experienced this with his Joes because he's a great officer and a great leader, and never seen this.
I told my Joes, I don't really care what you do. Don't get caught, because then it didn't happen. And if it doesn't get back to me and I don't have to deal with it. And I think they took that more or less to heart. And like,
well, that's very good.
But I didn't have to deal. I didn't have it. they were a lot tamer than these stories. Like
Well,
I,
these are
there were a couple
absolute.
2 a.m. phone call,
Oh,
first sergeant, like, oh no, what is? I had one guy got shot 5 times down in L.A. He
Dang.
got out of the army 5 times with 22s, hit his liver, almost killed him. That was bad.
damn.
But for the most part, they were pretty tame. I didn't have a whole lot of those 2 in the morning calls from top, but just hearing these stories, I'm cringing because someone
Oh
somewhere
yeah. Oh
got
yeah.
that
Yeah.
call.
Dude,
I
it
And then
didn't
was.
talk,
that
so
that
I think
poor
we were in the
captain
clear on
and
that one.
platoon leaders
Well, the
typing up
problem
all
with
these
our
things.
leadership is like our first sergeant exempt. I don't fucking like him. I don't even acknowledge that he existed. But our commander would get these calls at 2 in the fucking morning, and he was there, and he was also fucking hammered, and so he had to deal with this shit hammered. And it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
there's cops involved, there's blood, there's a window broken that we have to pay for. Like,
It's hard because that will reflect on your career. It'll go on
yes,
your eval. And so, all the years I was in command, you feel like you're on thin ice because a soldier's doing something stupid, and then there's an investigation, and then somehow it always comes back to you as the commander because, well, you
right,
failed to set the climate in the unit to prevent
yep,
this. Therefore, this is your fault. Therefore, you're relieved, and your career's done. Like,
yep,
it's not like you're going to jail or anything, but when you're relieved of command, your career's over. You just write
yeah,
out the rest of your time at that
yeah,
rank. You'll never be promoted. Like, and so you sit with that cloud always kind of over your head, like waiting, like this wait. Any day, 2 in the morning, I get the call, and there's, especially if it's some kind of sexual harassment incident or something, and they say you failed to create the climate, or worse, the catch-all is your commander just says, I don't have trust or confidence in you anymore, and boom, you're
yeah.
done.
That's not good.
And you live with that,
Yeah, and that's why, like,
like,
there were perks to being enlisted,
yeah, I
but
miss it. I would have, I really, I don't know if I would go so far as to say I made a mistake going to OCS, if only because the pay is so much better.
What rank were you when you
uh,
went officer?
E4 specialist.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, and that was the hardest part. And like, Mike and I have had this conversation. It's now you're a second lieutenant and you can't go to the smoke pit. Or if you do, it's like
yep,
everyone stops talking. It's like, hey, sir, and they'll tolerate you for 5 to 7 minutes, and then they put up the signal like you need to leave, like it's time to go, or they'll just break up and walk away. And it was hard, losing that. Your world is now not that world. um
I
it's
I totally get that because when I
so,
got back, I eventually got a job at the post office as a mechanic, and I worked up to a supervisor, then manager, then district manager, where I was in charge of all the mechanics in the whole um, Southwest region, and I hated it. I I I used to be able to
yeah,
like bullshit with the mechanics and smoke and joke with them, and then now I'm sitting in my office and I got to deal with discipline, and then I don't have the
yeah,
teeth to deal with discipline, and then they're down. My bosses are down my neck that I can't. That why aren't you getting rid of this guy or doing this with this guy when I really can't because of different government problems. But I ended up walking away from a really high paying job and just like I did it for about 5 years. I'm like I just I I don't enjoy it anymore, and it was kind of sucking the life out of me because I wanted to be. And I
yeah,
still have nightmares, or not nightmares, but I still have dreams where I'm like, did I make the right decision leaving, that job?
right,
But I don't know.
yeah. Like managing people is one thing. Like I don't know how to quantify it really because it's like if I'd have stayed in, I would have gone to college, and I have my degrees, and I would have probably become an officer. I don't know if I could do that though, because of what you said, Brett. It's like I'm so used to being enlisted and like go out to the smoke pit with the Joes and like, hey, this asshole, fucking Christ, the fuck is going on here? Like, I don't know how I could quantify like not being able to do that. So I feel for you as an officer. Like
There's ways you could do it, like if you want. An anecdotal little story here. I don't know which it was some mega base like on the way to leave or back, or back from leave during deployment, and you'll be out in the middle of the night in a smoke shack, and some older dude walks up, and he's probably like a supply NCO or something, and you sit there and smoke a couple smokes with him, have a great conversation, and like as you stand up, like the light catches him, it's like, oh shit, it's a major. I've been sitting here like joking around with for the past 10-15 minutes.
No, that
kind of shit does happen.
That's happened to me too. Yeah, man. Like it's like I had the same fucking situation happen. Like I'm out there in the smoke pit, fucking 0 dark 30, just ripping a fucking heater, and then we're having a conversation. Yeah, dude, I'm glad you brought that up because like that is a point of like it's something that doesn't happen very often that I've noticed, but like when you do that, like
it seems like everybody's got that one of those stories, Well,
I've got a couple of them because of where I was at in Iraq, and I'd be sitting there ripping a heater, fucking pitch black, just smoking. Yeah, you got a light? Yep. Beam. I had a Zippo, and I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden, we're just talking, and it's like, fucking God, fuck this place, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this, blah blah blah. I miss home. Like, oh, where are you from? Blah blah blah, all that shit. And then all of a sudden, like you said, you rip another heater and you light it up, and you see the fucking rank on their chest, and it's oak leaves, it's gold oak leaves, and I'm like, all right, we're already committed. Let's fucking do this. So I lit his cigarette, lit mine, and we were just sitting there bitching. And then he didn't know my rank, I don't think. He didn't give a fuck. Because he's a person, He doesn't fucking care. He just needs to have some fucking release. And it's interesting how that works. It really is. In my opinion.
Yeah, because the higher up you go, the pool of friends you could possibly have gets smaller.
Pat, you remember, the area where I was working, like at the front gate, like that little smoke area behind it, right? Like with the shitters and everything. The ICO like fucking shack was there, and then there was like shitters behind it at the main entrance.
With the well watered flowers.
Oh fuck! Why did you bring that up, you fucking asshole? You fucking
Story time.
You fucking
bullshit.
asshole.
That was total bullshit,
dude. Yep. You never had to do that though, Pat. Admit it. You never had to fucking do that.
No.
Dude, okay.
That's the kind of bullshit that. Well, I didn't mean to get you off track with that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Like, so yeah, story time, Kyle. If you want to hear this, right? So I've told you a little bit about this, but like, also fuck you, Pat. So we had a series. Like, I've seen that picture of me standing in front of like the shit that we've got on the T-walls, like our unit insignia that was painted and all that stuff, right? Have I not? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But like, so those T-walls, there was a clearing barrel that you had to go through, obviously, to get into the fucking prison, right? That clearing barrel between the barrel and our fucking AO had plastic fucking flowers in the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
The MP leadership would walk by, and instead of saying, we'd be like, yeah, good afternoon, Sergeant Major, whatever, they'd be like, why are my flowers not watered? I don't know, because it's a fucking desert, like, and they're fake. It doesn't matter. But the reaction was, you had to do it, or they would fucking kill you, is, I apologize, Sergeant Major, I will water the flowers. We had to literally...
It was kind of demeaning.
Yeah, we had to take, like, Pat will vouch for me. We had to take fucking a water bottle, like a liter water bottle, pop a hole in the top. Yep, there you go. Okay. And go and spray these flowers while they were there. And they would watch us. And I'm like, I'm a fucking 11 Bravo. I'm not here by choice, and you're making me water plastic fucking flowers to satisfy your fucking insecurities.
I remember going to work and passing you guys doing that, and I would think, oh, you guys are just kind of bored and fucking around doing it. I never really thought about it until like I talked to you later on, and like,
Yeah,
you guys had to do that. I'm like, well, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
it was fucking. It was so fucking demeaning, and I'm like, you got to be horse fucking me right now.
Well, it's kind of like when I was being punished, and they made me clean those T-walls with paper towels and water bottles for a month, an entire month. I was out during the day in 100 and some degree heat, full battle rattle with paper towels, wiping concrete T-walls. And they had me wiping the wall that was on the way to the chow hall. So every day, 300-400 soldiers would walk past me and say, "Ooh, what did you do to deserve that? What did you do to deserve that?"
Nothing.
And so like, just stupid shit like that, where they would just demeaning. And
I've talked to Jonesy about this a bit, about like some of the dumb shit that happened, and it's just, it was so degrading, and it's so like fucking demoralizing when they treat you like that. But
yeah, they treated us like shit a little bit sometimes. But you said that your sergeant major would make you do that?
Not ours, no.
Oh,
it was the MP sergeant major.
Oh, okay.
He was with the 89th MP Brigade. I don't remember what actual unit he was in, but he's a black dude, Sergeant Major Ashford. Yeah, I'll call you out because I don't give a fuck.
Dude, my sergeant major loved me, bro.
Well, no, our brigade, or I'm sorry, our battalion sergeant major loved us.
That's cool, man.
He was cool. He was a fucking infantryman, right?
Right.
The MPs, they hated infantry to begin with, and we were National Guard, so it was like adding insult to injury to them, I guess, you know. And we were also very high, like we were talking about earlier, highly aggressive because we were good at our jobs, right? They didn't like that. That's a liability for them. And so they fucking treated us like fucking animals. And it was fucked up. Like, it was... So, Pat, I was telling Jonesy earlier about that first riot that you guys had, because I wasn't on Earth yet. You were on Earth, that first riot, like 2 days in.
You're right.
When you guys dumped everything on them. You guys fucking just did the job, and it was done in 10 minutes. And you were involved with that.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and I wasn't there. I was watching it, but I wasn't there. I didn't participate in that particular one. But like, you guys got it done in 10 minutes, and the New Jersey guys were like, usually these go on for like at least 12 hours, or if not days.
I don't know if they were just missing them with the rubber bullets.
What I told Jonesy is, like, when the New Jersey guys went up there, they popped a couple rounds off, right? And then when you guys got up there, I was telling Jonesy, like, I saw the red arrow, right? You know, this fucking thing,
right,
on the shoulder patches, and I was like, okay. And then you guys got up there and just fucking destroyed them within 10 minutes. It was over. There was fucking... That's what I was saying earlier, like there's blood everywhere, and like they had to send in a cleanup crew.
I mean, I think I used well, I had the go bag, so I had all the backup ammunition. And I was up on the
So you need him to play ready or not, dude.
So I had like, I think when I did the tally, I did like 40 some shotgun rounds, like a dozen 40 millimeter. And then like 4 donkey ball hand grenades.
But then you guys went back for more, and you guys like depleted most of the fucking munitions, if not all of them. And then you quelled the riot. It was immediately done. It was like
they were burning mattresses and throwing flaming bottles and stuff. So I mean,
yes. And so you guys quelled it in that little amount of time, and the New Jersey guys were looking at us going, "Holy shit! What the fuck? Like, that's insane, the amount of rounds they're throwing." And we were like, well, that's...
I've got like a mental picture of this going on. It's like...
Dude, it was actually fucking hilarious. Like, 'cause Pat was actually involved with that one. I wasn't. And then we didn't have a riot for 7 months. Weird. But like, so but the New Jersey guys were like, man, they're using so much fucking rounds, and it's like that's our fucking unit. Like that's what we do.
We're
That sounds
infantry.
like a blast, to be honest.
Dude,
Hey,
yeah,
well,
Pat was on the first one. He was on the first one, and he got to
It was
fuck
probably the
straight
highlight
up.
of my deployment, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but you
Um,
didn't have any fucking
Throwing
mercy.
those big
like-
rubber ball hand grenades
Yeah,
at people.
Just-
I mean, keep in mind they're throwing full bricks at your head.
and
So
Molotovs.
you're
They made
getting hit with-
Molotovs on the
You're
fucking
getting hit with
pine saw.
Molotovs and bricks, so it wasn't like they were unarmed, So,
Right.
and we weren't shooting lethal or anything at them. It was like 40. In fact, I think the shotgun rounds hit maybe a little harder than the 40 millimeter.
Well, the Marine Corps, like the red beanbag rounds we had, those
Right.
fucking things hit hard,
Right.
and it was cool. Yeah.
Well, I didn't
And,
shoot. Yeah, I actually did. Yeah, I did shoot the beanbag rounds, but they also had the little point rubber bullets too in the shotgun.
Yeah, those didn't work well.
No, they weren't very accurate. The 40 millimeter had like a green sponge thing that
Yep,
I think
that's
came
the
out of
one
it.
that I carried in the riots, like subsequently.
That one did okay.
Yeah.
The donkey ball hand grenades were my favorite. Those ones were awesome.
Yeah, you fucking you. I remember I watched you grab a fucking whole box of those fucking things, a can full of those, and just go.
I threw every one I had.
Yeah, and it was like boom, 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 and I'm like, holy! And that's when the New Jersey guys were like, oh my god, what are you guys doing? And it's like, well, there's a riot. Fuck them. They're throwing fire at these guys.
Those
Fuck 'em.
mattresses ain't cheap.
I know. But like, so we saw that like day 2, and then it was just like
I can't remember. Was that second riot a result of? I can't remember if one of the MPs got in a fight with the detainees, and then they like go in there and wreck shit. And so then they put all the detainees in the sally port, and then they sent us IRF in there, and we literally like threw everything around, like threw all their shit around, and they watched while their leaders like watched on the cameras because there was closed circuit cameras in the buildings.
Yeah.
So we went in there with like booting beds and like literally like just tossing the salad in there.
Well, yeah,
And it
they
was
would
like-
call us in after I was on Earth, because I was on the Sally Port and shit for months, which was a fucking easy gig, to be honest. And then like when I got on Earth with you, shit started kicking off again, and I was like, what the fuck? Why now? And then that was when, like I was saying earlier, like we did the whole like clearing, whatever, and then we did Mount, and like I ran in with, I don't know who the fuck it was, I can't remember, and there was like 30 fucking dudes.
I remember that because I think I was in the hut when that happened, and I remember hearing on the
We
radio,
called, we're like, hey,
fuck, they
hey.
went in there, and there was prisoners in there.
we were just screaming at them like, fucking stay the fuck down. And then another time they left us alone, me and Nate Pittons, that was fucking retarded what they did. But like we'll get past that. But like no, it was just like, and they remember compound it was behind compound 4, like the tents that they did the education classes in.
Oh, I remember them. Yeah.
Yeah, not fun, because they made you
No.
go in there alone, right? And it was fucking scary. And then you go by, and like remember when they pulled the flashbang on me?
Yeah, because were we the ones that put up the flashbangs originally because they didn't have them? We put them on the fence.
So they put those fucking things up, and I'm walking past that motherfucker in compound 5, the guys that were condemned or the juveniles, and I walked by, and it fucking blew my leg up. And I was like, I was so fucking mad that you guys came out, and then they blamed me for it. I was like, dude, they had a string attached to the fucking, like, whatever. It pissed
They
me
just
off.
had to jiggle the fence, and it would set off the flashbang. The flashbangs were like, we were on a stake about 2 feet away from the fence with like a wire that would go to the chain link.
Yep.
So if you pulled on the chain link, it would pull the pin onto the grenade.
And they fucking did it to me, like one of my first days on that job, and it fucking blew my leg up, and I was like fucking deaf. I couldn't hear anything. I was like fucking, and then you guys came out, not you, but like, the guys came out and were like yelling at me. How did you let this happen? I'm like, the fuck?
Who cares? It's a flashbang.
Right, but it also fucking hurt really bad. It was
Right,
like,
but I mean, like, you know, like they blew everything up in such out of proportion when things
Yeah.
did happen.
right, and then so compound 4, like the back, like there wasn't even a compound there. It was just like a road, and then there was tents there and all that shit. And dude, doing mount there alone at night, I was fucking like, I didn't want to do that. It sucked. You did it too,
Hmm.
and it's like,
I one night I was doing. I always got pissed with the arts and crafts section. I go in there and it just pissed me off because they would have these art supplies that like I didn't even get in high school, like top notch, like expensive, like arts and crafts and all this goofy stuff. And I'd be like, I can't believe we're spending money on this. And like you go through and they'd have the medications that they're on, and like they're on Prilosec and other different medicines that the detainees were on. Like my dad can't even afford Prilosec, and you know, because of health insurance back then, it was kind of shit. But anyway, I was doing, like you said, I was by myself going through the arts and crafts area, and I got distracted by something. I had set my shotgun down against the fence. Keep in mind, it was loaded with just like rubber.
less lethal. Yeah,
it wasn't lethal or anything. But I got distracted by something, and then I finished my route, and I go back to the IRF tent, and I'm sitting there. And one of the guys in the unit is doing every shift. We'd have to do shift change where we would count our weapons, ammunition, and just do a general inventory before we turned it over to the next shift. And one of the shotguns was missing, and I was sitting there, and I was like, "Holy fuck! I left it in, I left it in that arts and crafts area."
Oh shit!
And it was like our shift changes like pre-dawn. Or like the sun was coming up, and I know at like 8 o'clock they got classes in there where they just let the detainees in there.
Yeah,
and I was like,
yes,
holy fuck! Like they're gonna let those detainees in. It's just a shotgun sitting against the fence in there. I almost had a fucking heart attack. I ran my ass down to that place, and I went in there, and it was still sitting there, and it was like a half hour before they put the detainees in there.
Damn.
Dude,
And,
it was
they
fucking.
they could have killed, like maybe, but you know, just the fact that would have been such a shit show if a detainee would have got.
Well, the fucking pogues, dude, Pat, the
my
pogues,
God.
like they did not give a fuck, and it was so fucking like, yeah. Anyway, I mean, we can tell war stories all day, but
What were you referring to before I interrupted you earlier about? You said something about the porta shitters behind the building, like you. Before I interrupted.
No, it was the tents behind, like what you were just talking about. That's exactly
That's the story that you're telling.
Yes. The porta shitters, you were in one when that rocket fucking almost blew your ass up.
I saw that. I mean, I had the door open. I was like getting out at the time. I saw the rocket hit. Like
it was fucking loud.
It was. Yeah. I saw the sparks of it.
Yep.
It was like it came in. It's like if you can imagine getting hit with a bullet, where you would hear it, but it's already happened, kind of thing, where it came in and like skipped and sparked.
Well, I felt the fucking concussion of that fucking thing, too,
right.
And I was like 25, 30 yards away, and it's like
they came in at a real shallow angle, and I think a lot of that happened because the base, you know, was pretty well protected, but they would pull up in a truck, and they would throw the Katusha rockets and whatever up on a berm, and they would just launch them all at once, and then they would take off.
Exactly.
And that's why.
I was telling Jones that earlier.
And then all of a sudden, one night for an hour, it just like 15 rockets or 20 rockets would come.
They just fucking. They would do that with us because, like, they knew they couldn't win, and like it was, like these guys were in like, you know, shooting combat, and they all said indirect fire, of course, but like, I was telling Jonesy earlier, like, what I felt helpless personally, right? Because they would just go, you'd hear the tubes going off, and then you'd hear the rockets coming in, and I was like, God damn it, like, just fucking make it stop. That's it. Like, just make it stop, please. Because it was so fucking loud too. Like, I mean,
dude, I thought Knight died one time. They got I don't remember what happened, but we were doing Force Pro and like I don't know. Yeah, we would go out and reinforce the positions. but Knight like switched with whoever was on ECP. I think like a tick happened and we were in combat, and then like there was like a lull, and like it just kind of calmed down, and then all of a sudden, Knight got switched back into ECP, and this just a huge fucking explosion, just boom, just fucking smoke all over the
Yeah.
place. And I thought Knight was fucking dead. You remember that night?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was fucking.
He was
crazy.
there apparently.
Yeah, it was the
Bro.
it was the B10 recoilless rifle.
Oh, you got nailed with one of those fuckers.
Yeah, and it was like I was elevated, so I was like, on top of a 1-story roof in a
Sure.
Humvee turret, and it lands down on the ground, and I instantly went deaf. Like it's a subsonic thing, so you can hear it launch, and you're like, ooh, where's it gonna land? And it's like, yeah, you hear it just like and like as soon as it hit, like I saw it explode, but like I instantly went deaf, so I like didn't hear it. It was just like it became like a silent movie. And there was like my vision went like low frame rate. It was like a shutter frame. It was all black and white. There's those civilians out there, and they just start like bleeding from their ears and stuff. Like, and I was like, whoa, because I had just settled in, unbuckled my helmet. I was like about to light up a cigarette. It was just like, black. And then Sergeant Stan, I remember pulling on my leg, like, you okay? I'm like, I think so.
Good go, buddy.
Yeah. And that was like the beginning of my 3-hour guard shift. So I was like, like concussed as fuck.
Oh, that's fucking great. Yeah, ears are fucking. Pat, you remember? I was telling Jonesy about this too. Like, remember that fucking? It was August, probably 9th of 2009, when I don't know if you were working that night. You probably were actually, because you were on night shift. But like, I just told Duke, Sergeant Duke, I said, all right, good to see you, buddy. All right, I'm going to head back to my room. And all of a sudden, the fucking ground shakes. And then you remember that fucking V-bid that, like, was right next to us?
Mm-hmm.
Right next to us. Like, fucking, how the hell did they get in there? They went through 3 fucking ECPs, right? And they got in. You remember that? Were you there for that?
Yeah. I also have a pretty good story too. When I ended up taking my 14-day leave to Australia, everyone went home and I went to Australia. And that was because my leave, like, it's a lottery when you get to go. And mine was like the last 2 weeks of my deployment. So I was like, well, I'm not going to go home when I'm going to go home in 2 weeks. So you can go anywhere in the world. So I went to Australia.
And you got laid, which is good.
It was awesome. But I needed a passport. So I had to do a bunch of paperwork to get the passport, and they needed to fly me to the US. They had to fly me to the US Embassy in the Green Zone, and then fly me back, and then I had to fly back to the Green Zone to pick it up and then fly back. Well, the first time they flew me, how they would shuttle you around, in case anybody that's listening or whatever doesn't know what it was like, but they would use the Blackhawks as like a bus shuttle service. So you get on one Blackhawk, they'd fly you to a different base, and then you'd get on that Blackhawk. I ended up taking like 2 or 3 Blackhawks just to get to the Green Zone, where you get on a bus. They would take you to the Green Zone. And I got a couple of videos of that on my YouTube. I think I took videos of that flight, the flights on the Blackhawk.
You still have all your shit?
Yeah, it's still on the YouTube. You can look it up. There's videos of.
No, but I lost about 95% of my shit. That's what
I got the wood screaming taser on my YouTube channel.
We're gonna have to talk later. We're gonna have to talk later because I need all of that.
I got the Blackhawk. I got a video. I don't know if you're in it, of us in the C-130 or whatever plane we were landing in.
C-130, yeah.
C-130. Like, I got a video of inside of that when we were landing.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about this later, and I need to get that from you. All those. So yeah.
Anyway, so I was taking the Black Hawk shuttles to the Green Zone, and you had to check in your weapon and stuff, so you didn't have your weapon when you're on board. And they load me on a bus, and the guy didn't speak English, and they're driving me to the U.S. Embassy, and he literally dropped me off like 5 blocks from the U.S. Embassy in the middle of Baghdad. So here I am by myself. They didn't send me with a battle buddy. I'm by myself in full uniform, no weapon, walking down the streets of Baghdad. and cars are driving by, blasting their horn at me, and people are like pointing at me, and I'm like fast walking down to the U.S. Embassy. I can see the building; it's a big building, like 5 blocks away, and I'm like kind of running down to the U.S. Embassy and went in there, and it was like not like 3 days later. The area where I was just walking down, they leveled like 3 of those skyscrapers. Like they had a V bid
With that fucking V bid.
and leveled
Yep.
those buildings.
Yep.
But I was like they dropped me off unarmed in the middle of Baghdad, and I had to run down to the U.S. Embassy to get my passport just for a picture for my passport. And then when they picked me up in front of the U.S. Embassy. I have no idea why he dropped me off where he did. And then when I went back to the air base to get on the Black Hawk, there was a sandstorm that kicked up, so they had to house me overnight, and I ended up getting to spend the night in one of Saddam's palaces. And there's a video on my YouTube of me jumping off his high dive board. There was a Camp Victory,
Palace?
I think.
Yeah, it was Al-Fa. That's the one that's got the fucking
the diving board. Yeah, there's a video of me jumping off the diving board. It's like a really high dive.
Yeah,
but yeah, that was kind of an experience getting dropped off unarmed by yourself in the middle of Baghdad.
Yeah.
Wearing a fucking U.S. Army uniform. It's like, ah!
I don't even know if I had I didn't even think I had body armor on. I was just...
Probably not. Like, they're probably like, oh, you're good to go. Like, just fucking... Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Like, the shit that all of us went through is fucking crazy. Like, you think about it, you're like, how the hell are we all alive? But we are. I mean, damn. But yeah, Pat is he was one of my good friends in Iraq. And post Iraq, so
I didn't really stay in touch with a lot of the guys. Like, I honestly, you're probably
me either, man. I cut contact with most people. I stayed in contact, like, because you contacted me a couple years back about some VA stuff, and I was like, yeah, absolutely no problem. I'll write a fucking statement, no problem. But it's like, every time I talk to somebody, I'm like, it brings up shit that I'm just gonna stuff. But now it's like, hey, we went through it, we fucking survived, and we're fucking badasses, So that's kind of like, Kyle and Chris and I have been talking about that too, or Jonesy. And it's fucking awesome. So
it was,
that is
an experience.
Yeah, it was definitely an experience, man. And it's like, it was very weird. And
yeah, I think like, dude, remember turning in our body armor there in Kuwait, Al Salim, when it's like the middle of the night and it's all freaking like hazy and it's like you're on another planet. Like, that's like the weirdest place I've ever been.
Well, dude, and like, so Pat, like Pat, you were on that C-17, right? Out of Iraq. And remember, we got left behind in that, we got left behind for like 2 days.
Right. Yeah.
Because right after you guys took off, guess what happened? Boom, 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 and they're like, all right, no flights tonight. We're like, fuck. Right. Remember that? And then so you guys are down in Kuwait, and we're like, I mean, our commander did stay with us. I'll give him that credit, right? Decent. And we were sitting there for like 2.5 days trying to get a fucking flight. We finally got one. Get down to fucking Kuwait. And you remember seeing us. Those guys are just like The Walking Dead. We're so tired. We hadn't slept in 3 fucking days. And we get down there, and then Zimmy starts screaming at me. And I've still got all my I've got all my vest and my fucking helmet on, and I just went to sleep on a cot. And our first sergeant starts screaming at me, how many times have you been to the fucking gym since you've been here? Remember that shit? And then
I don't even like thinking about that guy. Well, I'll tell you one thing about Zimmerman is, well, I think he's a piece of shit, but when I seen him like 2-3 years after I got out, I don't remember where I was. I think I was in, I don't know if I was in the Minnesota Guard at that point, but for some reason I was at McCoy and I ran into him, and this was after he was not our first sergeant anymore.
Yeah,
and he said to me, I'm a miserable person and my life is hell. And then he kind of just walked off. And
At least he
like
was
out of
fucking
nowhere,
honest.
like
At least he was
I-
honest.
and I thought, I don't know why he told me that. Like he just came up and just said that out of the blue, and I was kind of
Well, 'cause
confused. But
you were a fucking awesome infantryman, and he's not. And then he knows that. Like,
I mean,
you know, but like,
I can't, I can't, you know, I don't give myself credit. Like, I mean, these guys on here that actually fired back and.
oh no, but no, you again, you're an awesome infantryman, Pat. Like you're pretty stellar. And but no, Zimmy, he came up and said, how many times have you been to the fucking gym since you've been here? And I just laid down after not sleeping for 3 days. And Sergeant Kelly, who I also didn't have respect for, stood up for me and went, hey Tom, he just got here. It's been like almost 3 days. He hasn't slept. Just let it go. And he started bitching at Kelly. But I just looked at Kelly and I said, thank you. And then I just went to sleep.
But
for
you
like
know, in
12
retrospect,
fucking hours.
we can move on with their lives and focus on
exactly
on the good times or whatever. And he's just a miserable son of a bitch that will always be that. So
yeah,
move on, and just look,
Yep, exactly. And
just
yeah, it was very interesting. But like, yeah, and it's funny because like I've been talking to these two clowns, Kyle and Jonesy, who are they have an experience as well. And like, we're all we have a lot in common. It's fucking awesome. Like I've met Jonesy in real life. I haven't met Kyle in real life yet, but it will happen. And no, Jonesy, it's like I shook his hand in real life, gave him a hug, and I'm like, I know this guy. Like we're good.
Yeah,
And
man.
so, and Pat, you're the same way. Like I always got I thought you were weird at first.
I'm
like,
weird.
in
I
the
mean, look at my
unit.
background.
Well, yeah, but like you're weird, but like no, I was like you and I always just kind of got along, especially at the end of the deployment, and then after that and everything. And so I'm glad we reconnected. It's fucking awesome.
No, I'm glad
So-
too. Like I said, if it was a rough time, we had each other's backs. So
Yep, we
can't
absolutely
say that, I
did.
can't say that about everybody that I was deployed with. But
I know exactly who you're talking about, but yeah, we're good. So yeah, it is what it is. And these two guys feel the same way about their platoon. It's like it's the same kind of dynamic. Because we've
Our
talked
platoon-
about it before.
Our platoon was the best around.
Yeah, man. I was real lucky to have my platoon, man. It was,
Yeah.
Every time they actually wanted to get something done that was even like remotely dangerous, or like white and blue can't handle this stuff. So send red, dude. Like the air assault mission.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
he was
yeah.
telling me you showed him O.P. Jameson where I almost got shot in the face.
Yeah.
And I was telling.
Did you
him,
imagine
I
them
was like-
sending white or blue platoon to do that shit?
Nah.
I was telling Jonesy Kyle, like, I know now why you kind of laugh at like my reaction playing like Ready or Not. Of like, oh
A
fuck,
literal bullet lands like this closest to his face. He's like,
Yep.
oh shit. Damn,
Yep.
they almost
It's
shot
like-
me, dude.
oh fuck, man. But like, it's some people don't react at all. They just go, I'm gonna pull back. And like, Jonesy, we were talking about that earlier. It's like we both have reactions like visceral. We can't control it. It's like anytime something like, again, like I was saying, when I went into that fucking room and there was like fucking 30 guys in there, I wasn't there was supposed to be nobody in there. I went, oh fuck, and like and I was like, get down, and but that's the reaction. Is like everybody's got their own reaction. And like Pat, you're very quiet. Like when we were doing ops, you were very quiet. You just do your thing. And
I had like a
you were
utility belt. I had like a utility belt of like screwdrivers on tethers and all kinds of stuff because they would literally, hide, like you said, that box of machetes or whatever.
Yeah.
They would use toothpaste and sand and like make fake concrete, and then they would concrete over, like they would chip out the concrete of the floor. They would stuff their weapons and stuff into that.
Yeah.
And then they would put sand and toothpaste over it and like blend it in so you couldn't even tell. So I would always use my screwdriver and like be poking around and trying to figure out.
Well, what I'm saying is like when we actually did mount, like when we were actually going in and like clearing buildings,
Yeah.
You never reacted. You were just fucking there, fluid, and it doesn't matter if there's somebody in there or what the hell happened. Like you were always just silent. It's
I would
like
take it.
it's
I
kind of
would
how
take it
Kyle
too
is.
seriously sometimes too. I think Sergeant Waz, one time he was playing the detainee, and I went in there and I think I jabbed him a little too hard at the butt of my rough. He was on the ground.
Well,
and I was with my
Yeah, that was
my
during
muzzle-
training though. I'm talking in real life, like when we actually did it in Iraq.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You were always like fucking just fluid, like fucking go through, get it done, clear the fucking room, clear the building, and then we're done. Where I would be like, if something startled me, I'd always be like, "Ow, fuck," like have that reaction, and I still do to this day,
It cracks me up, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, so funny. I watch you charge ahead, and I'm just like, I'm gonna take the rear because I'm just gonna let.
Well, that's what I did in real life.
And then
like,
I just hear gunshots
yeah.
and you screaming. I'm just like,
well, that's what I did in real life. Like
Delicious.
Pat, like you've seen me like take fucking point on several times where we were doing mount, and I just fucking kick the fucking door, go in, and I'm like fucking in there, and I'm just like kind of overly aggressive, and then I go, ow, do that shit. It's just fucking stupid. But I mean, it's
I think
whatever.
I think one of the coolest when we did mount training at that abandoned school in Wisconsin, and they had set up a 50 cal nest in the basement of the abandoned school, and that was one of the scariest training we ever did. Where you come around the corner and it's a big concrete basement, a big long empty basement. And they had set up a murder hole with a 50 cal with blanks on it or something. And maybe it couldn't have been a 50 cal, right? We didn't have blanks on that, did we?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, so maybe I remember a 50 cal, but it was like pitch black going into this pitch black basement. And it was so fucking loud when you got opened up on it with a 50 cal in a confined space. It was like,
yeah,
like holy shit.
I'm really fucking glad in Iraq we didn't have to deal with that shit because it was like our mount was like it was different. Like it was still people there and like they could fucking kill you.
I remember in 2006 when I first got in and we went to Fort McCoy and they asked who wanted to shoot the AT-4, and it was my first drill week, and so I was like, yeah, I'll do that even if I had to stand around all day. Remember, I was the first one in line, and I'd forgot my earplugs, and they were like, yeah, earplugs. I was like, yeah, because I didn't want to like them being a dick about it. Be like, don't. Anyway, I remember I shot that thing, no earplugs in, and fuck does that thing rally or I couldn't hear for the rest of the day. It was ringing. My head was ringing so bad, and I thought for a second there, all I heard was
not service related.
I
Not
thought,
service related.
Oh, fuck, I'm deaf for the rest of my life now.
In a fucking building. Oh my god. But no, I mean it was cool. Like I'm glad we did what we did. It was we got fucked, but whatever. We did our best job. That's all I say. We did our job to the best of our ability, and I am fine with that. Like you and I were really good at our fucking jobs, and very again, as the MPs would say, too aggressive. But we did our fucking jobs. Like
I had a lot of aggression at the time.
Same here. I was like, fucking
you would have loved it at Cop Keating. You had plenty of opportunities to vent your aggression.
When whatever, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Sounds like that. I can't imagine.
But
Josie, remember the deer camera incident? Who told that story?
I don't think so.
The deer camera incident?
Yeah, this was like a week or two in. It was like second or third patrol.
Yeah, it's like that's the first time I ever killed somebody. So,
so they had a deer camera up.
Yeah, the previous unit had some deer cameras up, so they sent us to go look, and we split off. I went with Jones and Kurt, and then it lit off. Like an RPG went right between Mason and Gallegos, and then Cuddy was tying Gallegos' shoes, and then we're up between these two big rocks, and Jonesy's immediately he's like, they start shooting at us, and Joe's like, there they are. He's like, go, 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 and like Kurt freaking feeding ammo to this machine gun, and I'm the dorky fist, so I pulled my stupid compass out, and I'm like shooting an azimuth, and I'm getting on the radio, and like as they're shooting at us from this way, Jonesy's like mowing them down and shit. Like the freaking Afghan army guys start shooting up because the slopes like this, they're down here, we're up here, so they're trying to shoot at them, and they're shooting right at us, dude. It's like pinging off the rocks and shit. So like I don't have the Force Pro net, so I'm like in between a call and my fire mission. I'm like, can you get on Force Pro and tell the ANA to like lay off? I was a lot louder than that because it was freaking going crazy, but I shot a freaking polar mission at it was like what 80 yards.
Yeah,
and that's
what you were saying. Yeah, that's fucking close. Yeah,
it's just
they should have. Yeah.
They should if they thrown some 60s. That was actually farther away than they actually were. Like I was trying to cut them off from exfilling. That was my intent. Which I think is pretty good for a private, like as soon as you're getting on, but they never fucking shot it. And I was like, well, why'd I go through all this freaking training if you're not going to let me do my job?
Oh, it's Pat and I's deployment in a nutshell. But
so Jonesy just killed them all instead.
But I guess that was like I remember getting down the hill. That's when I got deaf too, because fucking bitch ass shot his M4 right next to my ear. So I'm like,
I was like, they were both in the prone shooting the machine gun, and I was like standing behind it with my compass, and I would just every once in a while just pop a few off just to shoot my gun.
Yeah. And that was crazy. You remember sliding down the mountain on our ass, and then posting back. But
we got down that mountain fast as fuck, dude.
Dude, that was and we never found them cameras, but we got down there.
So wait, hold on, back. You never found the fucking cameras that you were talking about?
I don't think so. Did we find any?
No.
No.
They're
That's why we lost the war in Afghanistan.
They were like mossy oak deer cameras, dude. So they were posted up. They gave us vague.
I think they stole them, man. That's just my.
You heard it here first. That's why we lost the war in Afghanistan. They couldn't find the fucking trail cams. They couldn't find them.
I remember being damn dog, that was 6 or 8 people. I was just I remember just being whoa, that was fucking. And then I started wow, that really happened just like that. I was just amazed, wow. I mean, just because they ambushed us immediately. I mean, almost. Yeah. How long were we out there? An hour or something?
Yeah, if that.
Yeah, dude, and it was, and then I started to kind of get sick in my stomach, and then all of a sudden I was just fuck them, and I just never felt bad.
Yeah, they're fucking trying to kill you.
Exactly. Fuck them.
Fuck them.
They open up with a couple RPGs and then PKM, typically.
Oh yeah,
if it's a group of them, we'd get the single guys who would get as close to the wire as they could and dump an AK mag and run away. We'd get that shit almost constantly. That kind of bullshit. You'd be out smoking and somebody you're ah,
yeah, but if it's organized, it's you're fucked. You're done.
No. We weren't done. We kicked their goddamn fucking asses, dude. They were organized.
They're done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I said if they're organized, it's they're done. Fuck them. It's over. Go fuck yourself.
See, when I think about that stuff, man, it just we were talking about earlier. It just gets me fucking pumped, dude. I get fucking Knight will tell you, when we first got back, dude, we get drunk in the bees. I'm just dude, fuck those bastards, bro. I'm racking guns and dude, I'm pump. We're clearing shit and dude, I was just I look back at it now and I'm dude, I don't want to say I was brainwashed, but maybe I was, man. But I was just so aggressive, like you were saying, Pat. Man, I was just so aggressive. I was fuck it, fuck everything, fuck these assholes.
I had a lot of anger at the time, and I had, I don't know, like you said, being brainwashed or what, but I was very idealistic at the time and had a lot of anger that I look back and I don't know. I don't know.
You're man, that was fucking nuts. What was I thinking? See, I was just, man, I was so aggressive, but I guess it was meant to be too, in a way. You know,
Yeah,
it just
you-
is
Well,
what
I
it
think
is.
it was too. Yeah, yeah.
You kind of had that personality though before you got in the army, dude.
I
mean, like,
did. I used to beat people's fucking asses.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know how many stories of like hearing you kicking people's asses before. Like, I was aggressive. Like, you were aggressive in high school too, I think. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, at one day I just fucking snapped, and I just got sick of people running their fucking mouths or doing whatever, and I just fucking snapped, and I just was like, um, well, I'll make people pay. I wasn't like a bully or anything, but you know, like if you messed with me, I was a problem.
Yeah, you weren't a bully. You know, when I was in high school, things were a lot different. You know,
Yeah.
and you know, back in my day, we didn't need no bullies in our school because I was the bully.
Yeah,
And
Tom, see.
for you, for you to, for you, God damn, hold on. For
Pretty
you to
good.
talk that amount of bull crap, you know, I don't swear because I was the governor of Minnesota. You know, for you to talk that amount, I'd like to wrestle you in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that sometime. You know, back when there was no fake wrestlers. I was a real wrestler. Did you understand that? You know, Vince McMahon himself had a problem with me because I was a real wrestler. I didn't buy into his bull crap.
How do you
Yeah.
really feel about Hulk Hogan?
I love
Yeah, well,
Hogan,
Hulk
man.
Hogan's a fraud. I'll say it right here, plain and simple.
He was a
Hulk
scam.
Hogan. Wait a minute. Hulk Hogan's a fraud, not a good man. And you know him teaming up with Vince McMahon on the behest of my career, I don't like that, and I think that's a cowardly move. Because I don't think Hulk Hogan's a genuine person. I am. I was a Navy SEAL, and then I joined the WWE, and I was told that I could have a career here and I was going to be made a villain. And then Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan teamed up, and I'm no longer a villain. So what do you think about that? What do you have to say about that? You know how do you, why don't you tell me what happened, Pat?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
Me? Yeah. Gosh, dude, I could listen to that people's impersonation of him all the fucking time, dude. Like,
Yeah,
especially
why don't you
like,
tell me, Jonesy? Hey, wait a minute here now. Why don't you tell me why I'm wrong? Why don't you tell me what have you done for your country?
you talking about that Jim Norton?
Yeah, no, excuse me. What have you done? If you're such a patriot, Jonesy, why don't you fuck off? You can't laugh while I'm fucking doing this. I can't do it.
Well, I was
Fuck
trying to,
off.
it's just funny as shit.
Why don't you tell me what you've done for your country if you're such a patriot there, Mr. Jones? Yeah, because I'm sitting here. I was governor of Minnesota. Before that, I was a world champion. Fuck you! I can't look at you. I can't look at you while we're doing this. I can't do it.
Josie's too funny looking.
Why don't you tell me? Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you've done for our country? How you're such a patriot? And you know, I was a WWE professional wrestler. I provided entertainment for millions, if not billions, of people. And before that, I was a Navy SEAL. I was on the UDT team. So why don't you tell me what you've done for your country?
Not much.
Not as much as you, Jesse.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking there. You know, they call you Jonesy. Some people call you Blake. I'm just going to call you Jonesy, you know, because that's your nickname. And that's acceptable in this sphere. And so, you know, go ahead and tell me why you're wearing guns on your head.
You know.
I'm trying to just figure out some dumb shit he would fucking say in an interview.
Dude, you should watch his like I think it's Jim Norton. Like
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that's what I
if
thought.
you're such a patriot, why don't you
He's
tell
like,
me?
he's
what
like, yeah,
you've
I
done?
know you could kick my ass. Yeah, I know. Whatever.
Right.
Like, you know, it's just
And
like,
then he just does the whole.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
Dude, that in Will Sasso does that shake.
Billy Sasso has got nothing on me. Billy Sasso, yeah, his impression is okay, but he doesn't have the
He does
body
the shake,
language
though.
down. Yeah, wait a minute here. and so he doesn't have the body language there. Billy Sasho can do a good voice impression, yeah, and you know, impersonation is the greatest form of flattery. But let's ask Billy Sasho a question. What have you done? How big of a patriot are you? What have you done for our country? Because both my parents were World War II veterans, and I'm a Viet. Oh, fuck! I burped. I fucking burped. No. Okay. I'm a Vietnam era veteran, which he never says, but he fucking is. And you know, what have you done for the country? If you're such a patriot, yeah, yeah. That I'll just wait here. Yeah, yeah. I'll wait. Yeah, because you ain't got nothing. That's the answer. That's the actual answer. You ain't got nothing. So, Pat, as a Minnesotan, born and raised, is that impression okay?
That's great. That's a great impression of.
I think it's pretty good too.
Okay.
I suck at impressions. I couldn't do Jesse the Body.
Well, when I was governor of Minnesota, each citizen got $800 back in a check from the surplus.
I remember that.
I know you do. That's why I was asking you as a Minnesota.
I got rid of the emissions too. We had the emissions controls because they're.
Oh yeah, that was fucking stupid. Yeah. Yeah, but let me ask you something there, Pat. Why do you have weird arcade carpet in the background?
I dig that carpet.
Yeah, I like his background, dude.
I've as a hobby, I do electronics and electronic repair, and I collected a few arcades over the years, and then it's a pretty cumbersome sport once you start collecting them because they're heavy as fuck. So I ended up building this this place out in the middle of the desert and set up the solar panels and everything out here. There's a retro arcade in town, and sometimes I go and help him fix his old machines because you can't find people that do that kind of work anymore. And I'll buy a bunch of arcades off him broken, and then I'll go and fix them. And he gave me this this carpet's pretty expensive arcade carpet. Yeah. I can't afford it. But he gave me a really good deal on a roll from when he redid his bar that he owns, and I got it for like $400 for the whole room. So it's kind of a nerd hobby of mine, collecting machines. I got in the back here is the punch game, because I like that when we used to go to the New Richmond bar, and they had that red,
the fucking
where the punching bag comes down and you hit it as hard as you can.
What fucking bar was that?
That was
I love those things.
That was it Fast Freddy's? Fast Freddy's.
Yeah,
Fast Freddy's.
And we used to do that all the time, and so I picked up one of those machines. So I got one of those punch machines. I got skee ball. I got bubble hockey that does I got it set up for the Canadian national anthem, which is pretty funny. And then
that's not good, Pat. What are you doing here?
It just sounds funny. You can kind of set that on there. A couple pinball machines and a sit down over here. I got a sit down racing, a couple of gun games.
It's badass.
I'll turn it on real quick.
Yeah,
that's kick ass.
I'm gonna take a piss while you're doing the tour. I've seen this. You've shown me this. Is fucking awesome.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Yeah, that thing's bright as.
Dude, man, that's like taking me back, bro.
Pizza Hut.
Oh, dude, I'm like in the 90s or something.
And then over here, I got like the old shit CRT with the 2600 and all the. Let's see, the old 26. This is a heavy sixer. Nintendo with all the gun games and all that stuff. So I kind of do that, and motorcycles as a hobby. So I collect motorcycles, and I was a mechanic. Let me turn this off so you can hear me.
I fucking miss arcades and shit, dude.
But I kind of screw around with electronics, solar stuff. I had like 8 motorcycles. I sold like 4 of them. I collect like 80s motorcycles.
I don't know if you can see it, but that's my little project back there.
It's hard to see. What is it?
It's a 1987 Buick Turbo Regal.
Oh, Grand National?
No, it's a Turbo Regal. It's a WE4 optioned Special T or Turbo T. They made like 1,500 of them in '87. Has
it got the 3.8 in it?
Yeah, 3.8 turbo, intercooled, turbocharged, electronic ignition, electronic fuel injection. Yeah, the same engine you get in the Grand National, but you got aluminum wheels, aluminum inner bumpers, and it doesn't have the spoiler in the back.
Those are good blocks. The 3.8's like their best block, and I think that those years they had like the higher nickel content in them, so they're really.
I think you can like safely put like 1,400 horsepower into
one of these blocks. They're awesome.
But yeah, the car will get you decent gas mileage. You put a modern chip in it, and I put like a new mass airflow sensor and shit to make it run on like modern gas, and it'll get you like almost 30 miles per gallon. That's a comfortable highway cruiser, and it's fast as fuck, dude.
Which is, I think a lot of people don't give it credit that's in the era of malaise, because in the 80s a lot of the cars sucked. Yeah. I had a 83 Trans Am with a 305 in it, and I think it had 140 horsepower.
Right.
Like the cars back then, and between like the late 70s and mid to late 80s, where they just didn't have the power because of all the smog stuff that they couldn't figure out yet. And you'd have cars like that, like yours. I mean, that was a kind of a dime, like a gem at the time.
Yeah, I think Car and Driver tested one in like 1987. It did like 0 to 60 in 4.5 seconds, and that's respectable by today's standards for a performance car. You get it because with the intercooler there, like as colder you can get the ambient air temperature outside, the more your power goes up. So you take this thing out like November, if like the roads are dry, it's like an extra 50, 60 horsepower. It's insane.
I put a 3.8 in a Fiero once.
The guy the guy who owns the gun store I go to often, he collects Fieros, and he has a supercharged 3800 Fiero that he drag races at Bristol, and that thing's fucking sick. Like, I want to race it with my Buick. One of these days it'll happen.
They're a cool little car. I ended up selling it because it's kind of a death trap.
Yeah.
At least mine was. Mine wasn't great. I was scared. It was pretty squirrely when I was driving it. And all that weight in the back, there was nothing in the front.
Right.
But I mostly collect motorcycles nowadays because I don't have the room for it, for one, and two, it's I just don't have the ambition. It's so much work doing a car. There's so many parts, and it's hard to find parts. Motorcycles are just a little bit easier for me to tackle these days.
Oh, that I bought with only 49,000 miles on it. It was Garage Cat. Like, I fix things as they've broken, but you can get most of the parts for that car at AutoZone. And it's reliable.
And they're getting harder and harder to find these days.
Yeah, there's been multiple times like my primary vehicle has gone down, and I've had to take like daily drive the muscle car to get to work when I'm working at AutoZone for minimum wage after getting out of the army. People I would be like the dork behind the counter, like, who's freaking Buick Grand National is that out there? I'm like, it's mine, dude. Like, what? And I'm like, yeah, it's mine. And they just like will stare at you like, what the?
That's cool.
I just got out of the army.
I have a friend from high school that had a 70 Chevelle, and then he had a Buick Grand National that we would ride in growing up. It's a pretty cool setup. The turbo and that 3.8. It's a great setup.
Yeah, it almost didn't happen. Did you ever watch the documentary about it? The Black Air documentary?
Not sure.
Feature length.
I'm not sure.
I think it's got to be on. I think it's even on YouTube.
Black Air?
It's worth a watch. Yeah, it's about.
Sounds racist to me.
All the cars were black. That's the thing.
So we all breathe the same air, but why is Black Air different?
because the cars were black. But anyway, I was like,
does that have T-tops on it?
huh?
Does it have T-tops?
Yeah. T-tops,
Yeah, they-
digital dash. Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody who could replace. I've got the T-top seals, but I don't want to do that job myself because it's rusting up where the T-top is, and I've got stainless steel replacement. But there's not a body shop or glass shop in the area that's got the guts to even touch it. They're scared it's going to leak or something. I'm just like, man, I just need the rotten ass weather stripping on the top to replace. It looks like ass.
Right.
I don't know. So if there's anybody out there in like the East Tennessee, North Carolina area, Northern Georgia, who can freaking fix T-top seals.
That's why I ended up with motorcycles because you can buy them pretty much no miles on them that are 30 years old, and usually they're old man's garage that he passed away and they're just selling it for cheap. So I'll buy that.
Like Pat's an autistic fuck too. Like
bit.
when he's onto something, he has to have the exact fucking shit. And I am to an extent too. But
I built my own Frankenstein hydraulic brake booster for this thing. You want to hear that story, or is that too boring?
Yeah.
So
let's go.
So it's a turbocharged car. So vacuum assisted brakes because the vacuum comes off the intake, right? So when you get on boost, now it's the pressure line, so you get no brakes. So they had a thing called a Power Master, electrically assisted brake booster, which is prone to failure. They're extremely expensive to have rebuilt. And after buying my first one, and my first one going bad, and then buying another one, I was like, I'm done. So you want to get the Hydro booster from, I think it's an 84 Regal diesel, because it'll use your stock brake pedal and it'll bolt straight to the firewall. They stopped rebuilding them. There's no more cores left in the world. They're all used up. So I buy a 78 Cutlass diesel, which fits the firewall, but the 84 Regal hoses don't fit because you have to run for your power steering pump, and you run it up and it takes the hydraulic pressure from your power steering pump to run the brake boosters. So I took the booster and I took the hoses to a junkyard. I went to every diesel truck I could find until I found the one that the hoses fit, and then you could split them apart, and it's like not a serviceable part. But I took the one half from a 2500 diesel and one half from an 84.
So you only took the half of the one and shut
right, but the pistons were different size and it's riveted, so I actually drilled the rivets out. Shut the fuck up. And I bolted them together. It's a pretty slick setup, dude. It's fucking one of a kind, and it goddamn works, dude. I could stop a freaking huge trailer with this thing. Go fuck yourself, Michael.
What? Why?
Because you're being a prick. I asked.
I wasn't being a prick. I was asking a question, Kyle.
What was the question?
Continue. I'm learning about mechanics and shit like that.
What was the question again?
I was just asking, like, at what point do you shove it up your ass and like get off on it, and you said no.
No, I use it to drive around.
Right. So that's a fair and valid answer to the question. Like, that's all I was asking, buddy.
This thing breaks like a beast. And I also took spindles off of an S10 or an S10 Blazer from the late 90s. So it's actually got sealed hubs instead of having to pack new bearings every time you change the brake rotors. And so I could use straight up sealed hubs on it. And I've got big dual piston caliper Blazer brakes on the front. And it stops like a beast. Oh my God, he's typing something snarky.
No, fuck Stain. Like, just fucking carry on. Like, you're getting self-conscious now. You're not
self-conscious. No. I also did a whole bunch of front suspension mods and stuff on it too to make it handle better.
I'm not good at mods. I'm just good at trying to get it back to its original, whatever it is. Like, well, actually, when I was at the post office, as a mechanic, we had the LLVs, which is the postal vehicle they built all in the 80s.
Yeah, long life vehicle.
I wish I still had the hard drive, but I had pictures of these frames where there's holes this big that you can put your whole arm through, and these vehicles are out there driving every day. and we would be welding like shit metal on the frames, and it, you know, you look at these vehicles like, and
do you know
this,
how many
the mail
fucking
carriers
times-
don't know. They'll get in the vehicle and they'll go
Yeah.
70 miles an hour down the freeway. They got the 2.5 Iron Duke in them.
Do you know how many times fucking LOVs have been stuck in my fucking driveway, which doesn't even have that big of a grade, right, to get up?
Right.
They have been stuck.
What's
Where
a
I've
one-wheel
had to
wonder with the
literally
2.5?
use my Jeep to pull them out and get them back on the fucking county road.
There's no weight in the
Like-
back of those things, and it's a one-wheel
No.
wonder.
It's a government contract vehicle. Well,
I mean,
how good was our gear, Pat?
It lasted 40 years. I mean, it's pretty.
Well, how
damn
good was our gear? How good was our gear?
What are you referring to? Like the
Out of
military?
100. Out of
Or
100.
you're talking about the postal truck?
No, like our gear, like in Iraq. How good was it? 1 through 100. How good was it?
Better than the Iraqis?
No, rate it 1 through 100.
1 through 100? I mean, did they give the guys that were on the gun trucks?
No. Hey, Pat, rate it 1 through 100.
70?
What? You gotta be fucking with me.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about just the rifle itself? Are you talking about?
No, our gear are fucking. Okay, never mind. That.
You gotta be more specific.
Carry
I don't
on,
know what you're
carry on.
referring to.
No, okay, our gear are fucking. I would say 30 out of 100, and that's what the.
I mean, are you
LLV
comparing
is.
this to other countries?
Pat,
Or what
you're being a
could- or
cunt.
what they could
You're
have.
being, you're being a fucking cunt, and you know I would slap you in the fucking face right now.
I-
No, we are. I'm talking about a comparison between like the gear we were issued with federal money, mind
Mhm.
you, okay, and the way it worked while we were there, versus the LLV, right, which is also federal money. And I was asking you for an answer to how well our gear actually worked, like our, I guess our infantry gear.
I would
guess
say-
should-
I would say that the military gear is probably better than the postal gear because
that's not good. That's not good.
I mean, those
But
postal
it's
trucks are
probably
pretty
true.
shit.
It's probably true, but like it's not good.
I mean, I'd rather be in one of those up armored or what
the 11-15s. Yeah.
you know, whatever than an LLV in combat, I guess.
Well, we're not talking about combat. Like they're delivering fucking mail, right? Which I guess up here is the same thing, but like, who knows? What?
It was pretty shitty. I would say, like, for instance, if I was to rate the weaponry, I think it was shitty. The ACOGs that we had and stuff. I think that was all crap. Like,
Dude, we're past that now. You've already fucking dismissed my fucking analysis. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you've already dismissed my fucking rating analysis. Like, whatever.
You didn't like the ACOG?
no,
I didn't either.
I
fucking hated it.
my favorite weapon. I mean, I don't have a huge arsenal like Mike here has, but I have one of my favorite weapons that I have is it's like a dragon, Dragonov.
Yeah. The PSL. That fucking.
Yes,
I've shot that
it's a-
thing in real life. It's fucking
the
awesome.
PSL. It has the awesome scope on it, and that's from like the 70s, 60s.
Yeah. Somewhere around there.
And mine isn't even an original Russian. It's like a Czechoslovakia or whatever.
It's
the-
Romanian. It's
Romanian or whatever it is. But
I
the
shot one in
scope
combat.
thing- I've
I
shot
shot one in combat.
I've shot about a dozen deer with that thing. My buddy has shot deer like 300 yards out, no problem, and he's not even a trained military guy. That thing is awesome, and I would trust that over any weapon that I was issued in combat.
I would argue the 240 Bravo, but you weren't a machine gunner. You were a rifleman.
Right. I'm talking rifles here because that's what I'm experienced with.
No, you, and again, I'm going to say this because you do deserve credit for this. You are a fucking phenomenal marksman. You are fucking awesome at shooting guns, rifles. You are fucking awesome. Like
I was good. I haven't honed my skill though. I'm probably shit right now.
okay, fair, but like, no, you are fucking. Because like, do you remember that? Do you remember that drill weekend where Zimmy came in and he was like talking to me? He's like, "You're so good at shooting, you could be a fucking scout, blah, 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 but you don't want to do it, all that shit." And then I was like, "Yeah, but," and I called you out, which was stupid in hindsight, but whatever. I was like, "Yeah, but Lemire shoots better than me," and you're like, "No," and then he's like, "What?" Do you remember that drill?
Yeah.
That was so fucking stupid.
I don't like taking credit for things, and
well, you should take credit where credit's due, man. Like you're a really good shot. Like you're really good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yep.
I think Zimmerman just always had a thing for me because I was like an older guy that came in the unit, so I wasn't young and as impressionable as a younger person. So I don't know.
Fuck him.
I don't know what his deal is.
Yep. But no, I'm just saying this on a personal level. Because when we remember we went out and we were hunting feral cats at that farm.
Yeah.
And you had the PSL. You're a fucking awesome. Like you're like, oh, there's one. Boom! Fucking nailed it. Like fucking right.
Those things do have 9 lives. I'll tell you that.
Oh well,
they're taking quite a few rounds,
but yeah. No, you're a better shot than I am.
Anybody listening to that, these cats were killing her cats. So we were protecting cats by shooting cats. So
absolutely.
we weren't just needlessly killing animals.
Correct. That is correct. It's no bullshit. Like it's validated. But also you're a better shot than I am. And I'm like, you never got recognition for that. I don't understand why. Like, what the fuck? Like
it's a small
you're
town
really
unit.
fucking you're awesome at shooting.
It was a small town unit with a good old boy system, and it's just whatever.
There's that.
There's nothing. I think I would have been. I probably would have excelled better, maybe in more of an active armor.
Or
something where
we all would have. Yep.
It's hard to say. Retrospect is hard to say. Who knows?
Because like Jonesy, were you a good shot before you joined?
Yeah.
So you were a good shot.
I grew up shooting. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with both of us. And like Kyle,
I was an avid deer hunter, so yeah, I think we all kind of, maybe had that in our background a little bit.
I think prior to the army, I think I shot 22 with one of those Colt automatic 22 pistols.
But were you a good shot in the army?
Not in basic. It took me a minute to pick it up, but I got good later.
Yeah. And
I shot skeet. I shot skeet for as a hobby before I joined the military, so I had some
so did I.
Some history of shooting things that are moving and stuff like that. So I mean, I had a little bit of a background in shooting a little bit.
I was shooting expert by the middle of my deployment.
Yeah, it's good. And so we're all really good shots. But that never. So what I was saying earlier is in Pat and I's unit, that never fucking mattered how well you could shoot in infantry fucking unit, right?
If you do more sit-ups than the next guy, then you're the.
Yep.
The funny thing is though, is a lot of those guys, they could do short spurts, but you do a 10-mile ruck march or something, and then the guys that were the best at the PT would be the first ones to fall out because they couldn't do it for the long haul.
Weird. Yep. But so now it's cool. We're all four really good shots, and we should definitely hang out in real life at some time and just go out and shoot a bunch of fucking guns.
I think I still have my. Hold on.
What's up?
I was gonna grab something.
Okay. Yeah. We do need to hang out in person this year and just shoot a fuckload of guns.
Yeah, I got my. There you go. Oh, it looks backwards.
Oh yeah. No, it's not backwards. You're good.
Oh, my camera it is. I guess mine's reversed, but that was the 26-mile marathon.
They did this while we were in training for Iraq. These guys, Pat and a couple other guys, did that. They just went out on a fucking marathon with full kit and just fucking did it.
Yeah, down here in the
Texas.
desert. Yeah. But they didn't really care. They didn't give us recognition for anything. It was it was if you did the more, who could do the most sit-ups and push-ups, and that was it. And
Yep.
I mean, I passed. Like I would pass the test fine, but
Well, dude, I told you I talked to Lutz, and he was with that. You know, he was on that march, and they should have given you guys AAMs for that, because that was fucking cool.
I mean, I beat, but Lutz could kick my ass in the PT, and
But he wasn't a douchebag.
I killed him. I killed him in the marathon. I beat him by like 2 hours.
Right, but like, here's the thing: is he also wasn't a douchebag. Sergeant Lutz was not a douchebag.
No, he was a good guy.
Absolutely great
sergeant.
NCO.
Absolutely, him, Sergeant Bang was awesome.
Yep.
Wozniak was awesome.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of good guys there.
So hey, Chris, would you rather put a big nail underneath your big toenail and kick a wall, or dive into a dumpster full of foreskins?
Probably foreskins.
Kyle?
Yeah, I'm not shoving a nail under my nail. Fuck that. Fingernail shit is like the worst.
So your answer is?
Same as him.
Okay. Pat?
Foreskin.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We're good.
So would you do the nail?
Yeah, of course.
That's
Man,
gay,
fuck
dude.
that.
It's temporary. It'll fucking heal within a week or two.
Well, I mean,
The
like,
fucking foreskins, you don't know what the fuck is in that shit.
well, how long am I laying on them?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter.
You're more likely to get infected from a nail getting jammed up under your toenail than.
Okay, easier to treat as well, by the way. Tetanus. Oh, you open your tetanus shot? Okay.
I think, too, it would be soft to lay on the foreskin. And that would be comfortable for me. So it would be acceptable. And I'd be like,
I'm not
after a couple
judging. I'm
seconds,
just,
I'd be like,
yeah.
you know what? I'll
It
get
is
up.
what it is.
You know?
Like most people that I've fucking asked that, and when I was asked that initially in my unit, they all said foreskin, and I said the fucking nail.
Mm.
So I guess I'm the outlier. I'm the fucking weirdo. But
Yeah, we knew this.
Dude, I stepped on
Kyle.
a fucking nail one time. It killed. Didn't go all the way through,
fuck.
but man, it fucking sucked.
Dude, when I was a kid, Jonesy. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you this shit. When I was a kid, you remember the garden claws that they sold? The like blue ones, like where you like go through them, like. Okay. I was out there working up our garden. I punched it directly through my fucking big toe. Okay. So my parents brought me to the fucking hospital. Oh, Kyle, are you not enjoying this story? Okay. So I go to the hospital and they're like, there's a lot of dirt in there, and so they had to like blow the fucking dirt out and shit with a water gun. And they said we're gonna have to do stitches. Okay, that's fine. So they did it, and it was done. Oh, now I know what gets you, Kyle. Now I know what gets you.
What?
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Now I know what gets you.
What does?
Oh, Jonesy knows. He fucking knows.
You know, one time at the beach when I was a kid, I was just like obsessed with knives. Like I thought they were kick ass. And
is this a bit or is this a real story, Jonesy?
No, it's a real story. And
okay,
I was fucking with the knife, and I don't know what I was doing. I was just like messing with it. And I went like this, and all of a sudden, like, my fucking finger was just like, meow. I cut it, like, right there. You can see the bone. And
show
everything.
us.
It was fucking gnarly. I don't think
show
you
us
see
the
it
fucking
now.
scar.
I was like 6 or something.
Dude, we had when I was a kid, I was a very young kid. We had foster kids, right? Who were like, you know, between, I don't know what ages they were, but they were like, I mean, mid-teens tops, right?
Mhm.
So we have foster kids, and that's the first scar that I ever got. Is the same kind of shit you're talking about. Is the one kid had a fucking pocket knife, right? I didn't know how to close it, so I closed it on my own fucking finger. It sliced the fucking thing down to the vein, down to the bone, right? I still have. It's not gonna show either.
Yeah.
Okay, did that, and yeah, I've got more scars from being an absolute dipshit. I think it was like 2015, something like that. I was in school, I was drinking a lot and everything like that, and I was talking to this chick who I ended up actually hooking up with, which is interesting. But I was talking to her, and I tried to open a fucking spotted cow. So it's a New Glarus spotted cow, right? It's a Wisconsin beer. I tried to open that with the K-bar that I have sitting right over there. Didn't go well. And so I was sitting there fucking bleeding. Wrapped it up in paper towels and was holding it up here, you know. Didn't work. Not good. Went to the doctor the next day, and they're like, "You should have come in immediately. Like, this is like, it's not going to heal well." And then I think you can see this on the fucking stream.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that one right there went all the way down to the fucking bone.
I must have just gone through life going out of my way not to cut myself. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Shit happens.
Dude, shit does happen, and it's like it can
Dude.
happen at any point. Yeah.
I was my buddy had we just got out of school. It was a high school, and he had a Silverado, and the back bed had just some type of plastic cap on the back of the top of the bed, and there was water on it, and I was being a dick, and I just was swiping the water at him, and dude, that fucking thing cut me.
Oh,
And,
you got nailed with plastic, dude.
oh, dude,
Oh,
dude, you could
fuck.
see the bone. It was nuts. Like,
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, fucking A, man, that sucks.
yeah. Well, that's what I
That's
get for
like-
being a dick, you know. So,
You're not a dick. You just act like one sometimes.
yeah.
That's the way I view it. It's like you're not an actual dickhead. Everybody acts like one sometimes. But like, damn, that plastic cut shit fucking sucks.
Dude, yeah. He was like, the doctor like glued it. Like, he was like, I'm just gonna put a shitload of glue in it. I was like, all right. And then he wrapped it a shit ton.
Right. Yeah, my dumb ass. I just fucking when this thing happened, I just wrapped it in fucking paper towels and like put pressure on it and shit and held it above my head. And then I was fucking hammered drunk. And I just went to sleep. And I was like, and I woke up. That fucking paper towel had weight. Like it had weight to it. It was like, holy shit, I'm so stupid. And then I went out and shot guns with my buddies, and my buddies were like, you probably need to go to the fucking urgent care. I'm like, nah, I'm good. We're all dumb.
Dude,
in our own ways. Like, we're all fucking stupid. Like Pat, do you remember, okay. Do you remember the fucking time you, me, and Dan, or Oris, went down to Treasure Island shortly after we got back? You were fucking hammered. You were living in Stillwater, right? And
yes. Yeah.
Okay, we picked you up. You were fucking hammered drunk, and then I proceeded to get hammered drunk, and Dan was doing his thing. We drove there completely legally, by the way, and we get to Treasure Island. That night was it's a casino. Treasure Island is a casino up here. We were like fucking out of control drunk. Out of control drunk. And it was fucking hilarious.
I probably blacked out or browned out that night.
Oh, you and I both fucking blacked out. Like, you would, this other guy that I know who looks like you, right? Looked like you. went up to the fucking like the little cafe they have. They have a couple of them. And just grabbed some shit and brought it over to us gambling. And I was like, "Oh, hey, how'd you pay for that?" You're like, "Who gives a fuck? We're already spending money." And I'm like, "Correct. So somebody paid for it. We're good." And we had sandwiches as we're like just fucking belligerently drunk, just fucking hammered. And I think that was the night that like I was sitting next to the dude that won like $10,000 right next to me, and you just looked and went, well, fuck it then. Fuck it. And we're like, all right, Pat, we gotta go, buddy. And like we just left. And that's all I remember from that night. Because, yeah, reasons. And dude, that was fucking hilarious. That you just swiped fucking sandwiches.
I don't recall that. It sounds like something
I know you don't. I know you don't
don't.
recall that, and I'm expected to. I might recall it, but I also have brain damage, so it's like fucking whatever. But that was a fucking night. That was hilarious. And then I eventually remember we actually won money, and then went home with like several hundred more dollars each.
I remember Sergeant Hins took me to one of the Treasure Island, I think. I remember that.
Oof.
And he was like, you remember Hins?
Yeah, I remember Hins. Trust me. Yeah.
I suck at gambling. I'm terrible. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah,
I'm doing.
you are. You are. By the way,
especially-
for the record, you are fucking awful.
Yeah, I mean,
Sober
blackjack.
or
I
drunk.
I sit down at a blackjack table and I just piss everybody off because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I
But
guess
you're
there's,
also an
I
asshole.
guess there's
about
rules to like when you hit, when you don't hit. I don't know.
it. Right.
I just-
Well, okay.
I'm playing
that,
it like
that,
I'm like.
whatever.
Well, anyway, he wanted me to sit next to him at the blackjack table, and he had like he would like earn like thousands of dollars, and whatever. He was a big gambler, and then he would just give me like $500, and he would like just sit next to me at the table, just to have somebody sit next to me, and I would just be losing all the money.
Don't give you money. Don't give you money when you're drunk.
And
We'll just say it. Don't give Pat money when he's fucking drunk.
he'd always get like comped rooms and stuff, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a terrible gambler. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I don't gamble with my own money.
We got kicked out of that fucking casino that night.
Because you're
Probably,
drunk.
yeah.
No. It's because of a person we were with decided to swipe a bunch of shit and proceed to keep gambling and got pissed off when he didn't win, and then went, I need more money. Didn't have any money, and then they were like, you need to leave.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
I don't remember.
Dude.
I don't remember that.
Dude, that was I won't say the casino. Did I already say the casino?
I don't know. Hey, but I'm gonna hop off, man. Pat, it was good to talk to you,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
take
nice
care of yourself,
talking to you.
brother.
Pat's an okay guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. Knight, take care of yourself, man. Mike,
Take it
you do the
easy,
same,
dude.
brother. We'll see y'all.
Brother, talk to you later. But yeah, that do you want to just go on fucking Discord and just fucking shoot the shit without like fear of
What is that? How do you do that?
Discord? It's
Yeah, I don't do online
it's an
stuff.
app. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like Discord is an app that
on your phone?
well, it's on your phone, but it's on your computer as well.
Oh, okay.
If you go on
They have a website I can just go to?
discord.com.
I'll see you guys there.
All right, later. All right, yeah, we can just fucking call it now. It's been 4.5 hours, but like, I'll walk you through Discord and we can just shoot the shit a little bit because this is fucking. Unless you want to go to bed, like this is fucking fun. Like I haven't talked to you in fucking years.
I'm gonna move to the house. I can do this on the phone, or should I do it on the computer?
Computer is better.
Okay.
So it's more fun.
Do I just have to I have to go to the App Store or something?
I don't actually know. It's just like I mean, Discord's a pretty big fucking deal. So like, you should be able to find it, and it's fun as shit.
Fun. Just downloading.
Cool. Yeah, sorry, I was just fucking texting people. Yeah, so we'll end the stream, and we did almost 4.5 hours.
We're still live?
Yeah, we're still live. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go, hey, everyone who is watching, either now or ex post facto, comment with Patrick. Patrick, and then say whatever the fuck you want. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we will see you on the next stream.